I'm in Konoha and I want to be Hokage. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 Tsunade, Bastard, do you want me to die? After Tsunade's brief description, Senju Tobirama roughly pieced together the current situation of the village, which was not very ideal. The several disciples he carefully selected had more or less some character flaws, and as time went on, they were slowly magnified. The indecisiveness and famous double standards of the little monkey Sarutobi Hirozen, Shimura Danzo's viciousness and his bottomless obsession with power and strength, Yuta Tenkaharu and Mito Kato-en, these two have already sacrificed, so I won't comment on them. In addition, in the village, the major families occupied various resources and continue to exploit the civilians. Maybe these contradictions will not erupt in a short time, but over time this situation will only become more and more serious. In the end, it will either erupt internally or externally. However, what really disappointed the two Senju brothers was the continuous wars in the ninja world. I thought that after working hard to pacify the separatist ninja world and divide the tailed beasts, each country would rest and recuperate, and the war would end completely. At the very least, it should have been settled in a short period of time. However, after the two brothers died one after another, it was only 20 to 30 years, and the Ninja World War had already been fought 3 times. This terrifying frequency is no less than that of the Warring States period. Although the intensity of small-scale wars has obviously decreased, large-scale wars involving the entire ninja world have become more frequent. The ninja world that Senju Hashirama pacified not only failed to bring long-term peace, but after his death, it gave birth to a larger war covering the entire ninja world. As Shikato emphasized to Uchiha Madara before, the world needs to be in order. The reason why Senju Hashirama was able to pacify the ninja world was not because of his noble personality charm, nor because of the more advanced concept of the ninja village. It was just his strength that was so powerful that it was daunting. This was also the period when he was alive. The ninja world did usher in a period of healthy competition and peaceful development. But after he and Madara sacrificed one after another, the ninja world immediately fell into a vicious cycle, and there was no power pressing on everyone's head. The ambitions and desires that grew out of it easily tore apart this fragile peace. In the past 20 or 30 years, 3 wars involving the entire ninja world broke out. Even the 9-tailed beasts, which were originally used as a deterrent to each other, were made into war weapons and thrown into a bigger war. This went against the original intention of Senju Hashirama to divide up the tailed beasts. Small countries are indeed afraid of the power of the tailed beasts in big countries, and they don't have the courage to provoke wars, but big countries are becoming more and more unscrupulous. Senju Hashirama said a little disappointedly, "It shouldn't be like this." Senju Tobirama was silent. The atmosphere was a little condensed, and Dear Man sat cross-legged and drank tea. Rhino looked around and suddenly said, "It doesn't matter, the adults will take action." Dear Man took the opportunity to take action and smash the teapot on its head. "Stop bragging." Senju Hashirama's eyes lit up. "Dear Man, what do you think?" With the strength that Dear Man had shown before, there is no opponent in the entire ninja world, right? If he makes a move. But Shikato knows very well that there is still a 6th sage in the ninja world who is behind the scenes, and there is also Princess Kaguya Otsutsuki waiting to dance on the moon. Moreover, even if we don't mention these two, Shikato doesn't have much confidence in the 3 sages of the 3 holy places. Not to mention the rumored alien ancestor Otsutsuki clan outside the sky. Facing the expectant eyes of Senju Hashirama and the puzzled eyes of Senju Tobirama, Shikato first glanced at the other people around him, and then sat cross-legged and said, "I am indeed prepared to change this world full of hatred within my ability." After that, without waiting for the others to ask questions, he took the initiative to continue, "But not now. At this stage I am not strong enough, far from enough." Senju Tobirama glanced at him and said, "I feel that you are mocking us. If you are not strong enough, then what are we? Hence? You guy, excessive modesty is arrogant." Shikato shook his head, "Not really," but he didn't give a specific explanation. Tsunade talked to the 2 grandfathers about some things in the village and family. At night, in the bedroom, Tsunade and Shikato sat opposite each other. Tsunade grabbed his collar, pulled him closer, and snorted, "Shikato, tell me, what's the matter with that woman?" Shikato blinked. His expression did not change at all. "Which woman?" "The woman who was with you." That Jinchuariki. Don't play dumb. Oh, that. What's wrong? What's wrong? Hey, Nara Shikato, are you looking for death? Tsunade angrily pushed Shikato onto the bed. If you don't explain it to me clearly, you can't sleep tonight. Is this a punishment or a reward? Shikato smiled and said, it's just a prisoner brought back from the Sand Village. Tsunade, you're too sensitive. Tsunade flicked her hair and snorted, just a prisoner. Nara Shikato, do you take me as an idiot? That woman is obviously Kara, the wife of the fourth Kazakage. Shikato chuckled and explained the whole process of the incident, but omitted the part about the rhino trying to figure out his preferences, and finally said, in that situation, no matter what we did, it would be a bit passive, so we just captured him as a reward for saving a life. After all, he's the five-tailed beast king. I'm not so generous as to give him away for free. When Tsunade heard this, she sighed. You really captured the tailed beast of the Iwagakure village, then wouldn't the Iwagakure village? Forget it. This is your business, just be careful. Thinking of Shikato's current strength that can easily crush the tailed beasts, Tsunade felt that it was completely unnecessary to worry about him. She changed the topic directly, jumping from Kara to another one. So, what about the new fifth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, Madarumi? What, Tsunade, didn't you say that the Hidden Mist Village is yours? Then what about the fifth Mizukage? Is he yours too? Kakashi said yes, but smiled. How is that possible? She is just a subordinate. She is a double blood limiter, very talented, and from the Hidden Mist Village, it is most appropriate for her to temporarily replace the fifth Mizukage as a transition. That's true. Tsunade nodded subconsciously. She had never seen Madarumi, but had only heard some recent intelligence. The most eye-catching of them was, of course, that the Land of Water, which was in the stage of isolation, suddenly lifted its restrictions on the outside world, and at the same time, a female Mizukage appeared on the biggest stage of the Hidden Mist Village. It is said that the female Mizukage was quite amazing, and the gossip was exaggerated, but Tsunade didn't think so. This kind of news without a beginning or an end was too fake. At this time, Shikato took Tsunade's neck and pulled her close to him. Tsunade, in this atmosphere, is it time to discuss other things? Otherwise, what do you want to discuss? The night is long. I don't want to sleep tonight. Do you want me to die? Yeah, Shikato whispered a few words in Tsunade's ear. Tsunade's cheeks flushed. At 10 p.m. the next day, Tsunade woke up in a daze, and the person beside her had disappeared. Her mouth was extremely dry. Fortunately, there was a cup of water carefully prepared by someone not far from the bedside. Tsunade drank the whole cup of water in one gulp. After replenishing the water she lost last night, she got up and rubbed her numb legs. She held her head in distress. Is it because I'm too old? Why am I so uncomfortable under that boy? Don't they say that people are like wolves at 30? Well, they're all lies. How can this go on? I can't use the yin seal and the 100 healing technique on such things. In this regard, Tsunade loves and hates Shikato. Is that guy a hardcore guy? Damn it. After leaving the bedroom, Tsunade came to the living room and saw the two grandfathers who were chatting, all looking at her strangely. Senju Hashirama coughed and reminded, Tsunade, although you are not young anymore, you'd better be restrained. Also, it's better to keep your voice down. It's a bit indecent. Tsunade's face flushed red. The sound insulation of the hotel is too poor. Social death. Senju Tabirama snorted at her. You can't sleep all night. How shameful. Hazuki Jinjetsu liked to go against Senju Tabirama. You don't understand this, knitting Hokage. Being fast like you is not always a good thing. Young people, I understand, but at the end, Hazuki Jinjetsu couldn't help but mutter, but that kid really has no weaknesses. Tsunade felt a buzz in her head, and the whole person was in a trance. Social death. To social death. In the corner of the room, Orochimaru was in high spirits, obviously not affected at all, and was flipping through some ninjutsu notes given to him by the second-generation Hokage Senju Tabirama. However, Kara had obvious dark circles under his eyes. Obviously he didn't sleep well all night. The Five Tails King in his body said to her comfortingly, Kara, don't be depressed. Kara yawned, wanting to say that I was just a little sleepy and not depressed, but she really didn't feel like talking. The Five Tails King Yu continued to comfort him. It's okay. You will get used to it slowly. Maybe you will have such a day too. Kara, King Yu, you'd better stop talking. Tsunade resisted the urge to die, glanced at everyone in the room, and asked, Where's Shikato? Senju Hashirama. He went out to practice. He traded some very good techniques from the third Hokage. By the way, Brother Shikato is really diligent. He is already invincible, Tsunade said. Not really. I heard Shikato say that the rumored sixth path sage is very likely to still be alive in a corner of the ninja world, although the original work has always stated that the sixth path sage is dead, but his chakra is drifting in the world, silently guarding the ninja world. But in the Naruto world, in the later plots, chakra is almost the same as the original body most of the time. To be more precise, it should be that the body of the sixth path sage is dead, and he has gained longevity in the ninja world in the form of chakra. After all, the power he casually gave to Sasuke and Naruto was enough to reseal his mother, so its strength can be seen. Hashirama Senju laughed and said, the sixth path sage is still alive? This is an interesting guess. Tobirama Senju shook his head and said, it's unlikely. If the sixth path sage is still in the ninja world, he will definitely not allow such a fierce war to continue in the ninja world. Or Orochimaru interjected sinisterly, is it possible that the sixth path sage is used to life and death, war, and disasters, so now he is looking down on the whole world from the perspective of God? Hazuki Huanayu curled his lips. These people are really getting more and more outrageous. Karara continued to yawn, and at the same time, the words of the five-tailed King Yu were somewhat rippled in her heart. It's not that she has already had some ideas, but she has been brainwashed by the two-tailed beasts, Rhino Dog and King Yu, and they would occasionally insert some such topics. It made her a little suspicious whether Nara Shikato really had bad intentions towards her. She would hide a knife under her pillow when she went to bed at night, no matter if it was useful or not, it would make her feel more at ease. But now it seems a bit redundant. She glanced at Tsunade. There was a woman with big blonde hair and big breasts. She looked good and had a good figure. Compared with her, she didn't seem to be attractive. She felt more relieved. Although the man's charm was quite admirable, Karara was very clear about her identity as a married woman. She also had her own modesty. Even if it wasn't for Luosha, she had to think about the 3 children. She had to protect this fragile family that was already in turmoil. Gaara, Mom will be back. The door of the living room was opened, and Shikato, who had washed after the training, walked in. He was wearing a loose casual suit, and the slightly exposed neckline showed the edges and corners of his abdominal muscles. He had a slender figure, 3-dimensional facial features, narrow eyes, and a pleasant demeanor. The black hair was still stained with a few drops of water, and the free and easy taste on his body made people shine. Hazuki Huanayu couldn't help but envy him and said, what a handsome skin. Senju Tobirama remained silent, but sighed in his heart. No wonder Tsunade's voice was so loud last night. Is it because they have met again after a long time? I understand it a little bit. Senju Hashirama was thinking about the offspring of Tsunade and Dearman, and he must be quite outstanding, which is really exciting. Tsunade walked over quickly and stretched out her hand to help him gather his loose collar. Dearman was slightly stunned when he saw this. What are you doing, Tsunade? There are outsiders. Karara, humph, you think I want to see it. Although it is indeed attractive. But don't think that everyone is the same as you. I am a married woman. I have seen everything. Although Luosha doesn't have abdominal muscles, and doesn't have such a handsome face. Compared with strength, it seems that he is not very good. But it doesn't matter, Luosha is my husband. At this moment, in the sand village of the Wind Country, it was proposed by Grandma Chikayo as a handshake and peace with the land country this time. The Sand Village decided to have a political marriage with the Iwagakure village to prolong the peace and gain a longer buffer for the Sand Village. The Iwagakure village also prepared to win allies for the upcoming 5-Kage summit, and the two sides hit it off. Coincidentally, the wife of the 4th Kazekage had just passed away, providing the best conditions. However, Karala's corpse seemed to have been stolen. So when faced with a proposal of Elder Chiyo, Luosha did not nod immediately. However, on the one hand, this matter is only a preliminary proposal at present, and it is still unknown whether it can be carried out. There is still a long buffer span in time. On the other hand, in order to consolidate the position and buy some time and opportunities for the Kingdom of Wind. After the initial resistance, Luosha finally acquiesced with hatred. Karala, please forgive me. I couldn't hold on while writing last night, and fell asleep in my seat, and didn't write yesterday's chapter. I wanted to make up for it today, but I feel that time is too tight. Just treat it as taking a day off yesterday. Taking a day off once a month is not too much? Chapter 152 Sasuke, who is my father? I stayed in Tensho Castle for several days. On the one hand, I was satisfying my cravings with Tsunade, and on the other hand, I took the time to study the lightning release ninjutsu and his experience of the third Raikage. The lightning release ninjutsu left by the third Raikage is mainly worth referring to, including lightning release chakra mode, hellstab, and the special black lightning. The first two are the strongest shield and the strongest spear of the third Raikage, and the latter is the most representative black lightning of the third Raikage. In the eyes of the third Raikage, the so-called strongest shield and the strongest spear are just icing on the cake for Shikato. After all, Shikato's body and fists have already hung him up and beaten him. But in fact, Shikato only relies on the extraordinary level of Armament Haki. In the aspect of ninjutsu alone, he still has a lot of room for growth. Just like the Sage mode can enhance the overall power after superimposing with Armament Haki, ninjutsu can also do the same. During this period, Hashirama Senju chose to return to the Pure Land as expected. Although he wanted to stay longer, he finally gave up. Current affairs have changed, and those familiar old friends have all been buried in the Loess. As a remnant of the previous era, if he wants to linger in the world, it will be too ugly, and he can't even pass his own test. As for his younger brother Tobirama and the second-generation Mizukage Hazuki Jinjutsu, they don't have such a big heart as Senju Hashirama. Both of them have their own obsessions and don't want to leave so early, so they all chose to stay. One of them is worried about Konoha, and the other wants to witness the rise of Kirigakure with his own eyes. However, before leaving, Senju Hashirama jokingly reminded Shikato, let him use the impure world summoning after his wedding with Tsunade and the birth of their child. It can be seen that Senju Hashirama really wants to see this scene. More than a month later, Kirigakure village, a tower area shrouded in mist. With a loud cry, Shikato sat quietly in the yard and paused for a moment while drinking a little wine. Then he turned his head and looked at the door of one of the rooms. The rhino dog pushed the door open with his butt, and rushed over to congratulate. Congratulations, sir, on the birth of your precious son. The dear man took a sip of the wine, then kicked it away. Stop talking nonsense, it's not mine, why are you congratulating me? Hearing this, the rhino dog immediately bowed to the sky. Congratulations, Mr. Fugaku, congratulations, Mr. Fugaku. Your wife gave birth to a son safely by your side, and both mother and child are safe. Your spirit in heaven can rest assured, your wife and son will be raised by you. The dear man's eyebrows jumped. Mr. Uchiha Fugaku is not dead yet, how can his spirit in heaven come from? Also, don't watch too much messy things, don't play around. After saying that, he looked into the door with a deep look. Uchiha Sasuke, one of the two main characters in the Naruto world, is finally born. If this is counted, Naruto will be born soon. As for the Child of Destiny, it makes people look forward to it. Hazuki Jinjutsu is also sitting not far away, but as an impure world body, he couldn't eat, drink, defecate or urinate, and had lost the experience of a living person. So he was a little distressed during this period. But he got used to it after adapting. Hazuki Jinjutsu asked curiously, you seem to care a lot about this newborn child? On the other side, Senju Tobirama kept frowning. Boy, is the child inside really not yours? Since following to the Hidden Mist village, Senju Tobirama discovered a problem. Nara Shikato is not honest. The current 5th generation Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village, Maid Arumi, must have some connection with this kid. One at home and one outside? Senju Tobirama once wanted to expose Shikato, but on the one hand, there was no evidence, and on the other hand, he was warned by Shikato again. Konoha is now like a handle for Tobirama in Shikato's hand. As long as there is any disadvantage, he can use Konoha to warn Senju Tobirama, which is absolutely effective. In response to Senju Tobirama's question, Shikato simply said, really not. I don't need to hide anything from you in this regard. Senju Tobirama nodded. That's right. He had a firm grasp on Konoha. There was really no need to hide himself. Moreover, he knew the identity of a woman. The wife of Uchiha Fugaku, the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan, was just abducted to the Hidden Mist village. From some traces of daily life, the two sides did not seem to have in-depth exchanges. After a while, Kara came out holding a baby still in the cradle. Black hair, black eyes, tender little face. Senju Tobirama had to look at Shikato again. Are you sure he has nothing to do with you, Shikato? Although the hair color and eye color are the same, the Uchiha clan also has this characteristic. It's nothing. Just after he finished speaking, The baby in the cradle suddenly stretched out his little hand to Shikato, as if he wanted to hold him, and blew bubbles in his mouth. Dearman was stunned for a moment. Maybe the little guy is not afraid of strangers. Senju Tobirama also came over and looked down. The baby seemed to have seen a ghost for a moment, and his big black eyes were suddenly filled with tears, and he cried. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but take a step back. He seems to be very afraid of strangers. Hazuki Jinjetsu laughed. Which kid wouldn't be afraid of your serious face? Just look at me. After that, he came over. Come, let grandpa hold you. Wow, the newborn baby cried again. Hazuki Jinjetsu took a step back embarrassedly. Senju Tobirama, it seems that your old face is not good. Then he looked up at Kara. Does the child have a name? Yes, Mrs. Mikoto said that the name had been chosen before. Oh, what a pity. Senju Tobirama originally wanted to use the advantage of his advanced diploma, but it seems that he has no chance. Hazuki Jinjetsu, what's his name? Just as Kararu was about to speak, a weak but firm voice came from the door. Uchiha, Sasuke. Mrs. Mikoto came out with the help of a medical ninja, wearing a thick cotton coat. Her face was still a little pale, but her eyes were fixed on the child in the cradle. Shikato frowned. Go back to the room. What are you doing out like this? Do you want to die? A woman who has just given birth is very weak, even worse than a baby. Even the ninja world is not much better in this aspect. Mrs. Mikoto did not reply, but just stared at the child stubbornly. Shikato was silent for a while, then said, Don't worry, I never thought of taking this child away from you. Mrs. Mikoto seemed to be waiting for Shikato's promise. The newly born little Sasuke was taken out. It would be strange if she was not anxious. With Shikato's promise, Mrs. Mikoto finally breathed a sigh of relief and nodded to him palely. Thank you. Then she returned to the inner room with the help of the medical ninja. Shikato was also ready to leave, but just as he was about to leave, he felt something strange on the corner of his clothes. Turning back, he found that the little Sasuke was grabbing the corner of his clothes with his chubby little hands. The force was very weak, but he was indeed grabbing. Little Sasuke's pair of black eyes were curiously looking at the world. Finally, he locked his eyes on Shikato and slowly blew a bubble at him. Puji Kara was a little surprised. The little guy seems to like you very much, Senju Tobirama, and you said he has nothing to do with you. Shikato was a little speechless. Is he so popular with children? The rhino dog twisted and jumped onto Kara's shoulder, looking at little Sasuke in surprise. Wow, the little guy and I seem to be able to blow bubbles. As he said, it opened its mouth and blew out a big bubble. Little Sasuke's eyes were rolling, and he also spit out one, as if he was comparing the same. Rhino Dog immediately spit out another one. Little Sasuke followed closely. Rhino Dog immediately liked it more and more, and couldn't help saying, How amazing, is this a newborn human? It's so interesting, how about this? Rhino Dog, will recognize you as my godson. The corner of the dear man's eyes jumped, and he looked at it strangely. This guy seemed to be addicted to recognizing sons after the incident with Uchiha Madara. Is he going to let Sasuke and Uchiha Madara meet on equal terms? Rhino Dog was puzzled by the look of the dear man. What does the Lord's look mean? Wait, Lady Mikoto's son, wouldn't that mean? Rhino Dog was startled by a thought in his mind, and immediately changed his words. No, from now on, you are the eldest brother of my six-tailed Rhino Dog. Brother Sasuke, please accept the respect of your younger brother, Rhino Dog. Dear man, Uchiha Madara is so pitiful. He has been demoted for no reason. Rhino Dog was proud of his own awareness, and took the initiative to show off to the ignorant baby. Brother Sasuke, you don't know, I have another wild son outside. His name is Uchiha Madara, and that unfilial son is very powerful. When I see him in the future, I will ask him to call you uncle. Senju Tobirama was also a little speechless. Uchiha Madara has probably never been insulted so much in his life. It's okay to be a father of a tailed beast, but now there is a baby uncle. It's true that he can't rest in peace even if he returns to the Pure Land. The sixth of the six-tailed beast Rhino Dog is really a bit outrageous. Dear man stayed for a while, and turned around and left when there was nothing else. The others were still surrounding the newly born little Sasuke, looking at him non-stop. After all, this is a child that the dear people value so much, and they are all full of curiosity. As a result, after a while, little Sasuke suddenly burst into tears while holding his finger. Hey, what's wrong with him? Is he scared by your dead face again? Maybe you are too ugly and made him cry. You said I'm ugly? Senju Tobirama, do you want to fight? I don't want to pay attention to you. Kara shook her head helplessly and carried the child back to the house. Little Sasuke was obviously hungry and it was time to find his mother. She looked at little Sasuke in a trance, as if she saw her own child Gaara, and her chest was slightly swollen and painful. At dinner time, Tsunade finally finished a busy day of work and finally had time to come back and take a look at the newborn child. It seemed that she was a little envious of Mrs. Mikado, and she secretly glanced at the dear people several times. Shikato had to stop eating. If you want to have a baby, I can help you for free. Tsunade blushed. I don't want to. Don't be so self-indulgent. I just suspect that this child has something to do with you. At the table, Mrs. Mikado was a ninja after all, and her physique was very good. She could barely eat something by herself. She said with some shame and anger, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yikang also looked back and forth at Shikato and little Sasuke, and also felt that there must be something fishy about this. Kara thought of his 3 children again. Shikato paused for a moment, and unconsciously, the yin energy in the house seemed to be a little too heavy. After finishing the meal, Tsunade quietly poked Shikato's waist with her finger. "Shikato, what for?" Tsunade nodded with a slightly red cheek. "Okay, Shikato." Tsunade looked at his stunned look, and couldn't help but cover her mouth and smile. "There's something, let's go to the inner room to talk." After entering the inner room, Tsunade closed the door and locked it with a click. Shikato looked back at her and said, "I noticed that you seem to have changed a lot since I stopped hiding my identity from you. You've become much braver, little cat." After Shikato returned to the Hidden Mist village this time, he revealed his true identity within a small range that he could control. It was also from that time that Tsunade became more obedient to him. Tsunade turned her head away and didn't look at Shikato. Whether it's women or men, they are basically born with a tendency to be attracted by appearance. They have an almost instinctive sense of closeness to beautiful things. Shikato is no exception. Tsunade was almost about to sink, and after Shikato revealed his true self, he undoubtedly added more strength. Tsunade didn't even know what the point was of continuing to stick to that bottom line. Shikato sat aside and took the initiative to speak. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Tsunade also sat beside him, pulled out a scroll from her bulging collar, and handed it to Shikato. When Shikato took it, the scroll was still a little warm, and he unfolded it and took a look. It was a diplomatic note sent by Iwagakure, inviting the 5 major countries including Kurigakure to hold a 5-cage meeting in the Iron Kingdom. The issue they were targeting was undoubtedly the incident in which the deer man robbed a 5-tailed beast from Iwagakure. They were planning to use other major countries to put pressure on Kurigakure, and even wanted to force Kurigakure to hand over the culprit. "Madarumi, I received it a few days ago. The date is set for a week later. The other major countries have basically confirmed that they will participate in this meeting. What about us? Are we going? After all, we are the targeted party. If we go, we will have to bear the joint pressure from the other 4 major countries. But if we don't go, it is obvious that the other 4 major countries will directly join forces." Shikato smiled. "Why not go? It's just right. I can use this meeting to say hello to the other cages." Tsunade nodded and said oh, then asked, "By the way, what about the tailed beast you stole from the Hidden Rock village? Why did you give it to an outsider?" "Outsider? Oh, you mean Kara?" Shikato looked back at her, and suddenly leaned over to approach Tsunade, almost face to face, his breath hitting her cheek. Tsunade suddenly stuttered, What are you doing?" She unconsciously wanted to turn her eyes away, but her chin was pinched in the palm of Shikato's hand, and her cheeks began to heat up involuntarily. "Shikato, little cat, when did you start to think that you are the one inside?" "Tsunade, I didn't say that." "And, you, stay away from me." Shikato chuckled, let go of her chin, but opened his hands and threw her directly on the bed. For a moment, Madarumi was extremely nervous. You want to? Don't think too much, it's time to go to bed." After Shikato uttered these words, he really closed his eyes and lay on her to sleep without making any unnecessary movements. Madarumi was stunned, and then quickly turned from shame to anger. "Bastard, you're going to sleep without doing anything." Chapter 153 The 5-Cage Talks. Madarumi was very upset. At first, when she was resisting, Shikato liked to keep attacking, tearing down her mental defenses bit by bit. As a result, when she was looking forward to it, he stopped moving forward. This bastard, he definitely did it on purpose. Madarumi pushed Shikato away from her in annoyance. Shikato put his hands behind his head and lay flat on his back to rest with his eyes closed. But his voice flew over slowly. "Kitty, come up yourself." Meidarumi's face flushed, and she was extremely ashamed and angry. "Go to hell. I will never let you succeed." Shikato opened one eye. "Do you still want the sand's gold?" Meidarumi was about to go out, but her body suddenly froze. In the previous rescue mission of Sand Village, Shikato obtained a very large amount of sand gold. In addition to the agreed amount to be distributed to Kurigakura's fixed funds, more than half of it was in Shikato's hands. Meidarumi was very clear about this, and she had been trying to dig it out of his pocket during this period. There was no way. After the reopening of the Hidden Mist Village, various construction projects and early subsidies were started on a large scale. Money was in short supply in all aspects. Meidarumi gritted her teeth and looked back. "How much?" Shikato closed his eyes again. "That depends on your performance." Meidarumi gritted her teeth and stared at him fiercely. This ambiguous answer was the most annoying. But the large amount of gold sand was too tempting. Of course, there was another point that Meidarumi also found an excuse for herself. In the end, she moved over a little hesitantly. The night was long. Meidarumi had no intention of sleeping tonight. So the next day, the fifth-generation Mizukage Meidarumi, who was always diligent, unexpectedly rested at home for a day. Well, it was at Shikato's house. A week later, the Iron Country. The Iron Country is a long-term neutral country. In this land, there is no profession like ninja. Instead, there are samurai with swords to guard this land. Therefore, in all the Ninja World Wars, ninjas from all countries, big and small, basically have an unwritten rule: they cannot attack the neutral Iron Country. That is why the Iron Country has always been the only place for countries to negotiate. Because of its geographical location, the Iron Country has snow almost all year round and the climate is relatively harsh. It is just different from the drought and harshness of the Wind Country. The temperature in the Iron Country is at another extreme, and almost everyone wears cotton clothes. Samurai often wear a fur collar cloak outside the layered armor, and also wear warm cotton clothes inside. In addition to Meidarumi, who is the Mizukage, there are two members of the Shadow Guard who participated in the Five Shadows talks this time. Deer Man occupies one place, and the other is the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost with a big sword Samehuda on his back. After entering the territory of the Iron Country, a warrior with layered armor and a sword came to greet them immediately. Silver layered armor, with a gas helmet on his head. After seeing Meidarumi, he was a little surprised at her natural beauty and youth, but he quickly bowed and said, "Lord Mizukage, please follow me." Shikato looked around at the snowy scenery, and snowflakes were still floating in the sky. It has to be said that the Naruto world is a bit outrageous in many aspects. According to the overall scope of the ninja world, with the land area of the Iron Country, the longitude and latitude should not be 2 seasons different from other countries. But in fact, it does snow here all year round, which is really a bit outrageous. Under the guidance of the samurai team, they walked all the way to a huge bunker made of stone and wood. Following a stone bridge, not far from the main gate, the general of the Iron Country, the leader of the samurai, Mifune, and his 2 confidants had been waiting for a long time. "I have been waiting for a long time, Your Highness Mizukage. I am the general of the Iron Country." Mifune, long gray hair, serious, with a long beard on his chin, layers of bandages wrapped around his head, and a sword at his waist. Mifune stood in the center, looking at Meidarumi very seriously. The Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village was unexpectedly young, and she was a woman, which was amazing. "Meidarumi, nice to meet you. I'm the Mizukage Meidarumi." On the side, the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost suddenly sneezed and couldn't help muttering, "It's so cold, the climate here is almost a season different from ours." After saying that, he looked at Shikato, expressing his loyalty at any time and place. "My lord, are you cold? Why don't you put on my coat?" Shikato looked up at him and shook his head. Although Shikato's height is not short, he is still much shorter than the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, who is about 2 meters and 5. Mifune looked at them strangely. Shouldn't this be said to the Mizukage? But he still said, "Come in and have a cup of hot tea first." Shikato, "Okay, let's go." Meidarumi, "Oh, Mifune, the strange Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, the man in the Shadow Guard seems to be the leader among the 3. But it's possible. After all, His Highness the Mizukage seems a little too young." This bunker of the Iron Country was built in an exceptionally grand and majestic manner. The long corridor, winding for a long time, finally entered the meeting hall. There were already quite a few people in the hall. Moreover, most of these people were familiar faces. The third Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the 2 members of the Shadow Guard selected by Sarutobi Hiruzen, Hatake Kakashi, and my guy, who came here as another member of the Shadow Guard after being recommended by Kakashi and nodded by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Wind Cage of Sand Village, Raza, and Maki and Yura who came with him. The Raikage of Kumagakure, AI, and the Kumagakure Jonin, the Magnetic Ninja Troy, and another person who was a Kumagakure Lee Jonin with a sword on his back. Finally, it was the Iwagakure village, which was the initiator of this 5-cage talks. That Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, Anoki, and 2 Iwagakure Jonin followed him. As soon as the 3 people in Shikato's group came in, they immediately attracted the attention of almost everyone. Shikato still had the face of an honest man disguised as a shadow, and the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost was very large and attracted more attention. The last one was Madarumi, and most of the pressure was concentrated on her. That Tsuchikage Anoki gritted his teeth when he saw her. At this age, you have become a Mizukage. You are really young and formidable. Unfortunately, it's a bit too formidable, instigating subordinates to plunder the tail beasts of other countries. I have to say that you are brave. Then, his eyes turned and fell on Shikato again. It's you, the guy who took away the tail beast of my Iwagakure village. I didn't expect you to dare to get involved in it yourself. Kakashi's eyes also fell on Shikato. Strange, there's a familiar feeling about this person. Sarutobi Hiruzen touched his prosthetic limb, his face thoughtful. Shikato looked around, and then said to Anoki, I should be the one who is surprised. I didn't expect that the Hidden Cage village would have the nerve to hold a 5-cage meeting for such a shameful thing. Anoki's eyes instantly turned red. He didn't want to call for this 5-cage meeting directly. If there was a chance to snatch it back, who would want to lose face? But after his son Wang-Tu died, he made up his mind to drag the Hidden Kigami village into the water, and at the very least, bring the bastard who stole the tail beast to justice. Boom. Suddenly, a huge roar exploded. The 4th Raikage smashed a large piece of the extremely hard conference table with one blow, and the sound resounded throughout the huge meeting room. In an instant, the shadow guards of the cages immediately jumped out, drew their weapons and confronted each other. Raikage AI stood in his position. If a few words can solve the problem, then I won't accompany you. I didn't come here to watch people quarrel. Mifune stood up. Lord Raikage, please calm down. Members of the Shadow Guards, please put away your weapons first. This is a place for discussion. Please be careful about your impolite behavior, Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. Kakashi, Kai, retreat. Upon hearing this, Kakashi and Kai immediately retreated behind the curtain with the word fire on it. Following closely, the Kazakage, the Tsuchikage, and the Raikage also asked their subordinates to retreat to the back. Terumi May followed the trend and said, Puffer Ghost. Then her eyes followed the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost who was protecting the front, and then fell on the deer man who was watching the show on the side. She couldn't help but pinch him secretly. You guy, look at their shadow guards, and then look at you who acted as if it had nothing to do with you. Madarumi paused for a moment and said, and you, step down too. Everyone present was very powerful, so how could they not have seen the little tricks of Mizukage Madarumi? They all took a deep breath. Damn. The mist ninja who stole the tail beast seemed to have a close relationship with the 5th Mizukage. In this way, the goal of the Land of Earth would be largely defeated. At least it would be very difficult to severely punish the criminal. At this time, Deerman and Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost had also retreated behind the curtain of the word water. However, the 4th Raikage AI spoke again and said to Deerman, Hey, Mist Ninja, from the moment I saw you, I felt that your eyes were a little familiar. Have we met on the battlefield before? Deerman looked up and smiled softly. Who knows? This answer obviously did not satisfy the Raikage, and he could not help but snorted. There were 6 people sitting on the curved conference table. Mifune, as the middleman who hosted the 5-cage meeting, sat in the middle. The other 5-cage sat down separately, each with a huge curtain behind them representing the identity of their own hidden village. The accompanying cage guards sat behind their respective curtains. Compared with the other 4 families, Deerman and Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost were obviously targeted, and were more or less separated from them. The 4 families have already formed a group to keep warm. On the stage, Tsuchikage Anoki took the lead. Mizukage, although you are not very old, as the cage of a village, You should know what the tailed beasts mean to your country. You shouldn't be so ignorant, huh? Since the first Hokage divided the tailed beasts owned by the major countries have never changed. Are you going to provoke the foundation of peace of the 5 major countries? Tsurune smiled. Old man, don't scare me. Inoki's face darkened. What kind of a name is old man? Young people don't have martial ethics. Madarumi, the tailed beasts are not the basis of peace. Everyone knows that the tailed beasts are weapons of war. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe. Mizukage, this is not an excuse for the Hidden Mist Village to seize the tailed beasts of other countries. Madarumi asked back, what about seizing? Hokage, did we sneak into the Hidden Mist Village? Or did we start a war against the Land of Earth? Raza coughed. Mizukage, although I asked for help from the Land of Water at that time, the help I asked for did not include taking away the 5-tailed beast. Madarumi, on the battlefield, victory and defeat are commonplace. The people of my Hidden Mist Village won, so it's not too much to take the spoils we deserve. During the various ninja world wars, wasn't it natural for the victorious country to demand compensation? Inoki was very unhappy, but the tailed beasts have never been within the scope of compensation. They are the symbol of a great power. How can they be handed over so easily? Madarumi, but you didn't compensate us either. When Inoki heard this, he was immediately furious, and veins on his forehead popped out. The war started in the Wind and Earth Kingdoms. What does it have to do with your Water Kingdom? Why should we compensate you? Tsurune may, but we, the people of the Hidden Mist Village, won. Inoki was a little choked. Is the question whether you won or not? The problem is that you only intervened in the middle, and you were just a wave of external support. Since you are collecting money, you shouldn't take away the spoils as well. Inoki has already discovered that in terms of talking, few people present can beat this young Mizukage. The Hokage, who was sitting next to him, was a straightforward person, and he was too annoyed to listen anymore. Just when he was about to elbow the conference table again, Mifune immediately stood up. Lord Hokage, just say what you want to say. This table is specially made of special materials, and is quite expensive. The Hokage frowned, feeling a bit suffocated because he couldn't elbow him, so he shouted, shut up. The other cages looked over immediately. To be honest, the Fire Country's national strength declined a lot after the defection of Shikato and Orochimaru. The Wind Country is located in a remote area, and the losses in each Ninja World War were greater than the last, and it has not recovered yet. The Earth Country also suffered heavy losses after the 3 consecutive attacks by Shikato, and its current national strength is a bit difficult to cope with. On the contrary, the Lightning Country has gained a rare wave of rest and recuperation, and its overall level is currently top-notch among the 5 major countries. As for the Water Country, it has just been officially opened not long ago, and it is not clear how it is. Judging from the current situation, the Thunder Country's Cloud Village can undoubtedly be regarded as the vanguard against the Water Country. Therefore, in this meeting, the Hokage has a lot of say, and everyone is very respectful. The Hokage stood in place with a tall figure, and there were some glaring scars on his exposed muscles that were difficult to cover. This was the mark of shame left by a Konoha ninja before, and he still remembers it vividly. Even if those eyes turned to ashes, he would never forget them. He would find him one day. He scanned the whole place and said in a loud voice, "What's the point of talking so much?" The Hokage looked at Tsurune. "Mizukage, regarding the matter of the 5-tailed King Mu, do you want to return it to the Hidden Mist Village?" It's just a simple sentence. Just give a quick answer. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere at the scene immediately became sharp. The Hokage almost made the final threat. If you return it, everything will be fine. If you don't return it, then we will beat you until you return it. Of course, he couldn't help the Hidden Mist Village for free. Without a satisfactory price, the Hidden Mist Village would never stand up for this. Tsurune hated this kind of straightforward creature. If it was a debate like before, she could argue for a long time, but with a direct question like the Hokage's, she couldn't say any excuses, which made her look at the dear man behind the curtain. The Hokage was even more angry at this little action. "Mizukage, what are you looking at? You are the cage of the Hidden Mist Village." Chapter 154 Let's fight, the winner takes all. The words of Hokage made Madarumi frown. "Lord Hokage, forget about the 5-tailed King Mu. It has been sealed in the new Jinchuriki." Hokage immediately snorted, then unsealed it and let it out again. Madarumi said in disbelief, "Are you kidding? If the tailed beast leaves the body, the Jinchuriki will almost certainly die." Only a few Jinchuriki with special physiques can hold on for a while. But it's just a little longer, the result is still death. Unless the tailed beast can be sealed back in a short time, death is inevitable. Raikage's light words are like a child's play. Madarumi asked directly, will Lord Raikage take action against the two-tailed Jinchuriki and the eight-tailed Jinchuriki of the Hidden Cloud Village and take the initiative to extract the tailed beasts from their bodies? Before the Raikage spoke, a chuckle came from behind the curtain. Shikato's teasing voice floated out, Mizukage-sama, it's not like Raikage-sama hasn't done this before, hiss. Hearing this, Madarumi suddenly shuddered all over. It was not because of Shikato's unfounded teasing of the Raikage in the second half of the sentence, but because of the brief address in the beginning. Madarumi seemed to have been electrified. This bastard, finally he's willing to call me Mizukage-sama. Sure enough, he will only respect me a little in front of outsiders. At home, he always says, come up by yourself. Madarumi seemed to be a little distracted. The Raikage suddenly glared at the back of the curtain. Asshole. What nonsense are you talking about? Two shadow guards of the Hidden Cloud Village also stared at Shikato with unfriendly expressions. Shikato didn't take it seriously. Nonsense. I remember that in order for his younger brother Killer Bee to thrive, Raikage personally knocked out the eight-tailed Jinchuriki Bruby, who took care of you like an elder brother. Then he secretly unsealed him and released the eight-tailed beast Shiki in his body. Afterwards, it directly led to the death of Kumaga-Kyorjun and Bruby, and afterwards Raikage's younger brother Killer Bee became the new Jinchuriki, and an unprecedented perfect Jinchuriki. This is probably the brotherhood, gay, relationship, which is really enviable. Raikage was furious when he heard it. The death of Bruby's elder brother was a pain in his heart, and the Hidden Cloud Village has not found the murderer until now. It can only be said that Orochimaru was secretive enough and did not leave a beginning or an end. This led to Shikato's words seeming to be true. But the cause and effect relationship was completely reversed. Especially the ridicule in the last sentence. In the eyes of Raikage, it was simply an insult to the brotherhood between him and Killer Bee. The Raikage was always hot-tempered, so he couldn't stand it anymore. The light blue lightning chakra exploded all over his body, and his hair stood on end. Lightning chakra mode. Swoosh. In an instant, the Raikage disappeared at an extremely fast speed. When Jiraiya reacted, it was already a little too late. A strong shock came from the Raikage's original position. But he had already appeared on the steps behind the curtain. His figure flickered and gradually appeared in front of the deer man. At this moment, the Raikage AI turned his hands into swords and swept across. The dazzling lightning in his palm went around his entire arm, and the lightning arc rose and fell. The lightning abuse level was Chiomai. It was not until this moment that the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost just reacted, and the big sword Samehoto was not pulled out yet. The Raikage's sharp hand knife was already in front of the deer man. Madarumi's angry voice came out at the same time, Raikage. At the same time, Shikato sat on the steps, did not dodge, just raised his hand, put his index finger and middle finger together. Looking straight ahead with a calm gaze, his two fingers gently stopped in front of the furious pupils in front of him. The fingertips condensed into dazzling white light, and the lightning arc seemed to be concentrated at one point, and the jumping lightning crackled. Lightning release, Hellstab, two-pointed hand. It's not that he doesn't want to perform the more shocking strongest spear one-pointed hand, but Shikato has not mastered that step yet, and the current highest stage is only two fingers. But this is enough. The fourth generation Raikage AI's lightning release, Chakra mode pursues speed more. Although the defense is good, it is not as exaggerated as the third generation Raikage. At this moment, time seemed to be paused, and the Raikage AI's hand knife stopped in front of Shikato. And Shikato's fingertips also stopped in front of the Raikage AI. The arms of both sides crossed, but each stopped at the last moment. Shikato was 100% sure that if they exchanged moves like this, the Raikage would definitely die. However, the other party was still somewhat rational and stopped at the last moment. The Raikage AI stared at the dazzling lightning in front of him. The lightning arc loomed, crackled and jumped, and hit his cheek close at hand. The lightning release chakra mode did not give him the slightest sense of security. A tiny scar of bright red blood had been torn at the corner of his eye. Just now, if he had moved forward even a little bit, he would have been dead for sure. This extremely familiar move was almost engraved in his bones. It was his father's hell stab. The ultimate lightning release ninjutsu, known as the strongest spear. How could it be possible? The members of the surrounding shadow guards realized it later and drew their weapons again to defend in front of their own shadows. The two Kumaga Kyorjanians were confronting the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon. It was not until this time that the other shadows looked at Shikato with a serious look. The scene just now was really too fast. The speed of the fourth Raikage was indeed well deserved. But what was even more shocking was that the Mist Ninja not only reacted, but also countered the Raikage with one move. Anoki had greeted the third Raikage more than once, so he was naturally very familiar with the Hell Thrust. The famous skill of the strongest Raikage of all generations now appeared in the hands of the Mist Ninja. What a joke. The entire hall of the 5-cage meeting was silent for a while. Shikato raised his eyebrows slightly. It was a close call, right, Lord Raikage. The Raikage AI disappeared in an instant and returned to his seat, but his eyes were firmly fixed on Shikato, and his tone was extremely solemn, saying, Mist Ninja, how do you know my father's Hell Thrust? The people of the surrounding shadow guards were shocked. Could it be that the Mist Ninja just performed the rumored strongest spear, the Hell Thrust? Without waiting for the dear man to answer, the Raikage AI warned fiercely. You'd better think it through before you speak. As he spoke, lightning shrouded his body, and his hair stood up, maintaining his strongest state and directly locked onto the dear man. Now he was no longer entangled in the matter of the five-tailed King Yu. The dear man stood up from his seat. Who told you that the Hell Stab is your father's exclusive ninjutsu? I'm self-taught, isn't it okay? The Raikage AI's face suddenly became extremely embarrassed. This move was created by his father after many years of polishing. It is an extreme offensive ninjutsu that fits his own physique very well. At present, no one in the Hidden Cloud Village can learn it, but it was seen on an outsider. And he said he was self-taught. This is not the three-body technique. How could a Raikage AI believe it? The veins on his forehead were already bulging, and his tone became more and more suppressed. Mist Ninja, I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words. At the same time, the Raikage AI's targeting has become more and more sharp, and his aura has fatally run away. The members of the shadow guards of each family watched this scene with great pressure. The atmosphere at the scene was becoming more and more tense. The fourth Raikage AI gave the others a heavy sense of oppression. Terumi was about to stand up to share the pressure with Shikato, but Shikato had already lifted the curtain and walked to the front of the stage. He raised his hand and placed it on the top of the kitten's head, pushing her back down when she was about to stand up, causing Terumi Mei's cheeks to turn slightly red, and she glared at him with some dissatisfaction. Shikato had already walked slowly to the center of the stage. Everyone's eyes were on him. As the middleman, Mifune had to remind him, you'd better watch your words and don't try to provoke Lord Raikage again. Shikato was stunned for a moment, looking at Mifune in surprise. Samurai, are you serious? Mifune was confused and said, what, Shikato, isn't the Iron Country a neutral country? Mifune immediately said with certainty, the Iron Country will always be a neutral country. After saying that, he silently added in his heart, it's just that in this situation, the Iron Country chose to remain neutral on the side of the four countries. Shikato asked curiously, under normal neutral circumstances, instead of reminding me to be careful with my words, shouldn't you just say directly to Lord Raikage who took the initiative to lose his temper over there? Shikato paused here, then imitated Mifune's tone and said calmly to the fourth Raikage, shut your stinky mouth, Yuge. Mifune was speechless. This Mist Ninja was really too arrogant. Didn't he know the current situation, or did the Water Country have no intention of reconciliation on this trip? The Raikage's face was completely black, and he was about to go berserk when he was stopped by Mifune. Lord Raikage, please be patient. So far, Lord Mizukage has not made a clear statement. The Raikage was stunned for a moment. It was indeed true. The Mizukage was the role model of a country. He suppressed his anger, kept the last bit of rationality, turned to look at Terumi Mei, and said coldly, can I regard this person as a provocation from the Hidden Mist Village to the Hidden Cloud Village? Mizukage. Terumi Mei didn't know how to answer, so she looked at Shikato again. Raikage AI was very dissatisfied with the Mizukage's evasive behavior, and shouted, I'm asking you, the cage of the Hidden Mist Village, answer me directly. Terumi Mei frowned and was about to get up, but Shikato held her head down again. Shikato gently rubbed her soft long hair, and Terumi Mei slapped his claws away with some dissatisfaction. Shikato sat on the table in front of her and said to everyone, in the Hidden Mist Village, she is in charge of the interior, and I am in charge of the exterior. For the exterior, Lord Raikage can ask me directly. Rikijai immediately fixed his eyes on Shikato again and said sarcastically, "Really? So this is the cage of the Hidden Mist Village." Then regarding the five-tailed incident in the Hidden Mist Village, and some issues regarding my father's famous skill, Hell Thrust, I think it is necessary for the Hidden Mist Village to hand over the five-tailed Beast King, and you, the culprit of this series of events. Do you have any objection to this? Shikato smiled. Shouldn't I have an objection? As he said that, he suddenly changed the subject and said, the Hidden Mist Village agreed to participate in this five-cage talks, not for you to judge us. We are here to build peace. Anoki was stunned for a moment. What did you say? With your outrageous attitude, you said you are here to build peace? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Raza also looked over. The people of the Hidden Mist Village are indeed modest. The Hidden Cloud Village was not that active to begin with, but after being criticized, the Raikage is almost becoming a pawn of the Tsuchikage. If this didn't lead to a war, we should thank the Raikage for his temper being much calmer during this period. Shikato, we, the Hidden Mist Village, have decided to sign a peace treaty with all countries for 12 years, during which both sides will not invade each other. Anoki immediately stood up. Are you kidding? You took away the tailed beast from our Hidden Rock Village, and you want to sign a peace treaty with us? Rikijai was even more direct. If you want peace, then solve this matter first. You commit suicide. Madarumi couldn't stand it anymore, and stood up with a cold face. Shikato wanted to comfort her and let her sit down. As a result, the little cat was furious and glared at him. I'm going to ask you to commit suicide, and you're still laughing. Shikato couldn't help but laugh again, but this time he gave the little cat face. Okay, you are the Mizukage. You have the final say. Terumi was immediately startled, and said in a lower tone, you have to call me like this when you go back, do you hear me? Shikato laughed loudly. Then Terumi ignored him, raised her head again, and her cheeks were full of coldness again, sweeping across everyone, and finally, amid Shikato's wanton laughter, Terumi spoke coldly. Her voice was murderous. Let's fight. The winner takes all. As soon as the voice fell, the entire meeting room seemed to have disappeared in an instant. No one expected that this young Mizukage, whose aura was not enough to match any of the cages present, would have the courage to say such shocking words. And when it really came to the step, it was Anoki and the others who hesitated. Originally, the Third Ninja World War had just ended not long ago, and it was time to recuperate. Small-scale local wars are fine, just treat it as training for the new generation, and the friction will not be too intense. But the water country is one of the 5 major countries after all. And it is also a maritime power country. Even if the other 4 countries join forces, the manpower, material resources, and financial resources required to take down the water country are quite exaggerated. In particular, although the current Mizukage is very beautiful, she seems to be a madman. If she really fights with them, the 4 major countries are likely to suffer unbearable heavy losses. Not to mention that the Earth country, the Fire country, and the Wind country are all in a stage of severe damage. Even if they win, the biggest beneficiary is likely to be the Thunder country, which has recovered the best. With the nature of the Thunder country, the situation will probably be even more unfavorable for other countries at that time. After all, the grievances between everyone have lasted for generations, and the Thunder country is too strong. It is not a good thing for it to stand out for other countries. The problem now is that with the words of Madarumi, the other shadows are also in a difficult situation. However, unlike the various concerns of others, the Thunder Shadow AI reacted and immediately flashed. We can't give the other cage too much time to hesitate. This opportunity may be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the rise of the Hidden Cloud Village. Catch the leader first. Chapter 155 Dear man, let you taste fatherly love. Lightning arcs danced all over the Raikage, and the crackling sound of the arcs became more and more intense. The Raikage's target was very clear, and he locked onto Terumi. After all, he was the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, the most representative figure. Boom. At a certain moment, when the Raikage's momentum reached its highest point, he instantly went crazy. The place where he stood suddenly collapsed, and a flash of blue arc light flashed by, like blue lightning. Mizukage, you are so brave, the irritable voice came first and then came. When it came out, the Raikage had already appeared in front of Terumi with extremely fast lightning instant body. Terumi's eyes jumped. He really deserves to be the Raikage. What an exaggerated instant body technique. However, Terumi did not dodge, and she didn't even feel nervous at all. Because someone was standing next to her. She already had sufficient self-confidence in him. The dear man was invincible. No matter which aspect, this was the result she personally tried every night when there was no one. It really was no matter which aspect. As expected, the ambitious Hokage, lightning flashed like a ghost. Shio danced with lightning and attacked instantly. But at the last moment, the dear man in front suddenly moved, and with a backhand, he had already grasped the wrist of Hokage who was swinging his knife. A flash of lightning also jumped out of the dear man. Zilla, crack, snap. The lightning exploded, and the chakra of lightning attribute appeared around the dear man. Lightning escape, chakra mode, lightning armor. Hokage was at a very fast speed, and just turned his head, and the whole person was thrown into the air by the dear man. With a wrist as the axis, he swung it in a circle, and finally hit it heavily on the ground. The stone slabs on the ground collapsed. However, the defense of the Hokage's lightning armor was still good, and it was not hurt at all when it hit the ground. But right after that, the dear man stepped heavily on his head. In a hurry, the Hokage directly blocked it with his arm. The multi-ring metal arm guards worn on both arms were very hard. But as the dear man stepped down, the metal arm guards instantly cracked with a bang. Immediately afterwards, the arm sank, the arm bone was broken, and the arm was stepped down and firmly stuck to the side of the face. At the same time, under the strong force, the head hit the floor heavily. Bang! The stone floor cracked like a spider web. Blood splattered from the forehead. Hokage groaned in pain, and his pupils were full of disbelief at this moment. Not only did he master his father's strongest spear, but he also mastered the strongest shield. Moreover, the power of this kick was really too outrageous. Hokage could not feel the arm color domineering, and naturally thought that it was the dear man's physical skills and thunder armor mode that reached this level. Not only did the kick break the arm guard, but even the thunder armor mode that he had trained to a certain extent seemed like paper. The whole process was just a blink of an eye. When the Hokage disappeared with lightning flash, the other cages subconsciously said something was wrong. The Hokage was going to make things worse. As a result, before everyone's worries came to an end, they saw that the Hokage was still rushing forward 1 second. But was knocked to the ground by someone's backhand the next second. The last step was stepped on, and the arm bones of both arms were broken, and the head was also stepped on hard. The changes before and after were so fast that they were caught off guard. The two Kumo ninja Jonins reacted the fastest. Their own Hokage was stepped on by someone. How could it be? Even if the Hokage took the initiative to attack. The two Kumo ninja cage guards immediately rushed over to rescue the Hokage. As a result, they were swept away by the watermelon mountain puffer ghost Tsunade halfway. Hey, do you really think I'm a decoration? It's okay if you can't stop the Hokage, but you two Kumo ninja Jonins also ignore me, which is too much? Dearman stepped on the arms of the Hokage and pressed his head with his arms, making him lie on the ground and unable to move. Dearman lowered his body slightly and asked, Lord Hokage, you don't think you are very strong, do you? Hokage, I thought so. At this moment, his face was very ugly, blood dyed half of his face red, and his pair of irritable pupils reflected disbelief. You are definitely not an ordinary guy, a monster level who subdued him in an instant. Even if he was distracted to deal with the Mizukage, he should never have done so. What's more, the fact that he couldn't break free until now was enough to show how powerful the opponent was. It was really unbelievable that this kind of opponent had no name before. This guy seemed to have suddenly appeared. Of course, another reason was that the conceited Hokage couldn't bear to lose to an unknown person. At this moment, the whole huge meeting room was becoming more and more tense. In front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi and Kai were guarding there. He tilted his head and said, Kai, did you see it clearly? Kai shook his head and said distressedly, too fast, both of them are too fast, whether it is attacking or counterattacking. Kakashi had already taken off his mask, and the three Magatama Sharingan under his left eye was staring at the front, with a bitter tone. Indeed, they are not at the same level as us. After a brief loss, Kai immediately became excited. This shows that my practice is still far from enough, and only youth cannot be wasted. When I go back this time, I will stand upside down and circle Konoha 100 times. Kakashi, do you want to compete with me? Kakashi ignored Kai's last words. At this time, Mifune, the middleman of the talks, had to speak again. Mizukage-sama, if possible, please let your people let Hokage-sama go. The two Kumo ninja guards of Hokage could not break through the Zigguishin puffer demon alone. The Hokage of the Hidden Cloud Village, the land of lightning, one of the 5 great nations and the most militant military nation, was actually trampled under the feet of a mist ninja Jonin. No one would believe it if you told them. But it was true, and the Hokage could not resist. Tirumime glanced at Shikato's back with a helpless expression and said, "Didn't he say that I am in charge of the interior and he is in charge of the exterior, outside? I have to listen to him too." Mifune had to look at the more difficult Shikato, then, as a result, he was interrupted just as he spoke. Shikato asked, "Samurai, are you too partial to the Hidden Cloud Village?" Mifune was stunned for a moment, and immediately said, "My Iron Country is a permanently neutral country. And there is absolutely no such thing as partiality." "Shikato, then why do you want me to let go of the Hokage?" Mifune said seriously. "The 5 talks advocate the word talk. How can I use force here, Shikato? But he is the one who takes the initiative every time." Mifune's tone choked, and then he forcedly said, "I have been constantly trying to persuade Lord Hokage to stop his impulsive behavior." Shikato almost laughed when he heard it. "Samurai, are you kidding?" At the end of his words, he changed his frivolous tone and suddenly became serious. To borrow a phrase from Lord Hokage, "Samurai, you'd better think it over before answering." Of course, I'm different from him. Lord Hokage told me to think it over before answering. Maybe he was really afraid that I would forget. When I said think it over, I was reminding you to really think it over. It is true that the Iron Country is a permanently neutral country. But if it is no longer neutral, then there is really no need for the outdated things like samurai to exist. This sentence seemed to ignite a barrel of explosives. After all, this is the Iron Country, the home of the samurai. As soon as Shikato finished speaking, the 2 armored samurai behind Mifune immediately took a step forward. "What did you say? How can I let you underestimate us samurai?" The 2 imposing samurai drew their swords and faced each other. Shikato still firmly suppressed the Hokage with 1 foot, but raised his head slightly. He just swept the samurai in front of him with the momentum he had accumulated for a long time. Boom! The 2 armored samurai, who were equivalent to Jonin, were all thrown back by an invisible force in an instant and smashed into the wall behind them. Cracks appeared one after another. The 2 samurai rolled their eyes directly. Dearman's last look fell on Mifune again, and he ridiculed him in an impolite tone. "Sorry, samurai, I may be too straightforward, but, is this really a samurai? It's really funny." Mifune's face was livid. Most of Dearman's momentum was crushed on the armored samurai, which caused this shocking impact. But this does not mean that others can't feel the frightening pressure. Especially Mifune, as the leader of the samurai, he felt it more deeply. It was like a small boat in the sea, standing on the boat, looking up to face the Dearman's palm that was like a god's hand holding up the sky. It seemed to crush him. Mifune almost thought he was trapped in an illusion, but the terrible thing was that this was not an illusion. Facing the Dearman's ruthless ridicule, Mifune was under the huge pressure, and he dared not refute a word even if he gritted his teeth. This man is too dangerous, and he is definitely capable of destroying the entire Iron Country by himself. In this meeting, the Iron Country will not take sides. Except for Mifune, the others also shared this terrifying pressure to a greater or lesser extent. Anoki finally understood why the frontline troops suffered such heavy losses in Emil. At the same time, he also vaguely guessed the reasons for the successive sacrifices of the 5 Tails Jinchuriki and his son Huang too. Having such a powerful opponent is the sorrow of all enemies. Shikato's eyes moved away from the silent Mifune, and finally swept across the other 4 cages, just as Mizukage-sama said, "But I have one more thing to add." Mizukage-sama was too emotional just now. So she said that angry word, "But there is nothing we can do." Who made Hokage-sama addicted to being a loser? Maybe it's because of his father's funeral in his early years, so he lacks love. If Rhino was here, maybe he could have another son, but it's a pity that Rhino couldn't come to the 5-cage summit. After Shikato finished speaking, what he encountered was Hokage's fierce struggle and resistance. However, after twisting for a long time, Shikato's feet were like Optimus Prime, pressing him so hard that he couldn't pull out his hands or lift his head. He was lying on the ground and couldn't even turn over. At this time, Shikato continued the second half of the sentence. "In view of this, I understand Lord Hokage a little. He is being whipped for lack of fatherly love, so I will fulfill his wish. After all, his father and I have a life and death friendship." That's right, the third Hokage's impure world body was broken by my own hands several times, which can be considered a life and death friendship. Shikato continued, So, I forgive his offense. At the same time, I would like to add one more thing to you: war or peace. It's up to you to choose. Shikato glanced at the whole audience and finally said, war, then we will fight to the death. Peace, then sign this 12-year peace agreement. Shikato proposed the peace agreement again. He came to participate in this 5-cage talks for this reason. He needed time to accumulate more foundation, rather than provoke this war in the entire ninja world in advance. If he goes too far, he will inevitably be targeted by the Six-Path Sage who has been protecting the ninja world. Although the possibility is not great, Shikato never likes to pin his hopes on uncertainty. If the Six-Path Sage gets excited and really uses the power he used to deal with his own mother to deal with Shikato, then he's really a muggle. With his current foundation, it is still a bit unreliable to face the Six-Path Sage. Shikato needs time to continue to settle down. Sasuke, one of the children of destiny, is already in his hands, and the advantage is obviously in my hands. As for the power of the Six-Path Sage, let's leave it to his mother on the moon. Shikato gave this second choice. In fact, it is also a step for the other major countries. Except for the Hidden Cloud Village, in fact, the national strength of the other 3 countries is not enough to support them to continue a large-scale ninja world war. The new generation has not grown up yet, and the older generation has suffered heavy casualties. The middle-aged and young generations are not succeeding each other. This is the challenge currently faced by most countries in the entire ninja world. Not only does Shikato need to accumulate foundation, but the other major countries also need to regroup. The 3 of them looked at each other. Although Inoki was unwilling to do so, he could still prioritize if he had to bet the whole country. In the end, Inoki bit his back teeth and chose to sign the peace agreement in humiliation. He personally convened a 5-cage meeting to take advantage of the situation, but it didn't achieve any purpose. Instead, he was humiliated again, and Inoki's old teeth were almost broken. Sarutobi Hiruzen was fine. He was just here to play soy sauce and see if he could get an advantage. The so-called peace agreement was more in line with his wishes. Konoha Ninja Village needed some time to rest and recuperate. As long as there was this time, Konoha would become great again. Sarutobi Hiruzen had enough self-confidence. He had survived several ninja wars in the past. As for the Kazakage Raza, he looked at Inoki twice. Seeing that Inoki had endured it, he had no reason to refuse. He even wished that Shikato would extend the peace time a lot longer to buy more time for the Sand Village. After dealing with the Wind, Earth, and Fire Kingdoms, the only remaining country among the 5 major countries is the Lightning Kingdom. The shadow of the Kumagakure of the Lightning Kingdom is still under his feet. In fact, as long as it is not a war for the entire ninja world, it doesn't matter to Shikato whether there is war or peace between 1 or 2 countries. The Six-Path Sage should not be so idle. Therefore, in this last country of lightning, on the issue of war or peace, Shikato still expects the Raikage to continue to be tough. Shikato looked down at his feet. I promised your father that I would not take any malicious actions against the Kumagakure in the short term, but if you take the initiative to attack, that's another matter. I don't mind letting you feel the missing fatherly love again. Taste what fatherly love is like a fan. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156 Kushina, My Life is a Complete Failure. Peace or War, 4th Raikage, answer me. Dearman's voice was extremely penetrating. How to act next depends on what kind of answer the Hidden Cloud Village will give. At this moment, Raikage I was already in a state of embarrassment. The ambition that had just risen before was ruthlessly torn to pieces by Dearman the next moment. The shadow of a village, the face of a big country, was stepped on by someone and could never break free. With the arrogance of Raikage I, how could he accept this grievance? He was full of anger. Lightning exploded all over his body, and the struggle was very loud. But he just couldn't get up. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on his arms. The more he struggled, the more his arm bones creaked, and the bones seemed to be twisted and deformed. At this moment, the side of the Raikage's face was soaked with blood, and the lower half of his eye was directly dyed red, but his tone became more sonorous and powerful. Peace is never given, don't compare me with those cowards. The Hidden Cloud Village, never fear war, fight to the death. After saying this, Everyone present changed their faces to some extent. The Hokage's remarks with such a high emotional intelligence were really spicy. He offended all the cages with just one sentence and completely isolated himself. It must be said that without sufficient strength to rely on, he was trampled under the feet of others but could still say such arrogant words. The Hokage's temper was indeed a bit outrageous. When Shikato said that he would fight to the death, he could really beat everyone present to death. Either do nothing, or do it to the extreme. There are only two choices. The final choice is in Shikato's hands. He is fully qualified to say such words. But the Hokage's words of fighting to the death, in the current scene, are more like self-abandonment, which is so crazy that it is suffocating. Dearman couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Okay, then I'll grant you your wish. As he spoke, he put more force on his feet. Hokage immediately groaned, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The ground was once again cracked in all directions by the impact of the force. AI spurted out a mouthful of blood, his cheeks twisted, and his eye sockets bulged more and more, as if he was about to be crushed. The two Cloud Ninja Jonin's, who were still entangled with the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost in the distance, immediately pulled away and shouted, "Over here, wait a minute." Dearman slowed down his strength and looked up. The two Cloud Ninjas from the Shadow Guard looked at each other, and one of them took the initiative to speak. "We, the Hidden Cloud Village, also agreed to sign this peace agreement," but as soon as he finished speaking, AI, who was groaning in pain on the ground, immediately changed his face. "What nonsense are you talking about? The Hidden Cloud Village will never bow its head." Before he finished speaking, the Cloud Ninja shouted, "Lord Hokage." He lowered his head and said in a low and painful voice, "The Hidden Cloud Village still needs you to lead it yourself." Hokage's face was already extremely embarrassed. If possible, no one wanted to die. But compared to death, AI's personality would not allow him to admit defeat. But when the two most trusted subordinates were begging him to bow his head once in a low voice, AI was also a little embarrassed. Dearman was a bit bored. Is the Hidden Cloud Village preparing to stage a sad drama? It makes it seem like I'm the bad guy. At this point, he turned his head and looked at the little cat. "Lord Mizukage, do you think I'm a bad guy?" Terumi subconsciously rolled her eyes at him. "Do you still need to ask such a question? Don't you have any self-awareness? You are such a bad guy." As soon as she said a subconscious complaint, Terumi immediately realized that the occasion was wrong, and her tone was even more wrong. She coughed immediately, her cheeks were already a little red, and said, "Anyway, you are not a good person, Dearman." Tisk, the little cat seems to be getting wilder and wilder. Not only does it not cooperate, but it also ruins my stage. There was a strange silence at the scene at this time. Everyone looked at the Mizukage in a bit of astonishment. "What's wrong with your tone? Are you showing off your affection regardless of the occasion?" In the end, including the Hidden Cloud Village, they also bowed their heads to Dearman in humiliation. This 5-cage summit was initiated by the Iwagakure village after much preparation. The original intention was to use other villages to jointly put pressure on the Kirigakure village. The plan to regain their own tailed beasts was shattered without any suspense. Shikato used his strength to tell them that what they couldn't get on the battlefield, they couldn't even think about getting in the talks. He even gave each of them a big B, which made the 4 major countries more impressed with him. More than 2 months later, Shikato and Senju Tobirama had sneaked into the Konoha ninja village together. During this period, Konoha had secretly strengthened the defenses inside and outside the village. According to Mrs. Mikado's calculation of the date, if nothing unexpected happened, the current 9-tails Jinchuriki Kushina should be about to give birth. Shikato and Senju Tobirama chose to sneak into Konoha at this time, and their purpose was to come for the 9-tails Jinchuriki. It's just that it was not entirely out of malice. At the very least, Senju Tobirama came to protect Konoha. He knew very well that the 9-tails Jinchuriki was most likely to have accidents during this period, and he felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. And Shikato was originally planning to go to Konoha at this time. According to the original plot, the period when Kushina gave birth should be the time when Obito became active again. Although some of the plots have gone astray, if possible, Shikato still wants to go and guard Obito. With his current strength under multiple amplification, as long as Shikato guards him head-on, Obito really can't run away. This time, it would be best to deal with Obito in advance. If he fails to guard him, it will not be a loss for him. He can also take this opportunity to observe the real protagonist of the Naruto world. Of course, Shikato wants to bring Naruto to the Hidden Mist village as well. But on the one hand, he doesn't want to make things too awkward with Kushina, and on the other hand, Senju Tobirama also strongly opposes it. Konoha is already like this, and they still want to poach people from it. This is too much? Although it was just an unborn child, Senju Tobirama could clearly feel that Shikato had a very special expectation for the Uchiha brat and the child that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was about to give birth to. It was not difficult to see from the importance of the relevant intelligence work and the importance that Shikato attached to little Sasuke. Therefore, Senju Tobirama took the initiative to follow him on this trip to Konoha. The several defensive barriers set up by Konoha outside did not play a big role under the hands of Shikato and Senju Tobirama. However, Konoha did a good job in protecting Kushina. Before the official birth of the child, Shikato and Senju Tobirama searched the village for several days in a row, but they had not found any trace of Kushina. The Nine-Tails chakra did not leak out at all. It seems that the confidentiality work was done quite well. Senju Tobirama was somewhat relieved, and the little monkey did not take it lightly. However, both of them knew that no matter how good the confidentiality work was done beforehand, it was inevitable that the Nine-Tails chakra would leak out when the child was born. Even if Kushina has become a perfect Jinchuriki now, it is still the same. There will be a leak of her aura eventually. Unless a barrier is set up in advance to block the perception, it will be almost impossible for outsiders to find out. If there is no insider leaking the secret, it will be almost impossible to locate Kushina. At least, Shikato and Senju Tobirama have searched most of Konoha, but have not found any abnormalities for the time being. At the same time, a fierce quarrel broke out in a secret room underground. Denzo. What are you doing? Why do you want to transfer Kushina? Do you know what you are doing? What do you want to do at this critical moment? Do you want to destroy Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice was furious. Originally, all the matters concerning Kushina had been arranged, and he just needed to wait for Kushina's due date in the last few days. As a result, at noon today, he suddenly received a message from the ANBU. Kushina had just been transferred away by the root, which made him furious. Danzo knocked on the bamboo stick and said in a low voice, Sarutobi, it is you who will destroy Konoha? Uzumaki Kushina is too willful. Even as a perfect Jinchuriki, she is still unqualified. What Konoha needs is an obedient Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, not a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki who likes to act willfully. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth wide when he heard it. Do you want to? Danzo said coldly. It's time to replace it with a new Jinchuriki, a Jinchuriki who completely obeys the command of the village and puts the interests of Konoha as the top priority. The child that Kushina is about to give birth to is very good, the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, and the talents of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, means that this child is extraordinary from the moment he is born. As long as he is trained well, this child will become an absolute weapon of Konoha. A 9-Tails Jinchuriki who is completely loyal to Konoha. The influence that can be brought by him is absolutely unmatched by other Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen said in astonishment. Kushina will die, for Konoha? This sacrifice is justified. She is the wife of the fourth Hokage. That child is the child of Minato and Kushina. Danzo, how dare you? Humph, that's hard to say. Nara Shikato and Kushina were very close at the beginning. After that incident, the fourth Hokage also died at the hands of Nara Shikato. Who can tell what happened except the parties involved? Danzo, okay, I spoke out of turn. With my understanding of them, it shouldn't be the case. However, Sarutobi, Kushina's willful behavior is real. She has sneaked out of Konoha several times these days. You should know that. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki must not be allowed to be willful anymore. The ninja world is in turmoil now. We need a stable Jinchuriki who abides by the rules and obeys deployment, and instill the will of fire in him from an early age. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless for a while, and finally sighed, a little disappointed. What are you going to do, Danzo? As soon as the Jinchuriki gives birth to a child, transfer the 8 diagrammed seal to that child. On the one hand, this ensures that even if the Jinchuriki realizes it, he will not be able to put up much resistance due to his weak body. On the other hand, children are the most suitable to be trained as Jinchuriki. Growing up with the tailed beasts in their bodies, it is easier to gain recognition. At the same time, with a clean background and the installation of the will of fire, he will surely become an excellent Konoha ninja in the future. Compared with Kushina, who increasingly lacks a sense of identity with Konoha, her and Minato's child is undoubtedly a more suitable choice for Jinchuriki. Obviously, Sarutobi Hiruzen has gradually calmed down from his initial excitement and anger, and said in a stiff tone, "Danzo, you shouldn't do this." Danzo said with a stern face, "Everything is for Konoha, put away your extra mercy. Konoha is now facing a life and death moment, and the Hidden Mist Village has seriously threatened the situation in the ninja world. Sarutobi, Konoha now needs more than just Jinchuriki. Some taboo experiments must continue to be implemented. Sarutobi, don't stop it. Konoha needs to use this power to grow stronger." At the end, his eyes fell on Sarutobi Hiruzen's prosthetic limb. "You also need this power." Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to say something several times, but he couldn't say it. Konoha has a deep foundation, but the man in the Hidden Mist Village is extraordinary and puts too much pressure on people. Forcing all 4 major countries to sign a peace agreement at one time, even if this was originally Sarutobi Hiruzen's original intention, it must be admitted that this step was achieved because of the pressure from the Hidden Mist Village. It is impossible not to bow down. In a dark basement, the walls were covered with sealing talismans. Kushina, who had not been seen for a long time, was lying inside with a pale face. Surrounding her were the arranged female medical ninjas and Sarutobi Biwako, the wife of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Outside the secret room, 2 teams of the most elite sealers were guarding, preparing to seal the Nine Tails rampage. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo stayed in another secret room, also anxiously waiting for the most critical moment to come. Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be able to see another secret room through the wall, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "Kushina, I'm sorry. Minato, I hope you can understand. Everything is for Konoha." At a certain moment, accompanied by the cry of a baby, Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked. Danzo also stood up suddenly, and the two looked at each other at the same time. Then he turned around and walked towards the secret room where the delivery room was. The sealing class has been ready to continue. Kushina was covered with loose clothes. A little blonde and blue-eyed kid was still in the cradle, being comforted by Sarutobi Biwako in his arms. Kushina seemed to be exhausted, but she looked at her child with a smile on her face. Her husband had died, and the person who killed her husband but saved her more than once also died in the ruins of the Land of Waves. Mikado also disappeared because of her mess. Kushina felt that her life was a complete failure, but when she faced her child, she showed the smile that all mothers have. The child she poured all her love into was born, so she had the hope to continue living. Naruto, bang! The door of the dark secret room was pushed open. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo walked in one after another. Danzo said in a cold voice, "Are you all ready?" The people from the sealing class also entered one after another and began to organize their preparations. Sarutobi Biwako was a little hesitant to speak, and it was too cruel to do this to Kushina. Kushina looked exhaustedly at the Konoha ninjas who were busy coming in and out. Finally, she placed herself and little Naruto on 2 sealing altars and looked at the sealing symbols on them. As a master of sealing, how could Kushina not know what was going to happen next? On that pale face, there was a sad smile. So, as expected, my Uzumaki clan had no way out from the beginning. My life is really a failure, but Naruto, you have to live happily. Kurama, little Naruto is in your hands. Chapter 157 Dearman, Kushina, are you crying? Konoha Ninja Village. In the village under the night, the closer the block is to the central location, the brighter the lights are. Konoha's heritage and geographical advantages over the years have long determined its prosperity. Even though Konoha has been targeted in several consecutive ninja world wars, it can still recover at the fastest speed after the war. Especially in terms of economy, Konoha's economic strength has always been the most outstanding among the 5 major ninja villages, and many streets are open until late at night. Even all night long. Under the night, Dear Man stood on a tall electric pole, looking down at most of Konoha's street scenes. Below, Senju Tobirama breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that my worries are unnecessary, and the problem of the Nine Tails should not be taken advantage of by others. Not far away, Uchiha Shisu and Uchiha Itachi, who had just accompanied Zayoi to eat a meal of 3-color meatballs, were walking back together. 5-year-old Uchiha Itachi still looked small, and while walking, he suddenly bumped into the back of elder brother Shisu. Brother Shisu, Uchiha Itachi looked at elder brother Shisu curiously, who suddenly stopped. Uchiha Shisu was slightly stunned, looking at the figure on the telephone pole not far away. Strange, why do I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity? Who is that person? At this moment, Shikato was wearing an ANBU mask and was dressed in the regular outfit of Konoha ANBU. Uchiha Shisu's eyes stayed on Shikato for a while, and then moved to Senju Tobirama. Compared with the man on the telephone pole, the one below seemed to have a hint of obvious malice. However, the Uchiha clan has been unwelcome in the village for more than a day or two, not to mention the ANBU. The police force and the ANBU are naturally incompatible. Although Shisu was curious, he did not step forward to say hello, so as to avoid being embarrassed. He turned back and smiled at Itachi. "It's okay, let's go back." Itachi nodded happily. He liked to follow behind big brother Shisu. But just when he was about to take a step, there was a huge roar in the distance, smoke and dust rose, debris flew. At the same time, it was accompanied by a very ferocious beast roar. A stream of icy chakra flooded all the nearby streets in an instant. Dearman and Senju Tobirama were both startled and turned their heads to look over. Uchiha Itachi was stunned. What happened? Uchiha Shisu's face changed drastically. "Oh no. Is it the Nine Tails? Didn't you say that Lady Kushina is already a perfect Jinchuriki? Why is the Nine Tails going berserk?" He reacted quickly and turned around to rush in the direction of the Nine Tails. But as soon as he took a step, Senju Tobirama, who was not far ahead, suddenly shouted, "Stop, Uchiha's brat, the Nine Tails went berserk." This was absolutely not right in Senju Tobirama's opinion. It was never heard that the perfect Jinchuriki would go berserk. There is no doubt that the Nine Tails was most likely controlled by someone. As for the person who could control the Nine Tails, apart from the pair of scarlet eyes, Senju Tobirama had never seen anyone other than the other type. Senju Tobirama didn't know what happened over there, but no matter what, it was not a place for children to get close to. What's more, they were from the Uchiha clan, who seemed a little suspicious to him. Senju Tobirama frowned. "That place is not for you little guys to interfere. Instead of causing trouble, you might as well go back to your own home and help evacuate the suffering people." Uchiha Shisu was stunned for a moment. Strange, doesn't he know me? It's not that Shisu is arrogant. After making a name for himself in the Third Ninja World War, and as a genius of the Uchiha clan, Shisu has a great reputation in Konoha. Although he is still young, no one treats him as a child anymore. On the telephone pole, Shikato had already noticed Shisu and Itachi, but he ignored them. Instead, he looked at the distance with deep eyes. There was a huge monster emitting cold chakra, destroying the Konoha ninja village wantonly. Without Minato Namikaze, can anyone suppress the Nine Tails? The answer is yes. Others don't know, but at least the third Hokage can use the Shikigami Fusashi. It's just a question of whether he is willing or not. Shikato said to the people below, "I'll go over and take a look first." After that, he disappeared directly from the spot with the instant body technique, leaving only a faint arc of lightning. Uchiha Shisu was shocked. What a fast instant body technique. Senju Tobirama didn't want to teach the Uchiha kid a lesson, and followed him in an instant. Unlike ordinary people who kept fleeing far away, Shikato and Senju Tobirama rushed to the crazy Nine Tails one after another. The outskirts of Konoha village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was arranging people to evacuate the crowd without stopping. At the same time, his face was full of annoyance. No matter how hard he tried, he never thought that the arrangement to transfer the seal would fail. On the one hand, the Bagua seal on Kushina had been improved several times, and when she became the perfect Jinchuriki, she modified it several times again. As a result, the seal transfer of the sealing class was not smooth, and it took a long time to succeed. But when it was about to succeed, the nine-tailed fox took advantage of a gap in the seal and chose to run away. As a perfect Jinchuriki, Kushina's relationship with the nine-tailed fox has greatly improved. After experiencing some things together, the nine-tailed fox has treated Kushina as a friend. As a result, Kushina, who was alone and had no destination, left the last trust to Konoha, but was treated like this. Even if Kushina chose to give up struggling, the nine-tailed fox could not watch Kushina die like this. But being in the seal, Kushina also closed her heart and waited for death. The nine-tailed fox could only be helpless and furious in the seal. Fortunately, it caught a gap. Thinking of what happened to its host, Kushina, Kurama lost his mind. It had no other way except to break the seal. It was impossible for it to transfer to Kushina's child peacefully. It recognized Kushina, but it didn't mean it could recognize a little baby. What's more, it was a transfer at such a cost. Kurama ran away as if he felt the same way. Destroy Konoha. Destroy the ninjas. Destroy this dirty world. Roar. The beast roar was deafening. Dearman moved closer and stood on the top floor of a building, looking at the completely runaway Ninetales. There was no feature in the beast's pupils that was controlled by the Sharingan. This made him stun for a moment. Didn't Obito appear? Then why did the Ninetales run away? He closed his eyes and sensed it, then opened his eyes and looked in a direction in the distance. Is Kushina there? This is the flying thunder god mark he left on Kushina last time. So, where's Uzumaki Naruto? Could it be that it died young? Shikato was somewhat confused, but seeing the Ninetales ravaging Konoha like crazy, he obviously had no intention of going over to help. Senju Tobirama soon caught up, but unlike Shikato, Senju Tobirama didn't think so. He needed to take action in the Ninetales rebellion. Konoha needed him. But Shikato stopped him. Senju Tobirama said anxiously and puzzledly, at this moment, every minute of delay will cost dozens of lives. Shikato watched coldly, so what? Senju Tobirama, what a joke. That's a living life, so what? Senju Tobirama was extremely anxious and wanted to pull Shikato by the collar to teach him a lesson, but he really couldn't beat him, and if a dispute really happened here, Konoha would be completely finished. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Lu Ren, didn't you say that you wanted to take over this village? You don't want to get only a ruin. Lu Ren smiled silently. Don't use this boring provocation, Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama was a little helpless, silent for a moment, and suddenly said in a somewhat awkward tone, I am at least the second grandfather of little Tsunade. Lu Ren's eyes jumped. Senju Tobirama's face was cold, but he bowed to Lu Ren formally for the first time. I beg you as an elder, please don't stop me, okay? Lu Ren paused for a moment, then said, it's useless. You can't solve the Ninetales with your strength and state, Senju Tobirama, but I can hold it back. While the two were arguing, in the distant streets, the heads of the three families of Ino, Shika, and Joe were urgently evacuating the crowd, and the aftermath of the battle was getting more and more terrifying. The Ninetales is approaching the center of the village. It is taking revenge on Konoha. Akemichi Chusa waved an iron rod to block all the flying rubble, and said to his companions on the other side, how are you? Yamanaka Heiai evacuated the crowd and turned back to say, it's okay, Choza, be careful. Akemichi Choza nodded, then glanced at Nara Shikaku, and saw that he was looking at a high ground. Shikaku, what are you looking at? Now is not the time to be distracted. Nara Shikaku nodded and pointed to the high tower in the distance. Do you know those two ANBU over there? I always feel that they are a little worrying. Akemichi Choza's body suddenly became larger, and he propped up a collapsed tower again. Shikaku, now is not the time to be distracted. At this moment, the runaway Kurama in the distance had completely lost his mind. He was extremely disgusted with Konoha, and at this moment, killing and tyranny had completely eroded his brain. However, in the dark, it felt a chakra that made it very impressive. Immediately opened his mouth wide, and the black and purple-tailed beast jade instantly condensed into shape. The Sandaime Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was urgently evacuating the crowd, had a changed expression. That direction. Damn. The tailed beast ball suddenly spit out, aiming directly at the direction of the tower where Dearman was. Dearman raised his eyebrows. You stinky fox, your eyes are quite powerful. He glanced at the location of his elder brother Shikaku and the others, and then took out a flying thunder god Kune. The tailed beast ball easily crushed all the houses and buildings on the way. When it arrived in front of Dearman, it seemed to plunge into a crack in space. In the end, it completely squeezed into the crack, and exploded right above the Hokage rock in the next second. Senju Tobirama was a little happy when he saw Dearman transferring the tailed beast ball. But after noticing the transfer location, his expression changed immediately. Lu Ren, what are you doing? Don't you know how many people live there? Lu Ren just said calmly, there are no civilians there. The Ninetales doesn't seem to be controlled by humans. If so, Konoha must have done something that is extremely disadvantageous to it or Kushina. It's Konoha's usual style. Senju Tobirama was also speechless. Even if a perfect Jinchuriki gave birth to a child, it shouldn't be like this. He also wanted to know what the little monkeys who held a trump card did. At the same time, the scene of the tailed beast ball being transferred also attracted everyone's attention. At first, everyone was surprised because it was the flying thunder god of the fourth Hokage. But the direction of the transfer made people change their faces. You must know that the Hokage rock is the core of Konoha, and several wealthy families are entrenched. Especially the Sarutobi clan, almost all of them live in that area. The explosion of the tailed beast ball instantly destroyed the iconic rock building of Konoha. A small mushroom cloud rose directly. It completely submerged the Hokage building. In the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen almost lost his composure and yelled, "No!" After the deer man made one move, he disappeared in an instant. This time, Shikoku in the distance saw it clearly. It was indeed the Flying Thunder God technique. Who is he? The deer man flashed by in a trance and appeared directly on a ruin. There was no ninja around, and they all went to stop the runaway Kurama. Including the newborn child was taken away. There was only an abandoned woman who was waiting to die in the ruins, who was in a semi-comatose state. The deer man appeared here as the Flying Thunder God. He turned around and calmly looked at the woman in the ruins behind him. The white skin as white as snow had been stained with dust and was extremely embarrassed. The long fiery red hair was scattered behind her head, and she was wearing loose maternity clothes. The clothes on her belly were rolled up a little, revealing the only remaining traces of the seal. The deer man only took a glance and roughly guessed what was going on, and frowned. Looking at Kushina who was breathing weakly, he couldn't help but said, "How long are you going to lie there? Open your eyes if you are not dead." Kushina, in a trance, Kushina felt that she heard a familiar voice. It was still so merciless and mocking. Kushina opened her eyes weakly and murmured, "Am I dead?" Shikato looked down at her colorless pupils. This was not blindness, but a lack of focus, and she no longer had the slightest attachment to life. Deerman squatted down, got closer, and said, "That's too ugly, Kushina, you chose your own path, and now, are you crying?" Kushina seemed to come back to her senses a little and just looked up at the night sky, muttering softly, "Crying? Maybe. My country is destroyed, the people I care about are leaving me one by one, even my current village has abandoned me." Deerman interrupted her calmly, "Are you pouring out your grievances to me? If this is what you want to say to me, then it's unnecessary for me to come here." Kushina seemed to have a last burst of light, and she forced herself to stand up and shouted hoarsely, "Then what do you want me to do, Nara Shikato?" She didn't know why he was still alive when it was rumored that he died in the ruins of the Land of Waves. But Kushina was very sure that the person in front of her was undoubtedly Nara Shikato. Chapter 158, Widow Kushina. Shikato stopped, looked back at the extremely embarrassed Kushina, and raised his chin slightly. "This is not like you, Kushina." Kushina's face was pale, but she said, "Don't act like you know me very well. Who do you think you are?" Shikato was not angry, but just took off his mask, took a last look at her, and chuckled silently. "It's hard to persuade a damned ghost with kind words, and mercy can't save a self-aware person. Since you are determined to die, then die here." After saying that, he ignored her and turned away. Kushina lay weakly on the ruins, her heart full of emptiness and confusion. All kinds of random thoughts flashed through her mind like a horse racing through flowers. "Shikato, I don't want to say that, but I really don't know how to face you. I probably will die, okay? It's better to die like this, anyway, no one will notice me anymore." "Kushina, you have really failed in your life. If I hadn't gone to Konoha, would it have been better?" "Naruto, Mom is really not a qualified mother, I'm so sorry. I'm too tired." At this moment, a huge building wreckage in the distance was hit by the aftermath of the explosion and suddenly flew towards Kushina. Kushina seemed to be aware of it, but she didn't have much strength to dodge, nor did she have the intention to dodge. She was ready to close her eyes and die peacefully. However, the next second, she suddenly felt her vision flashing, and the whole person was already in someone's arms. The deer man who had just walked away reappeared here, and the body flashed by. In the face of Kushina's pale face and stunned expression, he held her and dodged at the last moment. Kushina looked up and stared at the slightly familiar profile of the deer man. With her consciousness a little confused, she subconsciously uttered, "Didn't you say I was a damn ghost?" Then, Kushina heard a muttering that she would never forget. "Fuck, this damn muscle memory." Kushina was stunned, looking at the increasingly familiar face. There was not much emotion on the angular face, just a little gloomy, as if he was not satisfied with the act of saving her just now. However, Kushina inexplicably felt that her heartbeat seemed to be getting louder and louder. Was it because he saved her again? The despair in Kushina's heart dissipated a little, but she was still full of confusion. "Why should I come back? What's the point? I am already a dying person." Shikato was also a little unhappy. After all, he couldn't watch this stupid woman die in front of him. But as Kushina said, there was no point in saving her like this. Without the Nine Tails, even the powerful vitality of the Uzumaki clan was rapidly draining away at this moment. If you want to really save her, you must hurry up and seal a tailed beast again. Shikato was silent for a while, Kushina seemed to have given up hope again, with a face full of dejection and paleness, and couldn't help muttering about her failed life. Seeing the lifeless face, Shikato became more and more angry. He put Kushina on the ground, then pinched her cheek with great force, and his knuckles turned white. There was a trace of haze in his eyes. "I'm so annoyed by your mumbling. Shut up." Kushina's cheek was hurt by his pinch, but the pain stimulated her to wake up a little. Then she raised her eyelids and saw Shikato approaching her. Looking at the face getting closer and closer, she looked a little dazed. What is Shikato going to do? The next moment, her brain seemed to freeze, and her mind was blank. Because her mouth was blocked by someone's mouth. At this moment, Kushina seemed to have forgotten to breathe. She opened her eyes and stared blankly at the familiar face that was so close. What is Shikato doing? How can he do this to me? Shikato, no. Kushina was completely stunned and even forgot to resist. After a moment, Shikato released Kushina, who was suffocating. He looked at the blush on her pale face. She was breathing deeply out of instinct. Shikato stood up and looked down at her. Kushina had completely forgotten everything at this moment. Disasters or hardships. All the failures in her past life were temporarily forgotten. She covered her mouth with shame and anger and questioned, "Shikato, how could you do that to me?" As soon as she said this, the momentum of her questioning became weaker and weaker. It was because at this moment, Shikato's eyes were too sharp. Not only did he not look like he had made a mistake, but he looked more like a soaring eagle eyeing its prey. Shikato's voice was firm and decisive. "I really want you, Kushina. I will turn you into my shape." Kushina stared at Shikato, who made such a straightforward declaration, and was a little unbelievable. "Do you know what you are saying? Shikato, are you kidding me?" Even though Kushina was very weak, she still said this sentence loudly. Because she felt her heart beating violently. Although she kept reminding herself instinctively that she should feel disgusted by this, there was an inexplicable throbbing deep in her heart. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Kushina kept repeating this warning to herself, as if she was afraid that she would forget. Shikato ignored Kushina and just picked her up from the ground again. Kushina struggled in vain. What are you doing? Shikato, don't do this, put me down." Shikato moved the hand holding her and patted her gently. "Be quiet, Kushina." Kushina trembled all over, like a frightened lamb. She instantly shrank into a ball and dared not move. Shikato carried her forward. Kushina was still very weak, and her tone seemed weak, even a little like begging. "Shikato, put me down, okay? Where are you taking me?" Shikato said calmly. "Go get what belongs to you." Since he chose to save her, Shikato was not going to let go halfway. But Kushina kept shaking her head. "No, don't go over there, please, Shikato." After all, she was the wife of the deceased fourth Hokage, and Shikato was the Konoha rebel who killed Minato with his own hands. If the two of them appeared in front of people in such a strange posture, Kushina couldn't imagine how those people would look at her. Moreover, little Naruto was still in the hands of the Sandaime and his men, and existed as the new container of the Nine Tails. The Sandaime had promised her before that he would take good care of little Naruto. Kushina's mind was very confused now. She didn't want to see her child in such an embarrassed state. Especially when he was held in the arms of another man. She instinctively felt that she should resist, but deep in her heart she couldn't muster the strength to resist. Even deep in her heart grew a taboo called desire. This made her feel even more painful. "Naruto, am I really not a qualified mother?" Kushina tugged at the indifferent Shikato's clothes, still begging in a weak voice. "Shikato, please, don't take me there, okay? I'm not looking for death. I will wait for you here honestly. I will listen to you in everything. Just please don't take me there, okay?" Shikato just shook his head gently. "Time is running out, Kushina. You should also feel the rapid loss of vitality in your body." Kushina kept shaking her head. No, I can't go there. Shikato, don't save me, please, don't save me. I can't let Shui down." Before she finished saying the last name, her mouth was blocked again. The feeling of suffocation surged, and Kushina's brain went blank, but then her reason returned little by little. Suddenly, Shikato felt a pain in the tip of his tongue, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Kushina in his arms was already ashamed and angry. "Lu Ren, you've gone too far." Lu Ren didn't care, and even put his hand into Kushina's loose clothes. "If you don't listen, I'll go even further." Kushina's face was pale, and she looked at Lu Ren with trembling all over. "How could you do this to me?" Lu Ren looked at him calmly. "I said I want to get you, Kushina. This sentence is not to inspire your courage to live, but it is sincere. Kushina hesitated and was speechless for a while. If there was no Minato, if it was Lu Ren who first met her, she would probably be very happy to hear his sincere words. But there is no if in the world. She is Minato's wife, a widow. And Minato died at Lu Ren's hands. How could she accept this? Lu Ren stopped talking. In fact, his sincere words were not all sincere. Kushina was eager to die, and her vitality was still fading quickly. If she didn't do something radical, Kushina, who was empty-headed and lost, wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Since Shikato couldn't watch her disappear before his eyes, there was nothing to say. He summoned a small slug and stuffed it into Kushina's loose clothes to help her maintain her rapidly fading vitality. At the same time, he began to exert force with his feet and rushed towards the direction of the runaway Ninetales. He put the mask back on and used the shadow to modify his appearance and physique. Finally, he rushed to the front line with Kushina, whose mind was in a mess. He was so fast that Kushina had to half-hold his neck. Her face was slightly red, because the slug was constantly maintaining the transmission of chakra and the maintenance of vitality. Looking at Shikato's face covered with a mask, Kushina was stunned for a long time, and finally completely emptied herself. The whole person curled up into a ball, trying to avoid the world. At this moment, the runaway Ninetales had been blocked by the Konoha ninjas on the outer front of Konoha. While Shikato and Kushina were talking, the second-generation Senju Tobirama joined the battle against the Ninetales without Shikato's check and balance. Although he himself did not have the special ninjutsu of wood release to suppress the tail beasts, Senju Tobirama's strength was there. It was not difficult to hold back the Ninetales. Moreover, there were many Konoha ninjas holding it back. The appearance of Senju Tobirama also attracted the attention of all Konoha ninjas, including the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen. Especially the speed of his flying hands and the water release that was powerful enough to offset the attacks of the tailed beasts. It was really jaw-dropping. With his joining, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had decided to bid farewell to Konoha completely at the cost of sacrificing himself, could not help but feel relieved. Danzo had survived until this time, and he also showed his presence in a timely manner, and at the same time brought another death warrior trained by the root. Shiki Fujin was too useful, but it was not easy to train death warriors with potential and strength. However, after raising the troops for 1,000 days, it was time to use them. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked over. Are you going to use that trick? Danzo nodded. With Kaora's strength, even if he used the demonic Fujin, he might not be able to catch the Ninetales, but now that water-style ninja can actually hold out against the Ninetales, the opportunity is rare. By the way, Sarutobi, who is that person? When did the ANBU produce such an elite? You are really well hidden. Sarutobi Hiruzen pursed his dry lips. Although Senju Tobirama was wearing the ANBU uniform, he was obviously in disguise. However, the other party cooperated with Konoha and tried his best to suppress the Ninetales. Moreover, the Flying Thunder God technique inexplicably made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel familiar and friendly. He subconsciously chose to treat the other party as his own. As for Danzo's question, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no way to answer it. He could only give an explanation after finding the other party afterwards. Sarutobi Hiruzen's silence made Danzo very unhappy. The ANBU secretly cultivated such a powerful ninja, which really cannot be underestimated. Danzo looked back at Sun and nodded to him. Sun immediately began to make hand seals. Shiki Fujin. A huge translucent phantom of the god of death appeared again, with a shriveled body, 2 conspicuous horns, a knife in his mouth, and a Buddhist rosary in one hand. The rampaging Kurama clearly felt a crisis coming. He turned around and wanted to escape from here, but he was restrained by the full force of Senju Tobirama and many elite ninjas of Konoha, and he was unable to escape for a while. The spell arm of the god of death stretched out wildly, and in an instant it had drilled into the body of Kurama. As the caster of Shiki Fujin, Sun's face was sweating profusely. It was much more difficult to seal the Ninetales than he expected. That chakra was too heavy and strenuous. As a dead man trained by the root with all his strength, Sun gritted his teeth and chose to tough it out. Although Kurama is a spiritual creature, he is formed by chakra. After being completely locked by Shiki Fujin, he can only make some final struggles. It wanted to kill the caster in advance, but all of these attacks were blocked by Senju Tobirama without exception, and even the tailed beast ball was transferred away. Sun shouted at the end, "Seal!" The body of the Ninetales instantly became a spirit body, and was firmly grasped by the big hand of the god of death, and flew back quickly. But at the last moment when it was about to succeed, a blue arc of lightning flashed in the air. The deer man wearing a black cloak and a mask covering his face flashed down. Secret technique, Kagemashi mode. Lightning release, hell stab, two-handed kick. Flying thunder god technique. A series of ninjutsu connected very quickly, and the whole person hardly made any pauses, so that almost no one could see clearly what happened. As soon as the deer man appeared, he instantly cut off one of the arms of the god of death of the Shikigami Fusion, tore off half of the body from the spirit body of the Nine Tails, and disappeared again in the blink of an eye with the flying thunder god technique. Just before leaving, he glanced back at Senju Tobirama and warned him with a very fierce look. What was that just now? Flying thunder god technique. Another user of flying thunder god technique. That person seems to have taken away the Nine Tails, the wounded Konoha ninjas were discussing. Senju Tobirama was silent. There was no doubt that Shikato had taken away half of the Nine Tails. The nine-tailed beasts were formed by chakra, especially the Nine Tails, which was the most special. Even he had not thought of many aspects. The Nine Tails was divided. Chapter 159, Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Danzo, you two are truly Konoha's dragon and phoenix. Seeing the Nine Tails in hand, but half of it was suddenly taken away by someone, this would not be a good feeling for anyone. Sarutobi Hirozen had a gloomy face, but a flash of surprise flashed through his heart. The figure that just flashed by, the person in the arms was Kushina? Who is that person? Why did they take Kushina away? Moreover, was Kushina unconscious? It seems that she did not resist. Sarutobi Hirozen's mind was full of doubts, too many questions troubled him. Thinking of the situation that someone had transferred the tailed beast ball and directly bombed the Hokage rock, Sarutobi Hirozen subconsciously connected the two people together. However, his eyes finally fell on another user of the Flying Thunder God technique. Danzo had already taken people to track that one. Although the chance of catching up was not great, after all, it was the Flying Thunder God technique, but Danzo was obviously unwilling to let the duck fly away. Sarutobi Hirozen stayed behind, staring closely at Senju Tobirama, who was wearing the uniform of the ANBU. The other party did not leave, but took the initiative to walk towards him. The two shadow guards beside Sarutobi Hirozen immediately stood in front, staring at Senju Tobirama with great vigilance. This man is too dangerous, and he should not be a colleague. Sarutobi Hirozen pushed the two away at this time, and said solemnly, "Who are you?" Senju Tobirama stopped, took off the mask of the ANBU, and revealed the face that made Sarutobi Hirozen full of surprise. "Long time no see, little monkey, old teacher?" Teacher Tobirama, Sarutobi Hirozen was shocked. But after a brief shock, he immediately realized that Teacher Tobirama's state was not right, and his face changed drastically after a closer look. "It's the impure world reincarnation." "No, who are you?" Impure world reincarnation is a forbidden technique for the practitioner to control the dead. This also means that the Senju Tobirama in front of him is very likely not his teacher Senju Tobirama. In an instant, the Konoha ninjas who were originally happy immediately surrounded Senju Tobirama and looked at him with great vigilance. Senju Tobirama didn't pay much attention to it, but looked at Sarutobi Hirozen seriously, and finally frowned and said, "Little monkey, you can't even tell me apart. It's really disappointing." Sarutobi Hirozen was instantly struck by lightning. The tone of the voice was so familiar, it was definitely Tobirama's teacher. Sarutobi Hirozen shook his body, and his tone was a little difficult. "Old teacher, what's wrong with you? What's going on?" Senju Tobirama didn't mean to explain it to him. The look in the eyes of the deer man before leaving was obviously a warning to himself. He couldn't say too much. Therefore, Senju Tobirama just said, "I was resurrected by someone, the masterpiece of your favorite student." Sarutobi Hirozen instantly remembered a name, and immediately gritted his teeth and said to himself, "Orochimaru, how dare you disturb the sleep of the dead?" Senju Tobirama continued, "However, I have now escaped the control of the master. After all, this move was developed by me." Sarutobi Hirozen raised his head and said happily, "Then teacher, are you going to come back?" Senju Tobirama interrupted him with a cold face, "Don't laugh, little monkey. Konoha now feels too strange to me. It seems that you didn't do the things I told you to do with your heart." Sarutobi Hirozen immediately lowered his head, like a child who had made a mistake, and his old face was full of shame. Senju Tobirama didn't care about the decline of his family, but asked, What's the matter with the Nine Tails? Sarutobi Hiruzen was even more ashamed, but some things were not easy to say openly after all. So he asked Mr. Tobirama to wait for a moment, and then arranged some follow-up issues first, and dismissed the Konoha ninjas around. Then he explained what Danzo had discussed with him, and finally lowered his head again with great shame. Senju Tobirama's scalp numbed when he heard it. You guys played a good card like this. Jinchuriki is maintained by feelings, not power, didn't I tell you? Besides, she is not only the wife of the fourth Hokage. Don't forget, she is also one of the few remaining relatives of my sister-in-law. How dare you? Sarutobi Hiruzen could only lower his head, and he didn't have any temper at all when he was scolded by Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama got angry, which was rare for him. He looked around and said, "Where's Danzo?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, he led people to chase the mysterious man who took away the Nine Tails. At this point, he paused and raised his head slightly. "Teacher, do you know who that man is?" Senju Tobirama stopped him. "Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask." It was like a sentence that Sarutobi Hiruzen often used to perfunctorily deal with his subordinates in the past, but now Senju Tobirama gave it to him mercilessly. Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head and felt a little aggrieved. He was not allowed to ask anything, but kept lecturing himself. He had a little bit of resentment in his heart. Since Teacher Tobirama has already gotten rid of the control of the impure world reincarnation, why is he still hiding things? Can't you explain all the reasons for Konoha, and help Konoha deal with the enemies hidden in the dark? Senju Tobirama pinched his brows and said with a headache, "Let Danzo come back, don't do useless work. If that person wants to run, he has the Flying Thunder God technique, none of you can catch up, and if he doesn't want to run, then there's no need to call them back. I guess they can't come back." Sarutobi Hiruzen was shocked after hearing this, and didn't dare to question the words of Teacher Tobirama at all. He immediately ordered people to chase Danzo and the others. At the same time, he looked at Senju Tobirama's face and hesitated for a moment. "Teacher, that person is very strong." Senju Tobirama glanced at him. "Don't you have any idea whether Nara Shikato is strong or not?" But he couldn't say it directly, so he just nodded. Then, he looked at the destroyed buildings in this area and said with some pain, "Little monkey, look at what you have done." Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his head even deeper. "Senju Tobirama, I should go now." Sarutobi Hiruzen was immediately shocked and said, "Teacher, are you leaving?" Senju Tobirama, "I came here because I was upset, but I didn't expect." Sarutobi, "I am already dead after all. Maybe what my elder brother said is right. The world of the living should be decided by the living. Konoha is no longer the Konoha founded by our Senju clan. It has changed a lot." Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a while with some embarrassment, and then asked in a low voice, "Can't you stay?" Senju Tobirama's eyes suddenly became cold. "Sarutobi, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you want me, a dead person, to help you? Are you serious?" Even Nara Shikato has never forced himself, and even asked the second generation of the Kirigakure Mizukage, Hazuki Jinjetsu, to help the Kirigakure. Nara Shikato has given great respect to the dead to a large extent. But Sarutobi actually wanted to use the ties of the village to tie himself down, which made him extremely disappointed. If the living put all their hopes on the dead, then the living are such a failure. You know, the little monkey Sarutobi Hiruzen is the third Hokage he appointed. Senju Tobirama felt that he could not see through him more and more. How did the young man who was so enterprising and high-spirited become so listless step by step? "Are you old, little monkey?" "That's right." Senju Tobirama looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's gray beard, and his expression was a little dazed. "So many years have passed, I'm afraid things have changed a lot. Too many things have changed a little bit with the passage of time. Maybe the eldest brother is right, the deceased is only suitable to be a witness, and should not interfere too much in the world. Konoha no longer belongs to Senju. Sarutobi Hiruzen also has a lot of grievances. Konoha's current situation is not very good. The people who can be used are either broken or run away. The rest are the people of his generation who have half a foot buried in the coffin. The rest are children who have not grown up yet. Although he is confident that Konoha will eventually become glorious again. But the pressure from the hidden mist village is a bit too great. The Land of Water, which was originally located overseas and rarely participated in the Ninja World War, is showing a pair of sharp fangs after opening its doors. There are all kinds of hidden dangers hidden in the ninja world. To be honest, Sarutobi Hiruzen is also a bit tired. But looking back, the younger generation can no longer find qualified successors. Go find Tsunade? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Teacher Tobirama. He didn't know if Teacher Tobirama also had this intention, but when he thought of Tsunade's previous relationship with Nara Shikato, he felt like there was a thorn in his heart. So he silently gave up this idea. Senju Tobirama didn't want to stay for long. Before coming to Konoha, he wanted to stay in Konoha, help Konoha and build Konoha. But after this trip, he only had the thought of silently watching Konoha. He didn't want to interfere in Konoha's affairs again. Unless Konoha was in a life and death situation. Sarutobi and Danzo disappointed him too much? Although Danzo should take the blame for many things. But in Tobirama's opinion, Danzo's ability to do these things is closely related to Sarutobi's indulgence. As the shadow of the village, the little monkey can control the subordinates in the village, which is very unqualified. The two people who should have complemented each other's shortcomings went in opposite directions. Konoha is really disappointing. Senju Tobirama took a last look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, looking at the shame, depression and other emotions that emerged on his old face. This not only did not make him feel relieved, but suddenly became more and more disgusted. In fact, there is no right or wrong in many things. If you have done it, you must carry out your will to the end. If the little monkey dares to argue with him and continue to insist on his own opinion, he will not be angry, and he may even be happier. But Sarutobi Hiruzen is like this now. Just a few words from him have made him waver, constantly hesitating and at a loss. This look is really ugly. Forget it, let it be. Senju Tobirama sighed in his heart, and finally said, I'm leaving. Konoha is handed over to you, teacher. Aren't you going to wait for Danzo? No need. In fact, to be honest, Danzo was the one who implemented his will very thoroughly. He was also attentive enough to Konoha, which was recognized by Senju Tobirama. But Danzo was too thorough, and he implemented it to the point of destroying the Senju clan. From the perspective of the village, Senju Tobirama admired Danzo more, but from the perspective of the family, Senju Tobirama wanted to kill him. Neither of the two disciples, the little monkey and Danzo, made him worry-free. After a few brief exchanges with Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Flying Thunder God technique left in an instant before Danzo came back. Danzo hurried back with his people, anxiously asking, where is Tobirama-sensei? Sarutobi, where's he? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. He's gone. Danzo frowned. How can you let Tobirama-sensei leave? Konoha is in a precarious situation now. Tobirama-sensei can't leave. He should be allowed to stay to help us. Sarutobi Hiruzen said a little disappointed. Danzo, Tobirama-sensei is very dissatisfied with us, Danzo said firmly. Then he should be allowed to stay. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him in surprise. In terms of his face, he admired Danzo. Danzo continued to ask, then is there any news about the other Flying Thunder God technique user who took away the Nine Tails? Sarutobi shook his head again. Tobirama-sensei didn't say, maybe he has something unspeakable. Hearing this, Danzo snorted again. Unspeakable secrets? It's not the same thing if you say it out loud. What you said makes a lot of sense. I couldn't refute it for a while. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only sigh silently. Danzo finally said angrily, Teacher Tobirama has changed too. Has his passion for Konoha cooled down? It's so disappointing. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. At this time, Senju Tobirama, who was fleeing far away, sneezed suddenly and couldn't help muttering, is it that kid Shikato who is talking about me? It's troublesome. That kid is very narrow-minded. If I had known earlier, I would have returned to the Pure Land directly like my elder brother, and I could have turned a blind eye to it. But in the end, he still couldn't let Konoha go. In a valley, Shikato laid Kushina flat here and used the 8-diagrammed seal to completely seal the half of the 9 tails he had taken into her body. Kushina was still in a coma, and Kurama couldn't help but jump out in the form of Q-version chakra. Ah, it hurts so much. It's you, a bastard. Hey, have you been here for a long time? Kurama jumped out and wanted to fight with Shikato, but this bastard didn't make a move until the last moment and tore himself in half. It seriously suspected that this guy did it on purpose. It pulled out an arc of chakra, jumped onto the deer man's head, grabbed his hair and started to beat him up without any mercy. The deer man just sat cross-legged next to Kushina, not paying attention to Kurama's nonsense. Kurama beat him for a long time, but it was useless except that he was exhausted. But it also knew the result, otherwise it would not dare to be so presumptuous in front of the deer man. It was precisely because these minor fights did not hurt the deer man that Kurama acted more casually. Hey, I'm talking to you. You should at least respect me. The dear man took out a black robe and covered Kushina with it. Then he said, be honest, Ninetales, you almost killed Kushina, and I haven't settled the score with you yet. When Kirima heard this, he was immediately annoyed. Is it my fault? It was obviously done by those villains in Konoha. If you had taken Kushina away directly, wouldn't you have nothing? You left Kushina all alone, and kidnapped her best friend, making her feel guilty all the time. You are the one who is overdoing it. Shikato was silent for a while. In fact, Kushina's several secret trips out of the village later were all to look for the missing Mikado. The disappearance of her best friend was a hurdle in her heart that she couldn't get over. After all, everything was caused by her own willful behavior. In this regard, Shikato should bear the main responsibility for Kushina's final situation. Seeing that he no longer refuted, Kurama was immediately happy to hit him on the head again. It had been a long time since he hit this bastard on the head. Bang bang hard, it was indeed a familiar touch. The dear man ignored it, because Kushina had already woken up at this time. Chapter 160 Dearman, Kushina, Minato will bless us. Kushina opened her eyes, and the first thing that caught her eye was the face that made her nervous and panic. Then came the familiar Q version fox that was clinging to the top of Shikato's head. Time seemed to have returned to the beginning, when Shikato helped her complete the perfect Jinchuriki training. However, this face has become more mature. Kushina had just woken up, and her consciousness was still a little dazed. After waking up, she murmured in a low voice, am I still alive? Shikato was sitting cross-legged beside her. After hearing this, he flicked her forehead. Kushina couldn't help but frown. It hurts. Kurama was clinging to the top of Shikato's head, very happy. Kushina, you idiot, is finally awake. Kushina glanced at it, and felt as if she was in another world. Everything was so unreal. Then her eyes fell on Shikato's face involuntarily, and the next second she couldn't help but look away. Because Shikato was staring at her seriously. Kushina couldn't help herself first, and raised her voice, you, what are you looking at? Shikato, check your status. Then he put his hand into Kushina's loose clothes. Kushina suddenly stiffened, her face changed instantly, and when she was about to stop him, she saw Shikato had retracted his hand. At the same time, he took out a small slug from under the clothes. The slug was lying on the hand of Shikato, and it was a little limp. I'm so tired, Lord Shikato, next time for this kind of work, please summon a bigger clone. I almost couldn't do it. Shikato, who did you learn this from? Slug, little rhino dog. I think it's quite interesting. Shikato, that guy has changed. Stay away from it in the future. Slug, oh, really? But seriously, Lord Shikato, next time for this level of treatment, I really have to summon a bigger clone. The pressure of treating a clone of my size is a bit too great. Shikato, I can't help it, the bigger one can't fit in. Kushina's face flushed instantly. Shikato continued, and if I put you outside your clothes, you will be too conspicuous and will be noticed by the people of Konoha? The slug nodded when he heard it. There was nothing he could do. Dearman continued to ask, is Kushina okay now? She looks much more energetic. Slug, almost. Although it only has half of the 9 tails, it's not a big problem. After all, Kushina has the physique of the Uzumaki clan, and that clan is still very powerful. Let me rest for a while, and then help her heal some hidden injuries in her body. Dearman nodded, and then stuffed the slug back. There was inevitably some physical contact in the meantime. Kushina looked at the conversation between the man and the slug blankly, and finally, when she was accidentally touched by the fingertips, she couldn't help but shudder all over. Dearman, why did you put it in my clothes? There's no one here. Makes sense, then I'll take the slug out. Kushina's eyes faintly oozed out a few tears of shame and anger. It was the first time she saw Dearman like this. Under the clothes, the slug squirmed on Kushina's belly and moved to a more soothing place. Really? I told you to let me rest first, Lord Shikato. You obviously want to bully Kushina. Shikato nodded as a matter of course. I can't help it. She looks very weak now, and I just want to bully her for some reason. Otherwise, when she recovers, I feel there will be no chance. Kushina, damn it. Don't pretend I don't exist when you say this. The slug moved inside. It's true, Lord Shikato. Kushina's belly is soft. Kushina, whose belly is hard? And slug, you are too much? Shikato laughed and said to the slug proudly, isn't it? Kushina is very easy to bully now. Kushina finally couldn't help it. Her face was red, and there were tears of shame and anger in the corners of her eyes. Hey, Shikato lowered his head and looked at her, and smiled and said, "What's wrong?" Kushina didn't understand how Shikato had the nerve to ask, but after looking at him for a moment, she couldn't help but look away. She just bit her lip and said, Don't always bully." The voice became smaller and smaller, and finally it was completely inaudible. Shikato smiled and nodded. Okay, then the two stopped talking, and Kushina didn't dare to look at Shikato. She always felt that the atmosphere was very strange and her mind was in a mess. She glanced at him inadvertently, but saw that Shikato was still staring at her. Kushina immediately turned her head and whispered, "Lu Ren, you can't keep looking at me." Lu Ren shook his head and approached Kushina. "Hey, you look like this, but people want to bully you even more. What should I do?" Kushina's hand grabbed her heart tightly. Her mind was in a mess, and she felt that her heart seemed to jump out. How could this happen? Lu Ren, you were obviously not like this before. Kurama suddenly grabbed Lu Ren's hair and said, "Hey, I can't stand it anymore. I always think you two are too dazzling. Don't bully Kushina all the time, you bastard. Come and bully me if you have the guts. I won't spoil you like Kushina." Kushina, Lu Ren raised his eyebrows, and then grabbed Kurama from his head, squinting and smiling. "Fox, what did you just say?" Kurama enjoyed the huge pressure of Lu Ren after he was serious for the first time in a long time, which was even more terrifying than the last time he saw him. The Kurama immediately played dumb. Did I say anything? The dear man stared at it without saying a word. Kurama's pressure suddenly increased, and soon he felt that even the chakra form was a little difficult to maintain. Kushina secretly took a look, and finally couldn't help but burst out laughing, shaking off all the unnecessary thoughts in her mind, and laughed with an empty heart. This man and Fox are really so interesting. Kushina grabbed the Q-version Kurama who was almost limp. "Lu Ren, don't scare Kurama." Lu Ren looked at Kushina with a smile on her face, and then sat up straighter. "Oh, it seems that you are in a better mood." Kushina was stunned for a moment, and then her face was visibly red. What are you talking about?" Lu Ren just smiled, and did not tease her again, but took the initiative to ask, "Kushina, what are you going to do next?" Kushina's face changed immediately after hearing this, and suddenly she turned pale and said, What do you mean by asking me this?" Kurama couldn't help but jump out again, very unhappy and said, "Hey, you guy, you don't want to abandon Kushina again, do you?" Kushina stared at Lu Ren nervously. She is now truly homeless. The Whirlpool country has long disappeared, and Konoha has no place for her. The only deep sustenance of little Naruto has also been entrusted to the third-generation Hokage. She has just experienced a life and death struggle, and now she is in an unprecedented state of weakness, fatigue and sensitivity. Shikato helped her up and helped her tidy up her long red hair, and put his hand against her forehead. "I said I wanted to get you, and I never thought of giving up halfway, as long as you are ready." Kushina lowered her head again. This guy, how could he say it so bluntly? Then, she felt someone hugging her again, and Kushina's whole body stiffened immediately. Especially someone's hand was a little dishonest, sliding down her spine little by little, and the feeling of the fingertips gently sliding down her back made Kushina's goosebumps. When it was almost to the coccyx, she couldn't help but hold the hand. Kushina looked up, and her slightly red eyes seemed to be full of water, looking at him watery. Shikato held her hand back and whispered in her ear, "Kushina, what I want to ask you is, about a child?" Kushina trembled all over when she heard the words, and little Naruto could be regarded as her only concern now. Although the third Hokage had promised her that he would take good care of little Naruto, the premise of that entrustment was that she could not take care of him personally. She had already prepared herself for death. But now that she was still alive, separating her from little Naruto was undoubtedly a matter that made Kushina very worried. However, little Naruto's identity was there. On the one hand, as the other half of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Konoha would never let him go easily. On the other hand, Shikato had killed little Naruto's father with his own hands after all, and now not only that, but he was also going to take away his mother. This was too cruel for little Naruto. Kushina had no idea how to face her child. Shikato had given her too intense a sense of separation. Being held in his arms, Kushina always felt a strong sense of guilt tormenting herself. Shikato comforted her heart, "Don't think too much. If you can't make up your mind, then let me help you." Kushina raised her head and looked at him. Shikato said calmly, "Let's go get your child back." Kushina was immediately shocked. At this time, a slightly cold voice floated in from outside the cave. "If possible, please don't do this. Senju Tobirama stood not far away, looking at the two people hugging each other in front of him, and his eyes couldn't help twitching. Nara Shikato is a good partner, but he is a little too arbitrary when it comes to women. Little Tsunade, the young Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village, and the widow Uzumaki Kushina in front of him. Isn't this guy afraid of a Field? If little Tsunade knew, with her current temper, she would never let this kid off easily. In fact, Senju Tobirama is quite curious about future developments. In terms of strength, I'm afraid no one can check and balance this kid, but in other aspects, he might be taught a lesson by these women working together. Senju Tobirama has the idea of watching a good show. When Kushina heard the strange voice, she immediately trembled all over and wanted to push Shikato away, but she couldn't break free, so she could only shrink into Shikato's arms. In this way, she tried to hide from him. She didn't want to be discovered now, even by strangers. She didn't want to be seen like this. Shikato had a big heart and looked back at Senju Tobirama. You came back at the wrong time. Did I disturb you? Senju Tobirama continued. Do you need me to wait for you outside for a while? Shikato raised his eyelids. You seem to be in a bad mood, and you are actually provoking me. Senju Tobirama was indeed in a bad mood. Konoha disappointed him too much, so his tone at this moment was inevitably a bit tit for tat. I just remind you that the one in your arms is the wife of the fourth Hokage. After all, although she is a widow, it's not good for you to do this. Kushina trembled all over when she heard this, and violently broke free from Shikato's arms. But he quickly hugged her with one hand, and finally he simply put his hand in from a hidden angle. In an instant, Kushina suddenly became obedient, shrinking her head and not daring to move. Shikato finally found time to turn around. Haha, let me teach you what is not good. After saying that, he pulled his hand back and whispered in Kushina's ear, wait for me, I will go to teach this second-generation Hokage the basic principles of being a human being. Then he stood up and waved to Senju Tobirama, and walked out. After a while, Shikato had come back again, with flying dirt fragments hanging on his body. It took a while for Senju Tobirama to recover. Kushina was sitting on the ground in a daze. She still didn't understand what was going on. Why did the second-generation Hokage show up? But while Shikato was teaching Senju Tobirama a lesson, she sorted out some of her thoughts. Seeing Shikarin coming back in, she took a deep breath and said in a stiff tone, Shikarin, I just thought about it, let's not do this anymore. Shikarin walked over and said directly, isn't it too late to say that now? Kushina's cheeks blushed, we haven't done anything yet. Shikarin touched his lips and joked, is that so? Kushina's face turned even redder, and she couldn't help but keep backing away. Now, it's not too late to stop now. Shikarin walked over and hugged her who wanted to retreat. No, it's too late. Kushina opened her mouth, but didn't know how to refute him. Her heart was in a mess, and she couldn't figure out how to get along with Shikarin. At this time, Shikato had already added the last killer sentence, don't worry, Kushina, Minato will bless us. Kushina was suddenly struck by lightning, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. You? How can you say that? Shikato gently stroked her shoulders and whispered, Kushina, I just said the words you expect the most. Kushina refuted strongly, I didn't, I never thought about it. Shikato hugged her tightly, like a devil's whisper. Kushina, obey your heart, don't suppress yourself anymore, you will belong to me in the end. Kushina was held in his arms at a loss, and completely forgot to struggle. Shikato. We will definitely go to hell after we die. Chapter 161 3 Years in the Hidden Sound Village. After rescuing Kushina from Shikato and taking back half of the 9 tails for her, time passed quietly in the swing. 3 years passed. During these 3 years, the entire ninja world ushered in a rare short period of peace. Even a big country needs some time to rest and recuperate after years of war. The major ninja villages have been actively cultivating new seeds to consolidate their status as a big country. Especially after the complete opening up of the water country, it has shown a vigorous vitality and amazing potential. The water country mist village is entrenched on the heads of the other big countries, full of oppression, and is still getting stronger. Except for the Thunder Country Cloud Village, which expressed some dissatisfaction, the other countries are keeping silent. Each chooses to bury their heads in supplementing development and buy as much time as possible. The land of fields. This country is located in the gap between the Iron Country, the Soup Country, and the Fire Country. Originally, there was no ninja village here, and even no ninjas existed. But Shikato came and threw a big Orochimaru here. So in 2 years, a small ninja village was newly established on this land. Its name is Atagakure Village. As a newly established ninja village, Atagakure Ninja Village has no reputation in the entire ninja world. And the ninjas here, at first, were all rented from Kirigakure Village. Now it has developed a little bit, and it is still a group of rebellious ninjas from major ninja villages that have a few ninjas to support it. The establishment of Atagakure Village was somewhat accidental. Originally, after Orochimaru joined the Deerman camp in advance, he had a sense of confinement in Kirigakure Village in the Land of Water. With the support of Deerman, and often being able to exchange experiences with scientific research masters such as Senju Tobirama, Orochimaru is also happy. In many aspects of research, the progress is very good. Atagakure Village, a village that was created because of Orochimaru's ambition in the original work, has long lost its oil for existence at this time. After all, Orochimaru's ambition has been strangled in the bud by Deerman, and now he only has that little scientific research hobby left. However, something went wrong with Kushina's incident 3 years ago. Kushina was reluctant to abandon her child after all. However, if Konoha wanted to capture Naruto, it would have to fight for its life. Konoha had already attached great importance to the only half of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Senju Tobirama was caught in the middle. He didn't want to see Konoha being crushed by the Deer Man so early. Even though he was very disappointed with Konoha, if the Nine-Tails was taken away at this stage, and a full-scale conflict broke out with the Deer Man, Konoha would definitely be finished. So, he had been mediating. In the end, he proposed a suggestion, which was to establish a new ninja village on the border of the Land of Fire and establish an alliance with Konoha. Then, as a distant relative of the Uzumaki clan, he would find a way to protect Naruto and let him grow up little by little, and let Kushina often see her child. There are a lot of relationships that need to be mobilized here, and Kushina's identity needs to be hidden well. Senju Tobirama also made great efforts for this. It can be said that in order to buy more time for peace for Konoha, Senju Tobirama has spent a lot of effort over the years. He has been mediating between Shikato and Konoha for a long time, seeking a peaceful balance point. For this, he even took the initiative to be Shikato's licker, and he responded to Shikato's requests. If he was not an impure earth body, he would probably be bald now. Kushina also reluctantly agreed because of the deceased Minato and the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama's pleading. And Kushina's agreement also made Shikato lose the reason to start a war. The village of Sound hidden in the morning, the sky was clear and refreshing, in a secluded underground hut. Kushina yawned and sat up straight. Her long fiery red hair was scattered all over her shoulders, her skin was whiter than snow, and the corner of the thin blanket she was holding covered the most beautiful scenery. She turned her head and glanced at the calendar on the wall. The date had been circled in red in advance. This made her feel happy, because today was the day to go to Konoha to see little Naruto. Sitting in front of the dressing table, she began to dress herself up seriously. 3 years is enough time for people to adapt to too many things. For example, Kushina has adapted to the current life. She has also regained her previous optimism and cheerfulness. Kushina likes her current life very much. In the Hidden Sound Village, her identity is quite special. In terms of identity arrangement, she is an elite ninja belonging to the Hidden Sound Village and a survivor of the original Whirlpool country. So the fiery red hair color does not need to be deliberately concealed. Just cut the hair a little shorter, and use a black butterfly headband to tie the waist-length hair into a braid, which hangs down in front of the snow-white neck. It adds a lazy lady temperament to her. The butterfly headband is a gift from Shikato to her. In addition to its exquisite style, it is mainly to cover up the breadth of being a Jinchuriki. This is a headband with a special sealing technique. In fact, this headband is not simple. It was developed by Senju Tobirama with great effort, and finally given by Shikato himself. So Kushina always thought that this was a gift made by Shikato with great effort, and she cherishes it very much until now. After cleaning up, Kushina walked out of the hut. Not far outside the hut, two little boys were fighting each other. One of them had long white hair parted in the middle, and there were two obvious red marks on his forehead. During his opening moves, he could often pull out a bone knife from his body. His skills were quite outstanding among children of 6 or 7 years old. The other one who was fighting against him was a boy with short orange hair. Although he was also only about 6 or 7 years old, he was already tall and big. When they fought, dark spots kept appearing all over their bodies. The contest between the two boys was soon decided, and the white-haired boy locked the orange-haired boy with his spine. Kimimaro looked up. You lost, Jugo. Jugo was not disappointed. This was not the first time he lost to Kimimaro. Since Lord Shikato brought him to this village, Kimimaro was the only one among his peers who could suppress his rampage. Jugo has a special physique and a dual personality. His body can naturally absorb natural energy, which is to say, he has become a fairy, but the side effect is that he is often out of control and falls into rampage. After the rampage, Jugo's desire to kill was extremely strong. The first time Shikato saw Jugo was when he was rampaging. He had a face full of madness and bloodlust, as if he wanted to swallow people whole. He rushed towards Shikato with a big laugh on his face. And then, there was nothing else. He is now a member of the Otagakure village. If anyone dares to slander Lord Shikato, Jugo will be the first to express his disagreement. After Kushina came out, she greeted the two little guys with a smile. You two are competing again. You are really energetic so early in the morning. Kimimaro heard this and immediately said respectfully, Lady Kushina. Shigeo also bowed his head and said, Lady Kushina, did we disturb you? Kushina rubbed the heads of the two little guys. No, I'm just a little happy today. By the way, where is that guy? Kushina has changed her name for Dear Man many times in the past few years. Every change means her ups and downs in her mentality. From the beginning, she sank a little bit under the temptation of Dear Man, and she didn't want to think about it. Then she gradually began to adapt and became rational a little bit. At this time, she was a little conflicted, but she was more used to it, and even her heart was getting more and more reluctant. Until some time ago, by chance, she discovered that a young and beautiful Mizukage from the Hidden Mist village was playing tricks in Dear Man's room. Kushina had not treated Shikato well for a long time, and her way of addressing him was much more blunt. If she had not gone to see Naruto and needed Shikato's cooperation, she would not even want to talk to him now. That guy had said something nice before, something like you're mine, something like I will get you in the end. He said it in a very exaggerated way. It was really nice, and she was intoxicated by it. But now Kushina has gradually come to her senses. It is true that she said it this way, and it is true that she did it this way, but the key point is that she is not the only one. Although the ninja world does not explicitly advocate monogamy, even if they remarry, most of them are because their other half has passed away. Like Shikato, who has one at home and one outside, it is really a bit unscrupulous. She remembered that Shikato had even argued with her once before, saying that he had to do it in order to strengthen the Uzumaki clan. After all, the Uzumaki clan is about to wither. Kushina was very touched at first, and was a little confused. Later, I realized that it was not right. You are clearly trying to strengthen the Nara clan. Damn it. I should have bitten him to death before. When I thought of the young and beautiful Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village, Kushina wanted to kick someone in the ass. When Chaogo heard what Lady Kushina asked, he raised his hand and called a blackbird. This is Chaogo's talent. He has been able to understand the sounds of animals since he was a child. The bird chirped in his ear for a while, and then flew away happily. Chaogo then looked up and said, Lord Shikato is practicing in the back mountain. He went there as soon as the sun rose. Kushina gritted her teeth when she heard this. Knowing that he had to cooperate with me to go to Konoha today, he went to practice early in the morning. This was clearly a trick on me. Because during this period, Kushina was having a quarrel with him. Kushina went to the back mountain, and little Naruto's birthday was important. At this time, what caught my eye in the back mountain were the various mountains that had been blown to pieces. Rocks, rubble, and debris were everywhere. It was not the first time that Jugo and Kimimaro had seen Shikaman's training. Although they were still shocked by the scene of the almost complete destruction of the entire back mountain, they were more or less accustomed to it. Compared to Shikaman's strength, Lord Orochimaru, the leader of the Sound Village, was more real. Lord Shikaman was so strong that it was a little too unreal. At this time, a purple-black ray in the air cut through the sky and swept straight across. A towering mountain in the distance was immediately broken into two. Sage technique, storm release, light fang. After Shikaman performed this move, the deep eyeshadow of Sage Mode disappeared. Storm release was one of his main gains in the past 3 years. It was a bloodline limit generated by the fusion of lightning attribute chakra and water attribute chakra. Storm release had both the destructiveness of lightning and the flexibility of water, and was as sharp and controllable as a laser. Especially after entering Sage Mode, Sage Technique, Storm Release was almost like a rebirth. and its destructive power increased exponentially. In the original novel, Uchiha Madara used the Sage Technique Storm Release to interrupt the Yin-Yang Release Black Rod in the hands of Naruto in the Six Paths mode. This move is still quite powerful. With a strengthening of the Sage mode, the power will be greatly increased with a blessing of the Sage Technique. Shikato developed the Storm Release Bloodline Genkai by borrowing the exclusive experience of Madarumi, and it is inevitable that there will be some friction in the process. It was at that time that Kushina discovered a trace of connection between the two. Shikato had already noticed Kushina waiting on the side, and after testing the Sage Technique Storm Release, he took the initiative to walk over. Kimimaro and Jugo both lowered their heads. The two are currently following Kushina as disciples. The main reason is that she doesn't have much to do. Although she belongs to the Sound Village, most of the things in the Sound Village are arranged by Orochimaru, and she has a lot of free time. The two little guys have a vague impression of Shikato, because Shikato has rarely taken action and has not had much contact with him. Most of the time, the two boys followed Kushina, and occasionally Orochimaru would draw some blood for the scientific research development of the ninja world. Compared to Shikato, they admired Kushina from the bottom of their hearts. Shikato, Kushina, why are you here? Kushina, did you forget what day it is today? Shikato, what day? Kushina gritted her teeth. It's Naruto's birthday. Last time we agreed with him to celebrate his birthday together. Kushina and Shikato are a pair of distant relatives from the Uzumaki clan who drifted to the Sound Ninja Village. They visit Naruto once a month. But most of the time, Kushina goes alone. Occasionally, Shikato is free, and they will go together. It may be that Shikato has not come in the previous few times, and this time it happens to be another birthday. So it was agreed that the two of them would go together to celebrate for Naruto. As a result, Shikato went to the back mountain to practice Storm Release early in the morning. So Kushina was very unhappy. Shikato pretended to be embarrassed. Sorry. I almost forgot about that. I thought you were still angry with me. Kushina's face froze. Why should I be angry? What does your little thing have to do with me? I am not related to you. Shikato smiled. Is that so? He just didn't comment, and turned to Kimimaro and Jugo and said, by the way, Kimimaro, Jugo, Orochimaru just said that he wants you two to go over there for something, just now, although they knew that Lord Shikato was sending them away so that he could bully Lord Kushina. But Kimimaro and Jugo clearly felt a kind of panic and a vague sense of expectation from Lord Kushina. The two looked at each other and left one after another, heading to one of Lord Orochimaru's underground bases. Kushina's cheeks were slightly red. As for Shikato, she still didn't know how she should face him. The identity of the younger brother that originally stayed in her mind had long been blurred. She followed him without knowing what was going on, and Kushina couldn't tell what she was really thinking. Anyway, she didn't feel disgusted, but rather a different kind of happiness. So Kushina chose to follow her heart and followed her feelings. Seeing that Shikato had sent Kimimaro and Jugo away, Kushina immediately became a little nervous. What do you want to do now? Shikato said seriously. Kushina, you have been angry these days. I noticed that you have grown a lot, so I want to test your depth again. Kushina was stunned for a moment, and then her face turned red. Go to hell. Shikato smiled and grabbed Kushina's little fist. Little Naruto is still waiting for us. He has been looking forward to his birthday. Are you sure you don't want to hurry up? Kushina, today is little Naruto's birthday. He is probably waiting for her in Konoha. After all, little Naruto is an orphan in Konoha now, and he only has this distant relative aunt. When she thought of that child, Kushina's nose felt sour, and she glared at someone with great annoyance. This guy didn't even let little Naruto go. Fortunately, Naruto is still young and doesn't understand the concessions his mother made for him, otherwise he would definitely want to kill Shikato. Kushina had softened at this time, biting her lip and said, come back with me, and you have to be quick. But before she took a step after grabbing Shikato's arm, she found that Shikato was standing there without moving. Kushina glared at him. What do you want, Shikato? Just here? Kushina was stunned. What do you mean? What do you mean right here? Then, she looked at Shikato's meaningful smile and gradually came to her senses. Her face became uglier and uglier, and she yelled, Nara Shikato, I'm going to kill you. Kushina, I beg to die. Chapter 162 Big, Deer and Butterfly. 3 years of personal ability. Shikato focused on developing 3 of them. One is the observation haki that can foresee the future. One is the Storm Release Bloodline Genkai. The last is the Sage Mode. Among them, he did not waste health points in the development of Storm Release Bloodline Genkai. Instead, he spent time grinding it out little by little based on some experience and insights taught by Madarumi. Most of the health points accumulated during this period were used by Shikato on the two ability items of Observation Haki and Sage Mode. Now both Observation Haki and Sage Mode have been filled to the advanced stage. However, the advanced stage of Observation Haki is still not enough to foresee the future. It just makes the five senses more acute, and Shikato can use it to listen to the breath length of the surrounding creatures, or the mysterious fluctuations in emotions. On the one hand, Shikato can easily sense the creatures lurking within a certain range around him. And according to the changes in the breath length and emotional fluctuations, it is easy to distinguish between enemies and friends, strong and weak factors. Dearman always felt that this stage of Observation Haki was a bit against black and white Setsu. That guy was an expert in both lurking and disguising. And this high-level Observation Haki just restrained it. However, since that guy provoked Dearman last time and was almost torn to pieces by him, he seemed to be scared. It has been a long time since I heard anything about it. Although the high-level Observation Haki cannot predict the future, it unexpectedly awakened the Conqueror Haki that has been sleeping in Dearman's body. However, Conqueror Haki is a bit special, and the health points accumulated by the system are invalid for it. This Conqueror Haki should belong to a kind of king's qualification, a kind of spirit that people are born with. It can only be controlled, but not cultivated. Therefore, health points cannot directly upgrade Conqueror Haki. However, Dearman's Conqueror Haki was already very good at the beginning. When the Conqueror Haki ability entry was opened, the subsequent levels were already locked at the advanced stage. After several tests, Shikato realized that although Conqueror Haki cannot be improved with health points, it is not impossible to improve it. Its height depends on the other two colors of Haki. As long as the Observation Haki and Armed Haki are improved, Conqueror Haki will automatically follow the weakest type of Haki and rise up. But its upper limit is also locked at the same limit of the weakest color of Haki. At this stage, Shikato's Armed Haki has exceeded 100 and reached the extraordinary level. It is no longer a matter of health points to improve it. Instead, it needs to fight continuously. Relatively speaking, the real limit of Conqueror Haki is still the high-level Observation Haki. The limit of Observation Haki also means the limit of Conqueror Haki. Shikato's current Conqueror Haki is also in a high-level full grid state, and it will take some time to reach the top level. As for the Sage Mode, with a blessing of health points, it has also reached a high-level full grid state. The Sage Mode at this stage lasts longer, the Sage's eyeshadow is deeper, and the power of the Sage technique has also been increased to a certain extent. If he uses the boundary marker of Myaboku Mountain, Shikato can even achieve the ultimate normalization of Sage Mode. He even has a feeling that if he continues to advance to Sage Mode, he will sooner or later collide with a special state of the Sixth Path Sage. At present, among the three pillars that Shikato focuses on developing, the most prominent ones are Storm Release and Haki. Although Sage Mode can be normalized, it does not increase the power itself much, and it still needs to be promoted to the next level. What really makes Shikato's overall strength rise again is the Conqueror Haki that was accidentally opened after the upgrade of Observation Haki. Conqueror Haki has a special application technique, Heng-chan. This is an ability that Shikato has been coveting for a long time. Although it is somewhat conflicting with the extraordinary level of Armament Haki ability. But Heng-chan has greater potential and stronger destructive power. The two have different compatibility. Armament Haki is more defensive for Shikato. The Heng-chan of Conqueror strengthens the most extreme offense. Konoha Ninja Village. After 3 years of rest and recuperation, most of the streets of Konoha have regained some of their former prosperity. Kushina, dressed like a lady, was leaning on Shikato's arms at the moment, and rushed to Konoha with a little fluttering steps. Shikato and Kushina both learned some of Orochimaru's software transformation, and used this trip to reshape their bodies. In addition, Orochimaru developed a human skin mask from the writing and erasing technique. Now, even if the people of the Hyuga clan opened their eyes, they couldn't see any clues about the two people. This is also a major reason why Konoha has not been able to see through Kushina's true identity. In addition, the two ninja villages have formed an alliance. Kushina, as a distant relative of the Uzumaki clan, comes to take care of the Uzumaki clan's posthumous child from time to time, which is within the range that Konoha can accept. If it weren't for the importance of little Naruto, Kushina could even find a reason to adopt him directly. At this moment, Kushina was half leaning on Shikato, and her white hands were in a hidden place, grabbing the soft flesh on Shikato's waist and torturing him non-stop. Gritting his teeth, he said softly, "Do you have to do it today? Shikato, you are really a bastard now." Shikato was in good shape and could bear the pain. There was even a hint of aftertaste on his face. "Kushina, don't you think you are more attractive today?" Kushina stepped on him hard and smelt him at the same time. "I don't smell good, it's that little fox from the hidden mist village that smells good." Shikato, among Shikato's 3 current women, the most obedient one is obviously Madarumi. Because the little cat has been accustomed to being oppressed by Shikato, she no longer has the bottom line in front of Shikato. The second is Kushina, although Kushina will make some small troubles. But due to multiple factors in the past, she can't accept marrying Shikato openly. Under multiple factors such as the widow, little Naruto, and Minato, Kushina thinks that the current situation is good. Of course, it would be even better if Shikato didn't provoke the fox from the hidden mist village. Among the 3 women, the most troublesome one is Tsunade, who has been lingering in the gambling street. That woman is still being kept in the dark by Shikato. Shikato even gives her some gambling money from time to time to help Tsunade stay in Tansho streets temporarily, under the pretext of facilitating contact. Otherwise, if Tsunade finds out something, even Shikato will have a headache. Now the 3 women are in 3 different places. Fortunately, with the Flying Thunder God technique, even if the 3 different places are far apart, Shikato can still parry with some effort. Of course, the strong physique in this regard is also a big advantage. However, Flying Thunder God is really good. This trick has long been resounding in the ninja world, and finally Shikato has tasted the sweetness. Sometimes, it can be changed 3 times in a day, and it is still unnoticed. It's delicious. However, Senju Tobirama seems to have discovered Shikato's fancy way of playing with Flying Thunder God. At that time, he was so angry that he almost wanted to self-destruct and went to confront Tsunade directly. Fortunately, he was persuaded by Shikato in the end. Shikato and Kushina came to the central street of Konoha. Kushina looked up at the newly carved Hokage rock in the distance, especially at the 4th huge face, and her eyes stayed for a moment. Finally, she lowered her head silently and hugged Shikato's arm tightly. Every time she returned to Konoha Ninja Village with Shikato, she would always have complicated and tangled emotions in her heart. Shikato saw this, smiled slightly, and gently knocked her head with his forehead. He simply soothed her sensitive heart. Then he proudly put his arm around Kushina's slender waist, and took Kushina to the single-family courtyard that the 2 had bought for little Naruto. However, he couldn't help but feel a little ups and downs in his heart. "I'm so sorry, Minato. Madam, she is so charming." Since Shikato and Kushina entered Konoha, there have been ninjas from the ANBU watching the 2. Shikato and Kushina have long been accustomed to it, and it's like this every time they come. There is no way. Konoha now has only 1 human pillar, and they can no longer be careless. Walking along the way, they came to a corner of an alley. The deer man suddenly lowered his head, and at the same time, a chubby boy bumped into his thigh. Then he bounced back and sat on the ground. "It hurts." Akemichi Chaji was only 3 or 4 years old, small, with short brown hair and a chubby face. He was rubbing his butt and standing up. Behind him, a little girl with short blonde hair caught up. Finally, there was a boy with dead fish eyes who was not in a hurry and looked unmotivated. The 3 little guys had a close family relationship, so they played together since they were young. The chubby boy Akemichi Chaji, the blonde girl Yamanaka Ino, and the dead fish eyes kid Nara Shikamaru. After Yamanaka Ino caught up, she helped Chaji up and complained, "Why are you running so fast? No one is trying to snatch the barbecue from you." Finally, Shikamaru came over and said, "What a trouble. It's just a barbecue. Why are you so excited?" Then he said, "Are you okay? If you are, let's go. This meal is my treat." The 3 little guys packed up and were about to leave. As a result, just as Shikamaru took a step, his small stature was lifted up by the collar from behind. Kushina rolled her eyes at Shikaman. This guy was obviously going to bully people again. Shikaman looked up and down at the little brat in his hand. "This kid looks familiar." Shikaman smiled and said, "Little brat, you have to apologize if you bump into someone. Did your father teach you that?" Nara Shikamaru looked unhappy. "Uncle. Who are you? How dare you argue with us kids?" I know, and Choji also glared at Shikaman in dissatisfaction. Shikato paused for a moment. Kid, you're quite talkative. What's your name? Shikamaru. Tisk. Why should I tell you? Choji? That's right, Shikamaru. Don't tell him. Shikato. Shikamaru. I know. Stupid Choji. You called out Shikamaru's name. Why don't you tell others? Fortunately, his identity as a member of the Nara clan was not revealed by your big mouth. Shikato. Shikamaru. Shikato looked up and down at the kid in his hand. It was indeed Shikamaru Nara, the son of his brother. The little nephew smacked his lips when Kushina heard the name. She also came to her senses and leaned close to Shikato's ear. Is it the child of the Shikoku family? Shikato nodded, then put Shikamaru on the ground, took the initiative to help him tidy up his collar, and finally smiled slowly, and the more he smiled, the brighter it became. But that face was a human skin mask after all, and the large expression seemed very stiff, so that the bright smile of Shikato gave people a gloomy and terrifying feeling. Nara Shikamaru was a little panicked. Uncle, what do you want to do? Please stop laughing. Why do you laugh like a ghost? I know, and Choji were also trembling under Shikato's terrifying smile. Shikato was just about to scare his little nephew when he heard Ino beside him suddenly screaming, You are Aunt Nanako. Shikato was stunned for a moment. Nanako? Who? Then he heard Kushina's voice in his ear. Hey, do you know me? Shikato then remembered that in the identities that Kushina and he had fabricated in Konoha, Kushina was called this name. Uzumaki Nanako. Shikato gave her the name, and Kushina was always unhappy at the time. The name always sounded weird at first. But Shikato held her conscience at the time, so Kushina didn't have the mind to think about anything else, and she agreed in a daze. At this time, Ino was relieved a little, as if she realized that she met an acquaintance, not a bad guy. I know, I have seen you. You are Naruto's relative, right? Kushina blinked. Oh, are you friends of little Naruto? Shikamaru muttered. No, I am not familiar with that rich second generation. Before she finished speaking, Ino had already punched him and looked at Shikamaru fiercely. Stupid, say yes to me. Got it? This little action naturally could not be hidden from Kushina. She just smiled and looked back at Shikaman. Naruto has reached the age of making friends. Shikaman looked down at the new generation of Pig, Shika and Butterfly, and then said, Hey, little devils, do you want to eat cake? After saying this, the trembling Choji immediately widened his eyes and nodded wildly. Yes, yes, yes. Ino's eyes also lit up. Children of this age have almost no immunity to sweets, especially cream cakes. However, Shikamaru looked at him suspiciously like a little adult. Uncle, I always feel like you have bad intentions. Shikaman's eyes jumped. This kid is too precocious. He doesn't look like a child at all. Kushina smiled and explained, Today is Naruto's birthday. If possible, we would like to invite you guys to celebrate Naruto's birthday together. Is that okay? Shikamaru pouted. So he wanted to find a playmate for the child. Tisk, troublesome adults. Shikaman bent down, approached the boy, grinned and said, Kid, you look unhappy. Shikamaru couldn't help but take a step back. What's wrong with this uncle? It always feels like he is targeting me. Kushina couldn't help but complain about Shikato. What are you doing? Why are you suddenly scaring a child like this? Really? Shikato laughed. Don't you think this kid is funny? Kushina glanced at him and muttered in a very low voice, If you like children so much, why don't you have one? You are always avoiding it. Shikato, what? Kushina blushed slightly. Nothing. Shikato, really? Seeing Shikato's smile getting more and more weird, Kushina's face suddenly turned red. Oh, you are so annoying. I said it's nothing. Shikato smiled but said nothing. Shikato really didn't want to be tied down too early on the issue of children. Because what he pursues is the limit of life, longevity, not a short life of more than 100 years. In the short term, he doesn't want to be tied down by the relationship between children. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Hyuga Hinata, Uncle. Naruto's life now is much better than in the original book. On the one hand, after being taught a lesson by Senju Tobirama, the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen began to pay attention to the way of using emotions to maintain the Jinchuriki. He has guided the public opinion of the village towards the Jinchuriki as much as possible. At the same time, he is also setting an example and often comes to take care of the daily life of little Naruto. In secret, he also asks his subordinates to take more care of Naruto. In addition, the other half of the nine-tailed demon fox in Naruto's body has never been violent. These factors combined have also made the malice and hostility that little Naruto has received in the village less and less over time. On the other hand, as distant relatives of the Uzumaki clan, Shikato and Kushina have shown great generosity in taking care of Naruto. Since she can't show too much maternal love, Kushina chose to give Naruto an extreme in terms of money. Kushina had worked hard to dig out a small half of Shikato's treasury, and gave it all to compensate Naruto. It's no exaggeration to say that Naruto's current financial resources would make even the ANBU who protects him jealous. This kid is definitely a rich second generation. When Shikato and Kushina came to the single-family courtyard, the kids of the three families of Ino, Shika and Joe followed behind. On the way, the three kids had already greeted their families. The three families of Ino, Shika and Joe were not worried about their children following the ninjas from the Hidden Sound village. The main reason was that the couple from the Hidden Sound village was under the surveillance of the ANBU 24 hours a day, and it was not the first time they came here, so they were more or less familiar with it. What's more, the third-generation Saratobi Hirozen also intended to arrange the successors of the major families to cultivate friendships with the Jinchuriki of the village. In this way, the Jinchuriki would establish a bond with the village and his partners. In fact, it's not just the Ino Shikacho. In addition to the Uchiha clan, the children of all the major families in the village are trying to build relationships with Naruto. The Uchiha clan wanted to try hard, but the Sandame was not very happy about it, and Danzo was even more sternly opposed. Forget about the Uchiha clan. The love of this clan is too easy to be distorted. It would be troublesome if the Jinchuriki was taught badly. What's more, this is the ultimate weapon of Jinchuriki. If you get too close to the Uchiha clan, you can't guarantee what will happen in the future. After all, the blood-red Megatomate pupils are enough to control the evil power of the Nine Tails. However, although the Uchiha clan was excluded from contact with Naruto, the Uchiha clan during this period was still much better than the situation in the original book. Because there was no trace of Obito in the Nine Tails rebellion, the Uchiha clan was naturally not caught by Danzo with any unwarranted handles. Although they were still maliciously targeted, the overall environment and public opinion were much better. At least, at this stage, the Uchiha clan has no intention of a coup, and the radicals in the clan only account for a small number. Little Naruto has been looking forward to this day for a long time, and he has been waiting at home early. Hearing the movement coming from the door, his originally depressed mood suddenly brightened up. Short blonde hair, round little face, blue pupils, and a few traces of fox whiskers on both cheeks. Naruto looked through the window and saw Shikato and Kushina walking in, and immediately ran out. That soft and cute little face was filled with long-awaited happiness. Kushina's nose felt sore, she squatted down and opened her arms. Naruto ran over, then brushed past Kushina. With one last big jump, his short legs jumped onto Shikato's waist, hugged him tightly. Uncle, Kushina turned her head stiffly, her fingers pointing at herself unconsciously. Her eyes seemed to lose their light in an instant. Naruto, what about me? Naruto turned back perfunctorily. Aunt Nanako. Then he immediately turned back, his little face full of expectation. Uncle, are you here to spend my birthday with me? Shikato grabbed the back of his collar, lifted him up and put him on his shoulder. Hey, kid, how many times have I told you? A man has to be cooler. Little Naruto sat on Shikato's neck with his legs apart, holding his chin intimately. Kushina muttered a little jealously. Whoa, why is this happening? Doesn't little Naruto like me anymore? It was obvious that she often came back to take care of Naruto, but Shikato only came once every few months. It was obviously because I allowed someone to trample on my conscience that I got a small part of his treasury, and then gave it to little Naruto as a gift. It has always been like this, but why does little Naruto like to stick to Shikato so much, instead of me? Kushina really doesn't understand why. Shikato doesn't know too much, he can only say that some people are born to be liked by children. Anyway, there is also a little guy with black hair and black eyes in the Hidden Mist village, who is also very attached to him. Shikato has been thinking about whether to transfer Lady Mikado and little Sasuke to the Hidden Sound village. On the one hand, it is to keep Kushina company, and on the other hand, Kushina is still looking for this good girlfriend of his. He has never given up, so Shikato is a little hesitant. If Kushina knows this, will she bite him to death at night? Even if she doesn't bite him to death, it's not good to have the damaged parts. If Kushina gets really angry, Shikato is not sure what she will do. Deerman and Kushina picked up little Naruto here, and then took the new generation of pig, deer, and butterfly ghosts and went straight to a barbecue restaurant on the central street. The name of the barbecue restaurant is Jiulu Barbecue, which was the money Kushina dug out from Deerman's small treasury. In the name of Naruto, a restaurant was purchased in Konoha. Like this kind of commercial store, Kushina bought 9 sets in one go in the name of little Naruto. Scattered in the commercial streets of various prosperous areas in the Land of Fire. Because it was a peaceful period when everything was revived, the business atmosphere in Konoha recovered the fastest. As a result, the overall business can be said to be making a fortune every day, which is not an exaggeration. Little Naruto only took part of the dividends, but this was enough to live comfortably. Most of the rest was still kept by Kushina for him for the time being. As a home venue, the barbecue restaurant naturally had already vacated the largest area for Deerman and his party. Although Akimichi Chaji was not very old, the Akimichi clan had always been frequent customers of the barbecue restaurant. Seeing that Kushina took out a platinum VIP membership card, he immediately opened his mouth wide. "Nai, Aunt Nanako, the card in your hand, no, it can't be the most prestigious platinum card of Jiulu Barbecue Restaurant, right? You know, the Akimichi clan, who eats barbecue 3 times a day, only has a gold VIP membership card. I didn't expect that the highest level membership card of Jiulu Barbecue Restaurant actually exists." Kushina exclaimed when she heard it, and took out the golden card. "Are you talking about this?" "I think so, I'm not sure. This thing belongs to Makoto, right?" Makoto. While speaking, she nudged Shikato with her elbow. Shikato was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that Makoto was referring to himself. His current identity is Ito Makoto, and people give him the nickname Makoto. Yes, it's Makoto who was wrong because of the world, so he was stabbed by the world, and then traveled around the world with Katsura holding his head. Shikato borrowed Makoto's name for his identity in a Tiger cure. At that time, he borrowed it out of a momentary bad taste, but now he has a little regret. I always feel that his current situation makes him inexplicably more and more like Makoto. This made him jump when he realized this, but it was too late to change it. Akimichi Chaji stared at Shikato curiously. "Uncle, is this true? How did you get it? My father spent more than 30 million taels a year, and he just got a gold card." Shikamaru opened his mouth wide. 30 million? What kind of delicacies did he eat? Aino looked at Naruto. Her eyes were full of money, so Naruto's relatives are richer than the family of the Akimichi clan's patriarch. It seems that his family has no children yet, so doesn't it mean? Sitting in the seat, Shikato nodded to Chaji, full of wealth. "I'm different from your father. Your father has to pay them for eating here. I don't have to pay for eating here." When Chaji heard this, he drooled with envy. Wouldn't he be able to eat for free every day? Shikamaru looked up at Shikato and roughly guessed the reason. Aino tilted her head. "Why, uncle?" Shikato put his arm around Kushina's slender waist. "Because their boss ladies are all mine." Kushina's cheeks flushed slightly, and she hit him. "Be serious." In front of the children, Chaji and Aino were stunned, because their little heads hadn't yet turned around the meaning of these 2 sentences. Shikamaru understood it immediately, and at the same time rolled his eyes. "This damn sour smell is even more outrageous than that of parents." Seeing that the 2 friends didn't understand, Shikamaru was about to explain to them. Naruto had already spoken proudly. My uncle is awesome. This store is opened by my uncle. He has promised me that when I grow up, he will give it to me as a gift. This is my uncle. Awesome." The 3 little guys, Aino, Shika and Joe, immediately looked at Naruto with envy. Kushina felt bitter. "It was obviously your mother who sacrificed herself to feed the tiger, and only in exchange for you little by little. You don't know what your mother has paid for that little treasury." She felt a little jealous and couldn't help but secretly tortured Shikato's waist again. Shikato's eyes jumped, and at an angle where no one noticed, he twisted Kushina's butt hard. Kushina almost jumped up from her seat and screamed. Naruto raised his head. "Auntie Nanako, what's wrong with you?" Shikato also asked with a smile. "Yes, Nanako, why are you so surprised?" Kushina's cheeks flushed. She glared at Shikato, and then said to Naruto, "It's okay, I just saw." After a short pause, just when she was about to change the subject casually, she suddenly saw an acquaintance. Pointing to a mother and daughter who had just walked in not far away, she said in surprise, "Hey, Yui, the people who came had dark blue hair, and both mother and daughter were very beautiful. But the most eye-catching thing was their eyes, with a white pupil." Shikato raised his eyebrows. They were from the Hyuga clan. Compared to Kushina greeting the lady, Shikato's eyes could not help but fall on the little girl held by the hand of the lady Yui. She looked familiar. Shikato could not help but get close to Kushina. "Who is she?" Kushina whispered. "Yui, Hyuga Yui, the wife of Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan." Shikato suddenly realized, oh, so this soft and cute little girl must be Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Yui held her daughter Hyuga Hinata's hand and greeted Kushina with a smile. "Sorry, I forgot to introduce her. This is my daughter, Hyuga Hinata." Then, she nodded to Shikato politely. Beside her, the little Hinata was shyly hiding behind her mother's thighs, with only half of her face exposed, secretly looking here. Her eyes paused on Naruto for a while, and the two pink and white little hands poked their index fingers together, and said in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Naruto, Naruto." Naruto tilted his head. "You are Hinata." Hinata's cheeks were flushed, and she lowered her head shyly. Hyuga Yui and Kushina seemed to have a good relationship. At Kushina's invitation, she brought her daughter Hyuga Hinata and sat at this table. Afterwards, the two women were already talking and laughing softly, and the atmosphere seemed relatively relaxed and comfortable. Several children played together. Shikato was also happy and leisurely. He poured himself a glass of wine and drank it all in one gulp. When he put down the wine glass, he glanced at Hyuga Yui. This delicate woman who had been smiling since she came in was a little fake. Shikato could see that Hyuga Hinata's mother seemed to be deliberately trying to win over Kushina. In the topics discussed by the two, Hyuga Yui was mostly willing to serve as a foil, deliberately highlighting the topics that Kushina was interested in. This also made the communication between the two seem very natural and smooth, as if they were good sisters who had not seen each other for a long time. Shikato didn't like this woman very much. She was too purposeful. He turned and took another look. He was somewhat curious about the shy Hyuga Hinata, who didn't dare to speak at all in a group of children. How could such a family raise such a simple little girl? As the barbecue was served one by one, the atmosphere at the table gradually recovered. At a young age, Akimichi Choji showed his terrifying appetite as a member of the Akimichi clan. He stuffed handfuls of skewers into his mouth, and his mouth was almost full of oil. Shikamaru reminded him several times to let Choji pay attention to his image, but after he officially started eating, it seemed that Choji only had food in his eyes. Shikato also smiled and said, "It's okay. If you like to eat, eat more. You are so young, it's time to grow up." Shikato, "ZZ Dasu, thank you, uncle." "Dasu nong renjeng hao, uncle, you are so kind." Shikato smiled and said nothing. He just turned around and found that more than half of the large plate of skewers that had just been served on the table had disappeared. He was stunned. That's not right. Shikato didn't eat so much. Burp on the side. Hinata Hyuga burped with a slightly red face. Shikato looked over in the direction of the sound, but in front of this little girl with white eyes, there was already a small pile of barbecue trays. Burp. Shikato turned his head again and found that a small pile of trays had been piled in front of Yui Hyuga without her noticing. At this time, she was wiping the corners of her mouth with a tissue. Noticing Shikato looking over, a stereotyped smile immediately appeared on her fair and delicate face, and her eyes narrowed habitually. Chapter 164 Hyuga Clan. Hinata Yui covered her mouth with her hands, and her stereotyped smile seemed to be mixed with a hint of shyness. "I'm so sorry. Did I eat too much? Did I scare you?" Her tone was extremely gentle, even with a hint of pity. Shikato raised his eyebrows. "No, I'm just curious, madam. Your appetite and figure will make other women envious." Kushina also blinked. Yui has always been open to meat, and she is an invisible big eater. The key is that she has a good figure, and her slender waist makes her a little jealous. But I didn't expect that her daughter has the same physique. So envious. Hinata Yui drank a cup of tea and tilted her head to look at Kushina. "Really?" Kushina said with a smile. "You don't know how much I envy you. I have never dared to eat meat." Hinata Yui, "Huh? Why?" Kushina glanced at Shikato with a smile, and then said, "I don't have the same physique as you. If I eat too much, someone will dislike me." Shikato smiled and put his arm around her waist, whispering in her ear, "No, Kushina, eat more. At most, we can do more double exercise later, and I will help you digest the food. Kushina's cheeks immediately flushed, twisting his waist, and breathing like orchids taut. You are going to die, and there are people watching. Hinata Yui noticed Kushina's blushing face, and subconsciously showed a stereotyped smile again. But under the squinting pupils, a faint distortion emerged. Ah, Nanako is so cute, I really want to play with her. Shikato's observation Haki sensed this twisted emotion, and he looked over as if he had sensed something. Hyuga Yui smiled at him gently again, but she was already feeling a strong sense of disgust in her heart. So disgusting? This guy's eyes are so disgusting? Nanako must be very uncomfortable being possessed by such a disgusting guy. How nice it would be to give Nanako to me. Although Shikato couldn't clearly sense Hyuga Yui's inner thoughts, the particularly clear sense of rejection hidden under the smile made him somewhat stunned. This wife of Hyuga Hayashi, who had almost no scenes in the original work, seemed to have turned a little dark. He vaguely sensed a possibility. At the same time, he stepped hard on Shikato's instep and responded with a sharp look. Bastard, don't you even look at where you are. Shikato just smiled, and at the same time he was sure of one thing. The character of the Hyuga family's wife over there was indeed a bit twisted. She did have a special malice towards him, and at the same time, her sense of distortion should come from Kushina. Just when Shikato stretched out his hand, he clearly saw Hyuga Yui tremble, and a thick black aura seemed to appear around her body. This discovery made Shikato smack his lips. In the original work, Hyuga Hinata, who was as pure as a blank sheet of paper and with fate when she greeted Naruto, actually had such a sick mother. It's really interesting. Sitting in the opposite seat, Hyuga Yui's hands were placed on her thighs, and in a place where others could not see, she had almost twisted the kimono on her legs into a circle. But she still had a smile on her face, and her narrowed eyes did not show any malice, but her heart was only full of almost crazy thoughts about Shikato. Go to hell, die, die, die. And when her eyes turned to Kushina, who was already blushing, she immediately gasped, good, so cute. Extremely shy Nanako Shikato confirmed his thoughts and withdrew his mischievous hand. Kushina whispered in his ear, Shikato, wait for me. Nothing else happened during the rest of the meal. Finally, the big cake that Shikato and Kushina prepared for Naruto was also destroyed by a group of children. The other half was hung on the cheeks of Kushina and Hinata Yui. The two girls played and laughed, their faces were filled with warmth and happiness. The difference was that when Kushina was playing with Hinata Yui, she would glance at Shikato and Naruto from time to time. And Hinata Yui only had Kushina in her eyes, and even forgot to take care of little Hinata. Shikato rubbed Naruto's hair. Naruto, don't just play by yourself, cut a piece of cake for Hinata's sister. Naruto scratched his head with a smile, and turned to look at Hinata who was sitting obediently and didn't say much the whole time. Hinata, do you want to eat strawberries? Yeah. Hinata lowered her head shyly, and her two little hands were rubbing under the table again. The rosy little face was white and cute. She looked at Naruto and then thanked Shikato. Thank you, Uncle Makoto. Shikato was touched by the cuteness for a moment, and an idea came to his mind. It seems that having a daughter would not be bad. Of course, the premise is that it must be a daughter. Forget about boys. After the meal, the children of the three families of Ino, Shika and Joe were sent back first. Then Hinata Yui actively invited Kushina to her home as a courtesy for this meal. Shikato always felt that this Hyuga lady had bad intentions, but he didn't care too much. She was just a woman, what could she do to Kushina? Kushina couldn't refuse this invitation, so she also pulled Shikato over. Shikato whispered in her ear, I invited you, right? Kushina's cheeks were slightly red. Stop talking nonsense. She also vaguely felt the hot attitude of Hinata Yui, and always felt that Yui was a little too enthusiastic about her. As one of the most powerful families in Konoha, the Hyuga clan occupies a large area. It is located in the area closest to the core of Konoha. However, because the Hyuga clan is too obsessed with bloodline, it is rare for members of the clan to marry outside the clan. Either the man marries into the wife's family, or they marry within the clan. The people of this clan have a kind of aloofness in their bones. Most people in the Hyuga clan look down on people from other families. As a result, the popularity of the Hyuga clan in Konoha is very average, but they are also happy with it. Hyuga Yui invited Kushina to come as a guest, but Kushina brought Dearman, which made her a little dissatisfied. But she concealed it well and did not show her emotions. The mansion of the Hyuga clan is a duplex mansion, especially the family of Hyuga Hayashi, the clan leader, which is obviously more luxurious. Hyuga Hayashi has been waiting for a long time, with long black hair, a white kimono, and a black robe on the outside. Nice to meet you, Makoto-kun. I'm Hyuga Hayashi. Sorry for disturbing you just now, Yui and my daughter. Hyuga Hayashi spoke slowly and clearly, his eyes swept over Naruto. Finally, he looked at Shikato calmly. Shikato smiled and replied, nice to meet you, I'm Ito Makoto. In the living room, both parties sat on the floor. Naruto and Hinata were swinging in the yard. Kushina was pulled aside by Hyuga Yui to talk in private. Shikato was chatting with Hyuga Hayashi. To be honest, Hyuga Hayashi gave people a rather ordinary feeling. Because when he spoke to Shikato, his tone was obviously that of a superior. After all, it is one of the 5 major countries, one of the most powerful families in Konoha, and the current patriarch of a powerful family. It is inevitable that he is a little arrogant. However, Hyuga Hayashi's arrogant attitude made Shikato seem unwilling to talk. Just sitting aside, drinking tea, leaning his body and supporting his chin, he looked at the 2 little guys in the courtyard who were laughing very happily. Hyuga Hayashi also sat quietly. If possible, he didn't want to entertain the couple from the Hidden Sound village. The ninjas from the small village didn't look down on the couple. Hyuga Hayashi looked down on the entire Hidden Sound village. There was not a single famous ninja in the whole village. It was completely a wild ninja village, but out of etiquette, Hyuga Hayashi did a good job and ordered the servants to make tea for the guests. From the next room, the laughter of Kushina and Hyuga Yui could be heard from time to time. It was obvious that the 2 women were chatting happily, and no one knew what they were talking about. It wasn't until a long time later that Kushina and Hyuga Yui came out together. At this moment, Naruto, who was tired of playing, was leaning in the arms of Shikato, sleeping with his eyes closed, and a happy smile on his little face. Hinata sat respectfully beside her father, Hinata Hayashi, with her head lowered shyly. Hinata Hayashi did not speak either, but just sat there with his eyes closed. Shikato was more casual, sitting cross-legged on the ground, with little Naruto on his lap, and his coat draped over little Naruto. At this moment, he was dozing with one hand supporting his face and half closed his eyes. When Kushina came out, she didn't know what she had done with Hinata Yui inside, her cheeks were red. She saw Shikato sitting not far away, dozing with little Naruto in his arms. The dim yellow sunlight shone through the door and slanted onto his face. Although he was covered with a layer of human skin mask, his slightly closed eyes seemed to be shining. This scene inexplicably made her heart beat a little. Shikato felt the gaze and opened his eyes. He looked back at Kushina and said with a smile, "Are you done talking?" Kushina blushed for some reason. "Yeah, Shikato, then let's go." Kushina was about to nod when Hinata Yui beside her took her arm and said with a smile, "Nanako, please stay a little longer. I'll ask the servants to cook in a moment, at least you have to eat before you leave." "Hinata and I ate so much before. I feel embarrassed." Kushina smiled and refused. "No, Yui, don't be so polite." Before she could finish her words, she suddenly stiffened. Kushina shuddered. Hinata Yui was too enthusiastic, so enthusiastic that she seemed to want to get close to her. Kushina couldn't stand it anymore and looked at Shikato for help. Shikato raised his eyebrows. "It's getting late, we should go back." Hinata Yui turned to look at Shikato, squinting her eyes and smiling. "Why don't you take Naruto back first? Nanako and I still have a lot to talk about, right, Nanako?" Kushina gave Shikato a bitter smile. Hinata Yui's enthusiasm for her made it difficult for her to refuse. At this time, Hinata Hayashi, who had been silent with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke. "Makoto, do you want to spar with me?" Shikato was stunned. "How did you jump to this train of thought?" Hinata Hayashi. "I heard from Yui that Makoto-kun is one of the most elite Chunin in the Otagakure village. Since I happen to be free now, why don't we have a friendly sparring match? Why don't we stay for a meal after the fight?" Shikato, "No need. I won't embarrass myself with my limited strength in front of the famous Hyuga clan," Hinata Yui said. "Makoto-kun is too modest. I just heard from Nanako that Makoto-kun is the strongest in the entire Otagakure village. Even the leader of the Otagakure village is far inferior to him. Nanako always talks endlessly about you. Your relationship is really enviable." The redness on Kushina's cheeks became more obvious. Noticing Shikato's curious gaze looking at her, she immediately looked away. Hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi became more serious. "Oh, Makoto is so amazing. He is so strong at such a young age. You have a promising future." Shikato seemed a little embarrassed. It's not as exaggerated as Nanako said. My strength is only slightly stronger than the shadow of the village, Hyuga Hayashi. The night gradually darkened, in the backyard of Hyuga Hayashi's house. Shikato and Kushina did not go back after all, but decided to stay overnight at Hyuga Hayashi's house. The main reason was that Kushina could not resist Hyuga Yui's enthusiastic offensive. At this time, Hyuga Hayashi and Shikato occupied each side of the courtyard. Shikato also agreed to the agreed competition. Kushina and Hyuga Yui stood on the periphery. Hyuga Yui was not interested in the competition between the two stinky men at all, but looked for opportunities to chat with Kushina from time to time. Kushina was not worried about this competition at all, but was a little troubled by Hyuga Yui's increasingly strong entanglement with her. I should have gone back earlier. Stupid dear man, you insisted on agreeing to stay here. Hinata Yui noticed that Kushina's eyes seemed to be full of dear man. This made her feel even more upset, but her face was full of smiles. Nanako, don't worry, Hayashi will be measured. Kushina, no, I'm not worried about that. Huh? I'm worried that Makoto will not be measured. Dear man is too strong. Even if he suppresses most of the strength, it is far from being something that Hinata Hayashi can touch. Hinata Hayashi obviously heard the conversation between the two ladies and frowned slightly. No one really thinks I will lose, right? I will end this competition in an instant. I'm afraid you will be disappointed, Mrs. Nanako. The competition began. Hinata Hayashi smiled gently, staggered his steps, raised one hand behind him, and put the other hand in front. After slightly raising his head, his pupils instantly glowed with a dark white light, and veins spread out from the corners of his eyes. Roll your eyes open. Gentle fist, Bagua 128, Hyuga Hayashi said that he would end the fight in an instant, and he was really ready to end the fight in an instant. At the first moment of the sparring, he was ready to take down his opponent directly. However, a blue ray suddenly swept past. It brushed against the side of Hyuga Hayashi's face, then pierced through a roof beam a little further away, and then disappeared into the sky. Storm release, Light Fang. Hyuga Hayashi's figure froze, and he raised his hand to wipe the blood on his cheek. Just now, what was that? Chapter 165 Dearman, Madam Hyuga, let's go together. The posture of Hyuga Hayashi's soft fist Bagua palm froze in place. Slowly touching the thin bloodline on his cheek, he immediately realized that he had already lost at that moment. A defeat without suspense. In fact, before the sparring began, he had imagined countless battle processes and noticed the seals of the sound ninja. He had even made enough predictions in his mind about the angles and the next attack direction of the soft fist Bagua palm. But he didn't expect that the opponent's ninjutsu was so fast. It was like a ray of light under the polar day, flashing by in an instant. There was almost no time for people to react. From seeing to being injured, it was as if there was no process in between. There is no doubt that under this ninjutsu, he had already lost when he saw it. Hyuga Hayashi's face was not good, and he was still a little unwilling in his heart. He felt that this battle was due to his own carelessness. If he was given the opportunity to get close, he would be more than 90% sure. No one can beat the Hyuga clan in the close range. But losing is losing. No matter how many excuses you make, you still lose, even if the loss is a little unclear. After all, Hyuga Hayashi is the head of a big clan, so he can't even deny a fight. Hyuga Hayashi stood still, bowed and said, Mr. Cheng, thank you for your advice. I lost this fight. Mr. Cheng's strength is amazing. Shikato simply smiled and said politely, you are too polite. I just took advantage of the venue. I have heard of the soft fists of the Hyuga clan for a long time. No one can beat them in close combat. Hyuga Hayashi did not comment on this, and it was obvious that he really believed so. If they fought on a battlefield with a complex environment, he still didn't think he would lose. At least he wouldn't be defeated in one move. There are many factors to consider in winning or losing on the battlefield. With a broad vision of the Byakugan, he can completely seize the fruits of victory from other angles. It's just a fight. It doesn't mean anything. Shikato was a little surprised when he saw that Hyuga Hayashi didn't respond. Hyuga Hayashi wouldn't take my polite words seriously, right? On the side, Hinata Yui was also stunned for a long time. Although she looked down on this level of competition, the move just now was indeed somewhat amazing. She turned her head and said, Nanako, was that a bloodline limit just now? Kushina smiled and said, yes, Makoto is a bloodline limit user of Storm Release. Hinata Hayashi, storm release. Then he looked at Shikato. It turned out to be a bloodline limit. No wonder it was a little unexpected. Shikato, sorry, bloodline limit is the weakest of my many abilities. That night, Shikato, Kushina, and Naruto chose to stay here for a night under the hospitality of the Hinata couple. Naruto and Hinata slept in the same room and fell asleep early. There were servants guarding outside the room at any time. Kushina was originally in the same room with Shikato, but was pulled away by the enthusiastic Hinata Yui. In the end, Shikato was arranged to have a single room, Hinata Hayashi in a room, and Hinata Yui and Kushina in a room. The two little guys slept in the same room. Before going to bed, Shikato and Hyuga Hayashi sat at the door, drinking and talking. This time, Hyuga Hayashi lowered his airs and his tone was no longer so cold. Mr. Makoto, what do you think of our Hyuga clan? Shikato glanced at him and said. It's very powerful. The Byakugan is well known throughout the ninja world. It is said that it is a bloodline family that can compete with the Uchiha clan. It is also one of the two largest carriages in Konoha's progress. Hyuga Hayashi drank a glass of wine and said, Mr. Makoto, you don't have to flatter us so much. Although my Hyuga clan has a loud reputation, I am more self-aware of my actual strength. Shikato looked at him in surprise. Oh, he was actually humble. Hyuga Hayashi, in terms of pupil skills, our Hyuga clan's Byakugan is not as good as the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. In terms of actual combat, the Byakugan is not as good as the first generation's world-famous wood-release Kekkei Genkei. My Hyuga clan's Kekkei Genkei is at best the third in the ninja world, not even in the top two. Shikato, I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought you were modest. Hyuga clan leader, I always feel like you're teasing me, even though there's no evidence. After Hyuga Hayashi sighed, he sighed again, but all this is just superficial glory. Our clan is actually going downhill? Shikato had a black question mark on his face. Hasn't your clan been going downhill? The three major pupil skills are obviously derived from the Otsutsuki clan, but the Sharingan and Samsara are all cheating. Only the Hyuga clan's Byakugan is now only used for reconnaissance. It can't go up or down. The current situation of the Hyuga clan is that their physical skills are not good, and their ninjutsu and ninjutsu are average. It would be fine if it could evolve to the Samsara, but the conditions for advancement are too harsh. And the ordinary first-level Byakugan is mostly auxiliary in function. In fact, to be precise, the Hyuga clan has no top ninjas that can be shown off. But it's no wonder, after all, this clan is different from the Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan is too obsessed with bloodline. In addition to the Sharingan, the Uchiha clan is also a master in fire escape. Many Uchiha people have even developed all-round skills in physical skills, ninjutsu, illusion, and pupil skills. But the Hyuga clan is clinging to the Byakugan and will not let go. In the final analysis, the soft fist is just a physical skill developed from the Byakugan. The Hyuga clan is too obsessed with the Byakugan, and too careless in the attainments of ninjutsu. Basically, when talking about the Hyuga clan, the two most impressive skills are the Byakugan and the soft fist. But the key to the problem is that these two skills are not very strong in frontal combat. What's more, the Hyuga clan also treated the Byakugan as a precious treasure, and clearly established the difference between the main family and the branch family. The skills such as Gentle Fist and Kaiten were only passed down by word of mouth in the main family. And the branch family wanted to learn these skills. Either they had made great contributions or they were talented enough to learn by themselves. To be honest, although this approach can maintain the absolute status of the main family, it is undoubtedly a treasure. In the original work, Hyuga Niji realized the Gentle Fist bag with Palm and Kaiten by himself when he was 12 or 13 years old. Although Niji is a genius, the Byakugan skills that a child can realize by himself have been passed down by word of mouth by the main family for many years. It is indeed a bit funny. But Shikato couldn't say that. Hyuga Hayashi was obviously proud. Although his attitude changed a little because of Shikato's blood limit. But his arrogance from the bones can still be seen from a few words. What's more, everyone is really unfamiliar. After nightfall, Shikato rested early. His daily routine has always been like this. However, in the second half of the night when he was in the deepest sleep, the sleeping deer man suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, 4 dark shadows suddenly flashed into the courtyard of Hyuga Hayashi's house. He pushed open a bedroom door with familiarity. Hey, didn't the intelligence say that this room belongs to the little princess of the Hyuga family? Why are there two children? Which one is the child of the Hyuga main family? Why bother so much? Take them all away. 4 black-clothed ninjas sneaked into the room quietly and controlled Naruto and Hinata, who were still sleeping with illusions. Then they carried the 2 little guys on their backs and were about to evacuate quickly. However, just after walking out of the room, they saw that there was a figure in the yard. It was the deer man who had been waiting for a long time. Almost at the same time, people who were resting in several other rooms also jumped out. Hyuga Hayashi looked a little embarrassed. Someone actually dared to invade the home of the head of the Hyuga clan. Kushina and Hyuga Yui also rushed out one after another. Under the bright moonlight, Shikato said, "Please put the child down if you can." The 4 black-clad ninjas looked at each other, and then the leading ninja waved his hand fiercely, and the 4 people immediately dispersed in 4 directions. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Yui rushed directly to the ninja who hugged Hinata. Kushina was not worried. She felt that the level of these black-clad masked ninjas was quite average. The key is that Shikato is here, and he came out earlier than herself, so there is no need to worry about anything. Shikato made seals with both hands. Storm release, encouragement lock. Waves of blue light circles passed around his fists. The next second, countless blue laser beams intertwined intricately, rushed in 4 directions at a very fast speed. Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Yui only caught up halfway when they stopped in surprise. Because the 4 black-clad ninjas, without exception, were all pierced by the twisting laser beams like a twist. Moreover, those beams deliberately avoided the position of the 2 children, and simply penetrated all 4 black-clothed ninjas on the spot. Hyuga Yui hugged the unconscious Hinata. Kushina took over Naruto, who was still sleeping soundly. This kid was not controlled by the illusion. After all, he was the Jinchuriki who sealed the other half of the 9 tails, and ordinary illusions did not work on him. However, this kid slept very soundly and was not awakened. Hyuga Hayashi looked at the 4 black-clothed ninjas who were instantly killed in some shock. At this time, he really realized that the previous competition was not a problem of the venue or his own carelessness. Storm release bloodline limit is indeed extraordinary. It can have the swiftness and piercing power of thunder at the same time, and the softness of water. It is really amazing. I don't know if this bloodline limit can break my absolute defense. Hyuga Hayashi thought while removing the mask of one of the black-clothed men. Then, his face suddenly changed. Cloud Ninja, I thought it was an assassin or spy from a small country. But I didn't expect it to be someone from the hidden Cloud Village. 2 days ago, the Cloud Ninja Village sent a delegation to Konoha specifically to sign an offensive and defensive alliance agreement with Konoha. The formal negotiations ended yesterday, and both sides seemed to be interested in reaching this agreement, so the progress was very fast. But I didn't expect that the agreement was just signed yesterday, and today there are Cloud Ninjas coveting our clans by a Kyugen. How could this not shock Hinata Hayashi? He immediately grabbed the masks of the other people. Sure enough, all the ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village. Moreover, one of them was the ninja leader representing the hidden Cloud Village in this delegation. It is said that his status in the hidden Cloud Village is extraordinary. 4 Cloud Ninjas were killed on the spot at once, one of whom was the ninja leader of the hidden Cloud Village, and both sides were allies who had just signed an alliance. Hinata Hayashi immediately realized that something was wrong, and immediately told Yui, and headed straight for the home of the 3rd demon Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hinata Yui narrowed her eyes and said, Makoto-kun's storm release is really amazing. It was really thrilling just now, thanks to you. Makoto-kun is a trustworthy person. Shikato didn't want to pay attention to her. Although the woman's words sounded nice, her emotional fluctuations showed that she was still a little bit inconsistent with her words. He turned around and went into the bedroom, and didn't take this unexpected incident to heart. But before going in, he turned to Kushina and said, Nanako, after you put Naruto down, come to my side. Hinata Yui's eyes narrowed, and she said with a smile, no, Makoto and Nanako usually have so much time, so please let me have Nanako tonight. Shikato, aren't you going to take care of the yard? Hinata Yui, it's okay, the servants will take care of it. Shikato, you are so generous. Hinata Yui tilted her head, really? I just can't bear to leave Nanako. She and I have a lot of common topics. Kushina had a headache. Yui, it's already late at night. Shikato chuckled, MRS. Hinata, we can talk about it later if we have topics to talk about. From now until morning, Nanako belongs to me. Kushina put Naruto back in the bedroom, and when she came out she heard these words, her cheeks flushed slightly. Hinata Yui had an embarrassment, but I haven't seen Nanako for a long time. Does Makoto have to be so overbearing? After that, she looked at Kushina pitifully. Kushina was a little embarrassed. Shikato glared at her. What are you doing? Have you forgotten who is the emperor of the family? Kushina lowered her head and followed. Hinata Yui opened her mouth and stretched out her hand to say something, but in the end she could only pretend to be pitiful. Shikato glanced at Hinata Yui, who was still unwilling. Since Mrs. Hinata and Nanako still have endless things to talk about, why don't you come in too? Kushina looked at Shikato in astonishment for a moment. The smile on Hinata Yui's face was a little far-fetched, and she wanted to tear Shikato apart in her heart. But she still handed Hinata to the servants first, and gave some instructions to the branch family guards guarding the mansion, and then turned and left without saying a word. Kushina followed Shikato into the bedroom, and immediately pinched his waist. Asshole. What did you mean by that last invitation just now? You really want to do it in front of me, right? And she's a married woman. When did you become so perverted? Shikato hugged Kushina's waist with his backhand. What are you thinking? It's just to get another bed on the floor. Do you want to follow her to the bedroom? That woman is obviously drooling over you. She's almost drooling. She paused halfway through her words, because the bedroom door was suddenly opened. Hinata Yui walked in gracefully with a quilt on the floor. Since Makoto has invited you, Yui will not be polite. I do have a lot to say to Nanako. Hinata Yui spread the quilt on the floor, then turned around and was about to get another one for Kushina. Shikato raised his eyebrows to stop her. No need to get it, Nanako can just sleep at my place. Kushina blushed. Hinata Yui also trembled a bit, but still smiled and said, this is not good. It's okay at other times, but I still want to talk to Nanako tonight. Shikato didn't answer, but lowered his head and kissed Kushina's soft ears. Nanako, is it okay? Kushina lowered her head and blushed, and she was a little speechless. Hinata Yui's smile became more and more stiff. Chapter 166 Kushina's Late Night Invitation. It was late at night, and the bedroom was pitch black. Only a little moonlight came in from near the window. Shikato and Kushina leaned against each other, lying on the mat. Kushina lay on her side, and Shikato hugged her from behind, burying his head in her long fiery red hair. His chin rested on her neck, next to her ear. With Shikato's gentle breathing, Kushina felt her ears a little itchy. Hinata Yui spread her mat not far away, got into the bed, and stared at Kushina in the night. I'm so sorry, Nanako. I really didn't expect the people of the Cloud Ninja would do such a thing. Naruto almost got into this crisis. Kushina listened to her quietly, not daring to move. Under the quilt, she reached out and grabbed the big hand that kept rubbing her belly, and comforted her. No one would have expected the Hidden Cloud Village to be so bold. It's not your fault, Yui. The incident of the Hidden Cloud Village kidnapping Hinata late at night reminded Kushina of her own experience as a child. That time was also done by the Hidden Cloud Village, but the difference was that it was she who was almost kidnapped. At the same time, that time was also the beginning of her and Minato. Minato was like a great hero. The shadow that had just appeared in Kushina's mind and had begun to blur was shattered in an instant. At the same time, under the cover of the night, a beautiful blush flew on her cheeks. Nanako, Hinata Yui's puzzled voice came over, and Kushina suddenly came back to her senses. Yui, what? Did you say anything just now? Hinata Yui, Nanako, you don't seem to be in a good state. Are you doing something? No, it's okay. I'm fine, Yui. Hinata Yui's face was very stiff, and she looked at the face lying next to Kushina's neck in the moonlight. At this moment, Shikato was lying next to Kushina's ear, closing his eyes and seemed to be asleep. Hinata Yui's tone was a bit stiff, and he said, Makoto, you are bullying Nanako. Shikato closed his eyes and didn't say anything, continuing to pretend to sleep. Hinata Yui smiled and squinted. Makoto, don't pretend to sleep. You are not asleep now. Shikato still didn't answer. The atmosphere became a bit stiff for a while. Kushina bit her lip and took the initiative to explain for him. Yui, Makoto might be sleeping. Just after she said the latter part, Kushina's eyes suddenly widened. It seemed as if there were more wet tears in her eyes, her face was red, and her ears were a little warm. Hinata Yui's eyes twitched. Makoto-kun, are you really asleep? Shikato closed his eyes. Makoto-kun is asleep, and he rolled his eyes at you, saying go away, and gave it to the somewhat annoying Mrs. Hinata. Hinata Yui. Kushina blushed and whispered, be honest when you are asleep. Hinata Yui stared at the two people who were whispering opposite her expressionlessly. But in the middle of the night, as long as her ears were not deaf, she could hear the whispers at this distance clearly. A pair of white pupils stared stiffly at the opposite side. She wanted to kick the man in the quilt opposite her and take his place. Naneko, who was shy, was so charming. Kushina was completely broken by Shikato's words. She seemed to be really angry. She suddenly tilted her head back and hit Shikato's forehead with the back of her head. Bang! The muffled sound was very conspicuous in the middle of the night. Kushina bit her back teeth in hatred. You are too much. Hinata Yui got up expressionlessly, without saying a word, but silently rolled up her share of the floor bed with a quilt and simply tidied it up. Naneko, I'd better go back. Yui. Hinata Yui silently opened the door and left. When she finally walked out of the door, she could still vaguely hear the low voices of playfulness coming from inside. Stupid, it's all your fault. How can I face Yui in the future? What does it have to do with me? Don't wrongly accuse me. Humph, didn't you say you were asleep? At this time, there was a sudden bang outside the door, as if someone hit the doorpost of the corridor. Shikato smiled. Kushina, the extra one is finally gone. Yeah, Kushina was held in his arms, and her body began to heat up involuntarily. So, what shall we do next? Let's go to sleep. Just that, Makoto. Yeah, what? Naneko went to sleep, and sent you an invitation to sleep together. Shikato was startled, and looked down at Kushina, who was slightly dizzy and closing her eyes. For a moment, it seemed as if time had stopped. Kushina, you are a little too cute. The next morning when Kushina opened her eyes again, the people around her had disappeared. She lifted the quilt, and her pajamas were wrinkled, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. After changing her clothes and tidying up, Kushina pushed open the bedroom door. In the courtyard, Shikato was playing ninja games with little Naruto and little Hinata. Little Naruto's face was already full of smiles, and little Hinata also had a shy smile. Not far away, Hinata Yui was kneeling on a cushion next to the tatami, with a teapot beside her and a teacup in her hand. She was drinking lightly while watching the three people in the courtyard. Her whole body exuded an elegant temperament. Kushina took the initiative to greet Yui. Hinata Yui looked over with a teacup in hand. Kushina was startled. Hey, Yui, you have big dark circles under your eyes. Did you not sleep well last night? Hinata Yui. Yeah, Kushina asked subconsciously. Why? Hinata Yui held a teacup and looked forward. I was disturbed. Kushina was slightly stunned, and then her face quickly flushed, and she was very shy. Hinata Yui, I'm not talking about you. Kushina was relieved. Hinata Yui, I'm talking about a little wildcat in heat. Kushina, Yui seems angry. Kushina tilted her head. Yui, you're not jealous, are you? The teacup in Hinata Yui's hand shook slightly, and then she calmed down. Nanako, how could I be jealous? There's nothing for me to eat. Kushina joked. Of course it's because Makoto is so outstanding. Hinata Yui was stunned, then glanced at someone who was playing with two children, and snorted softly. Him? Outstanding? Could Hayashi be worse than him? Kushina, no. Hinata Yui, of course not. In terms of excellence, Hayashi is no worse than Makoto-kun. In terms of strength, well, Hayashi lost to Makoto-kun, but that was just a competition after all, and it doesn't count. Let's talk about looks. Well, I think Makoto wins in this regard. Although Hayashi's facial features and bloodline limit are excellent, to be honest, he is indeed not as good as Makoto in terms of looks, but in terms of status, Hayashi is at least the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, and he is a big shot on the whole Konoha. And what about Makoto? Kushina, Makoto is respected by all the leaders of the Otagakure village. He is like the spiritual leader of the entire Otagakure village, a small figure. Hinata Yui, well, considering the size of the country, the two of them are barely in a good position. However, what really determines whether a man is excellent or not is not just these. The most important thing is the other person's character and capacity. Compared with Hayashi, Makoto is a little too petty. Kushina asked doubtfully. Really? Hinata Yui smiled. If you don't believe me, just watch. After that, she poured another cup of hot tea, and said calmly to the dear man in the courtyard, Makoto, would you like a cup of hot tea? Shikato said without even turning his head. Makoto is not thirsty, and he gave you a magnanimous look that said go away. Hinata Yui's face darkened, and she turned around and said, look, with this kind of magnanimity, do you think he can be considered excellent? Kushina, Shikato, you idiot. Well, Makoto can be a little stingy sometimes. Just a little? This man makes me feel a little disgusted. Not that bad, not that bad. You must have misunderstood something. Makoto is still very handsome most of the time. Handsome? I never thought so. Then you are not jealous of him. Are you jealous of me? Of course. Of course not. You scared me. Nanako, your brother Makoto is thirsty, and he gave you a look that said pour your brother a cup of tea. Shikato's sudden words interrupted Hinata Yui's subsequent words. Kushina's cheeks turned red at his strange way of speaking, and she said in a bad mood, if you want to drink tea, pour it yourself. Shikato bent down and pinched Hinata's tender little face. Little Hinata, can you help uncle pour a cup of tea? Hinata's whole face turned red instantly, and she poked with 2 fingers and spoke in a mosquito-like voice. Okay, uncle. Naruto grinned. Uncle, I'll pour you a cup too. Shikato rubbed his little head. Okay, Naruto is the best. Unlike a certain ant-level creature of yours, it's not obedient at all. As soon as the words fell, a teacup flew over. Dearman raised his hand and caught it steadily. Looking up, what's wrong? Kushina said angrily. A certain ant-level creature is angry. Dearman chuckled and said, do you want me to comfort you? Kushina turned her head. HMPH, I don't want it. The next second, Kushina felt a touch of warmth on the side of her face, leaving a little wetness, and then it left. She turned her head in surprise, just in time to see Dearman standing up again, a pair of narrow and long fox-like phoenix eyes slightly narrowed, the dark pupils seemed to flash, and he was slightly moistening the corners of his lips with the tip of his tongue. Is this okay? Kushina shuddered immediately. This man was a little too foul. On the side, little Hinata, who had just finished pouring tea and was about to serve it to Dearman, saw it. Her face quickly turned red, and smoke came out of her head. Bang! Little Hinata saw such an exciting scene for the first time, and successfully fainted on the ground. Naruto tilted his head curiously. Aunt Nanako, are you sick? Your face is so red. Kushina suddenly woke up from a dream. Hyuga Yui, who was standing by, had already picked up Hinata as usual, but said expressionlessly, I'll take Hinata back to the house to rest for a while. Kushina asked with some concern, is Hinata okay? Hyuga Yui, it's okay. This girl is introverted and too shy. She just saw an exciting scene she had never seen before, so she fainted. Shikato, this is also exciting? Then last night, snap. Kushina quickly covered his mouth. Not long after Shikato and Kushina took Naruto away from the Hyuga residence, the third-generation Sarutobi Hiruzen had already brought a team of ANBU people to Hyuga Hayashi's house. Hyuga Hayashi followed and directly arranged for the people of the branch family to move the 4 bodies of the Cloud Ninja out again. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a few glances and his face became more and more solemn. Hinata Hayashi said again, Hokage, I have also arranged people to compare. It is indeed the leader of the hidden Cloud Village, and the other 3 are Cloud Ninjas who are with the team. The people in the ANBU checked and confirmed again, and finally, after comparing the wounds, they listed a series of detailed inferences, and finally summarized them in the hands of Sarutobi Hiruzen. After seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but say, this is troublesome. We just signed an alliance agreement with the hidden Cloud Village, but this happened right away. This makes it very difficult for me to deal with it. Hinata Yui was also listening on the side. Hearing this, she couldn't help but frown and said, the problem is not with us. It's the people of the hidden Cloud Village who are plotting something bad. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, that's right, but the problem is that these 4 people all died at the scene, and not a single one was left alive. It will be easy for the hidden Cloud Village to seize this handle and fight back against us. Hinata Yui, how can this be? The Kumo Ninja covets the Byakugan of our Hyuga clan. If the plan fails, can they blame us for our counterattack? Although Hinata Hayashi's face was not very good, he still took the initiative to explain on behalf of the Hokage. This is true, but in the current situation, the enemy is strong and we are weak, and the hidden Cloud Village has the initiative. If they catch a little handle, it will be easy to force us into a passive position, and our Konoha still needs to survive for a while to preserve its development at this stage. The new generation of chicks has not grown up yet. At this point, Hyuga Hayashi's face changed several times, and finally he said, fortunately, the ones who really did it this time were not us. The 2 Watanin ninjas killed them. As soon as these words came out, Hyuga Yui, who had only frowned a little, immediately looked at Hyuga Hayashi. For the first time, her usually calm face showed a hint of surprise, mixed with obvious disgust. Hayashi, What are you talking about? Nanako and Makoto helped us save Hinata. Are you crazy? Hyuga Hayashi remained silent. Sarutobi Hiruzen bit his pipe, waved his hand to let the ANBU take the 4 bodies back, and then comforted him. Don't be too pessimistic. Let's see what the Kumo ninja say first. Hyuga Yui stood aside expressionlessly. Hyuga Hayashi frowned. Chapter 167, Overlord Haki. In Konoha, in a meeting room somewhere, Shikato and Kushina were invited. Konoha's third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was entrusted by the representatives of the Kumagakure ninja to invite Shikato and Kushina from the Otagakure village to explain some issues related to the death of the Kumagakure ninja leader. Although it is called an invitation, it is actually semi-forced. Because of the invitation process, the police force of the Uchiha clan was sent out. A total of 3 battalions of 12 elite Uchiha personnel were dispatched. The leader was Uchiha Shisu, who was known as the Flicker Shisu and shined at the end of the previous Ninja World War. Such an elite team of 12 people led by him was obviously specially dispatched to prevent Shikato and Kushina from encountering any unexpected situations. Ito Makoto, Uzumaki Nanako, we are from the Konoha police force. We are invited by the Hokage to deal with the matter of the leader of the Kumagakure ninja. Please come with us. Outside the door, Uchiha Shisu stood in the front, with 11 elite members of the Uchiha clan behind him. One of them was Uchiha Itachi, who was still young but had gradually stood out in the family. Shisu looked at the man in front of him and felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. What's going on? This man gives me a strong sense of oppression, and he seems a little familiar. I should have never seen this face. Kushina, who was standing by, was comforting the nervous little Naruto. She rubbed Naruto's head and sighed silently in her heart. After a few years, Konoha is still the same. The expectations of Tobirama-sama, the village that Minato loved until his death, still seem to have not developed in a good direction. Shikato looked at them briefly. He didn't take the Kumagakure incident seriously. He just turned around to look at little Naruto, then waved to Shisu and said, "Wait a moment, the child is a little shy." Shisu nodded and said, "Okay." The family members behind him wanted to urge them, but Shisu stopped them directly and asked them to wait outside the door for a while. Kushina smiled and comforted Naruto, then looked up at Shikato. What should we do? It seems that Konoha wants to pass the blame to us. Shikato sneered. Let's go and take a look at the situation first. Besides, it's not that easy to pass the blame. The target of the Cloud Ninja is the Byakugan. What's the point of targeting us? Do we have Byakugan? But it's still a bit annoying. Sarutobi Hiruzen has been acting crazy and courting death. Senju Tobirama can't even clean up his mess. Kushina rolled her eyes at him. What you said is so ugly, Shikato, that's the truth, but to be honest, your bestie is a little bit unkind. It's okay if they don't thank us for this, but they can still blame us. Tisk. I can only say that the Hyuga clan is very courageous. Kushina, this world is like this, the law of the jungle, and interests are paramount. Judging from the current situation, the attitude of the Hidden Cloud village should be very tough. Will a war break out? Shikato smiled. Probably not, unless they are crazy. At this time, the people of the Uchiha police force who had been waiting outside the door for a while seemed a little impatient. The temper of the people in this clan is even worse than that of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan is at best aloof and disdainful of other clans. But the Uchiha clan is arrogant. And most of them have a contemptuous attitude towards other major clans in Konoha, let alone the people of the small ninja village. Uchiha Tagawa was the first to lose his temper. Hey! Come out quickly, don't waste our time, what are you dawdling in there? The others were also a little dissatisfied. But before they could continue to express their opinions, Shisu frowned and said, Tagawa, shut up. Uchiha Tagawa was glared at by Shisu and was somewhat silent. Shisu's prestige in the Uchiha clan is already very high now. After all, his strength is there. Shikato pushed open the door and walked out with Kushina. Let's go. I've long wanted to see the ninjutsu Dr. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shisu nodded. Then, halfway through the journey, Shisu couldn't help himself and looked up and asked, Ito Makoto, have we met on the battlefield before? Shikato, no. Shisu, is that so? Shikato, why? Are you trying to get close to me and join the Hidden Sound Village? Shisu, you think too much? When the other Uchiha members of the police force heard this, they immediately looked at Shikato with hostility. In front of us Uchiha people, you are trying to poach our Uchiha clan's genius. Fortunately, Shisu has always been mild-tempered and didn't take this matter to heart. He also stopped the provocative behavior prepared by others. The group came to the outside of the meeting room. Hinata Yui had been waiting not far from the door for a long time. After seeing Kushina and Shikato, she immediately trotted forward and hugged Kushina directly. "Nanako, believe me, this is not my intention, I will help you explain it later." Kushina looked at Shikato helplessly. Shikato muttered quietly, "What's the point of explaining?" Then he entered the huge conference room first. Kushina could only whisper to Hyuga Yui, "Let's talk about it later, Yui, don't think too much, it's okay." The two followed him into the conference room one after another. In the huge conference room, many people were already sitting. The 6-member team of the Kumo Ninja delegation sat together, and Sarutobi Hiruzen sat opposite. Then came the Hyuga clan, with 5 members of the Hyuga family, led by Hyuga Hayashi, sitting on both sides of Sarutobi Hiruzen. When Shikato came in, both sides had been waiting eagerly for a long time. He took a look and laughed. "Is this a 3-court trial? So grand, so scary." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and knocked on the table with his pipe. "Otanin, sit down and talk first." "Wait," a Jonin of the Kumagakure interrupted. "Hokage, if it is true as you said that he is the one who killed the head of our Kumagakure ninja, then let him stand and talk." Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and looked at Shikato helplessly. It seemed that he was saying that Konoha was not to blame, but the Kumagakure was too strong. Before Shikato could speak, Hyuga Yui, who came in right after him, had already spoken. "The people from the Hidden Cloud Village wanted to take my child away. Shouldn't they die?" Kumagakure Jonin, "Madam Hyuga, you need evidence before you speak. I don't know whether the child was taken away, but the chief ninja of our Kumagakure died at the hands of the Hyuga clan. This is an ironclad fact, but you said that the person who did it was a ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village. Don't you think this is too fake?" Hinata Yui was a little angry when she heard this. The other party was obviously avoiding the important issue and distorting the issue. Not far away, Hyuga Hayashi said in a deep voice, "That night, the 2 sound ninja couples came here at the invitation of my husband and wife, Cloud Ninja Jonin. Is it such a coincidence? The 2 sound ninjas just happened to come to Konoha? The Hyuga clan leader just happened to invite them to his home. That night, the ninja leader of my Kumagakure was going to the Hyuga clan leader's house to take your child away, and he just happened to be discovered by the Sound Nin. In the end, the Sound Nin just happened to kill our 4 elite Kumagakure ninjas alone in an instant." At the end, the Kumagakure Jonin couldn't help but sneer. "Excuse me, Konoha would not want to use the power of the Sound Ninja village to deliberately get rid of our Kumagakure ninja leader. If this is Konoha's purpose, then there is nothing to explain." Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed. "Konoha has always put peace first and will never take the initiative to provoke a war." Hyuga Hayashi was a little dissatisfied. "That's the fact. The 4 Kumagakure ninjas, including your Kumagakure ninja leader, all died at the hands of Makoto-kun." Finally, he turned to look at Shikato. "Am I wrong, Makoto?" Hinata Yui's face was full of gloom. As a couple, although she didn't have much affection for Hayashi, they were from the same family and had been together for such a long time. But what Hayashi said made her feel as if she knew each other for the first time. Including the Hokage, they have been choosing to avoid, and avoid again, facing the questioning of the Hidden Cloud Village. Not only did they not refute it directly, but they pushed out Minako and her husband who had done them a favor. This made Hinata Yui feel more disgusted. Men and the like are really rubbish. Shikato on the side has been listening attentively to this meeting that was like a farce. Until the end, Hayashi looked at him. Shikato finally spoke and smiled. Yes, they are all right. Cloud Ninja Jonin, Otanin, what do you mean by this? Shikato, I killed the person. Hayashi opened his mouth and was also a little stunned. Although it was a fact, he didn't expect Shikato to admit it so decisively. The face of the Cloud Ninja Jonin suddenly darkened. What did you say? Are you sure you killed him alone? No one helped you, or were you instructed by someone? Atoshi, you have to think it over carefully. If you dare to hurt the ninja leader of our Cloud Village, this result is not something that a small sound ninja village like you can bear. In the words of the Cloud Ninja, he kept threatening Shikato and guided him to shift his target to the Hyuga clan. They came for the Byakugan, not to deal with a small village that is unknown. Hyuga Hayashi was very dissatisfied. What do you mean by this? Since he has admitted it, it has nothing to do with my Hyuga clan, Cloud Ninja Jonin. We are asking the Sound Ninja people. The Hyuga clan leader should be quiet, or are you a little guilty? Hyuga Hayashi's face flushed with anger. You, Sarutobi Hirozen had to sigh. Okay, say less and listen to what the sound ninja people say. In the end, everyone's eyes shifted to Shikato and Kushina. Kushina held Shikato's hand. Dearman smiled and said, "You're just talking nonsense, but it's just a matter of one sentence. I killed the man. What do you Kumo ninja want? The Hidden Oto village will definitely fight you to the end." After saying this, the entire huge conference room fell silent for a moment. No matter Konoha or Kumo ninja, no one expected the Hidden Oto ninja to behave so crazy. Is he crazy to challenge the most powerful country in the ninja world, a newly established small village? Konoha was ready to swallow it. How dare the small Hidden Oto village? Too brave. After the Dearman finished speaking, he looked at Hyuga Hayashi again. Alliances and the like are used to betray, right? So, it's the same for Konoha? If you want to play, I'll play with you. Let's fight to the death, how about it? At this moment, almost everyone had only one question in their mind. This Hidden Oto ninja was absolutely crazy. The always arrogant Kumagakure ninjas were the first to lose control. Someone slammed the table and shouted, "Arrogant! A small ninja village that has just been established dares to provoke my Kumagakure village. Self-destruction, Otonin, you are so insolent." Relatively speaking, the Konoha side was relatively silent. Hyuga Hayashi had a gloomy face. He wanted to say something, but was stopped by his wife with an ugly face. "Shut up, Hyuga Hayashi, I didn't realize that you are such a coward." Hyuga Hayashi was scolded by his wife, and his face became more gloomy. He was under a lot of pressure on this matter. If he didn't push it out, with the temper of the Sandame, the Hyuga clan would probably suffer. He was just under pressure. Hinata Yui walked to Kushina's side and said, "Nanako, if Konoha insists on giving up on this matter, then I will take it on." Kushina glanced at her, then smiled and shook her head, whispering, "It's okay, Yui, Makoto will take care of it." As she said, facing the noisy and chaotic conference room, Dearman just closed his eyes quietly. The next second, when he opened his eyes again, the domineering aura that was dormant in his body suddenly released. Although the domineering aura is the ultimate offensive skill, the domineering aura in the normal state is just a kind of king's spirit. It does not have destructive power, but it is a powerful instrument that shocks people. With a burst of domineering aura in Dearman's body, the entire large conference room, including the ANBU guarding around, the weak ones all rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Half of the people in the conference room also fainted in an instant. At that moment, Dearman, who opened his eyes, was like an emperor overlooking the world. Hinata Hayashi's eyes widened, and his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. What is this? What is this heavy, oppressive, heart-pounding feeling? What on earth is this guy hiding? This kind of spirit, just looking at it makes me a little overwhelmed. What a joke. 4 of the 7 cloud ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village fainted in an instant, and only 3 were left, looking at the dear man in horror. Outside the door, the Uchiha clan's police force had not left yet, so they also suffered. 12 elite members of the Uchiha clan were unconscious for a small part. Shisu reacted the fastest and rushed directly into the meeting room. Protect the Hokage. Sarutobi Hirozen also felt this terrifying repressive force. However, his strength was there, so he could bear it. He waved his hand and said, "Shisu, you guys go out first, it's okay." Sarutobi Hirozen could feel it. Although he didn't know what the other party had displayed, that kind of aura gave people a shocking and positive impact. Shikato glanced at the whole audience and finally smiled softly. "I forgot to say that in addition to the alliance with Konoha, our Sound Village has also signed an offensive and defensive alliance with a Mist Village. So, attacking my Sound Village means provoking the Mist Village at the same time. Of course, Konoha should also be on the same front in principle, but now it seems that it doesn't matter. So, Cloud Ninja, do you want to fight? I'll accompany you to the end." Chapter 168. What grade? Use the same one as me. Offensive and defensive alliance. Or is it concluded with a hidden Mist Village? Just relying on a small ninja village that has just been established? Is it possible? Both Konoha and Kumagami have doubts about what Shikato said. Will the hidden Mist Village really form an offensive and defensive alliance with a small village that has just been established? What's more, even if there is such an alliance, aren't allies meant to be betrayed? Even if such a contract is really signed, will the hidden Mist Village really start a big country war with the hidden Cloud Village just because of a small hidden Sound Village? This is a very questionable point. However, in order to avoid this, the aggressive arrogance of the Kumagami Jonin has been restrained a lot. In terms of the current situation in the ninja world, the only one that can make the Hidden Cloud Village feel daunted is the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water. But the Hidden Cloud Village has always been strong, and it is far from being scared away by Shikato's words. The Cloud Ninja Jonin waved his hands fiercely and slammed the table and stood up. So what if we are an offensive and defensive alliance, humph? So what if it's the Hidden Mist Village? Do you think our Hidden Mist Village was brought up by fear, dare to wantonly kill the ninja leader of our Hidden Mist Village? For this arrogant provocation, the Hidden Mist Village will definitely make the Hidden Sound Village pay the price on the battlefield. Blood debts must be paid with blood. Do you think you can make us retreat by bringing up the Hidden Mist Village? Don't look down on me, Sound Ninja. You have to know that if this is not Konoha, do you think you can still stand here and talk? Shikato tilted his head, glanced at the Cloud Ninja who spoke, and said calmly, "So, are you done?" The Cloud Ninja Jonin's face was livid. He had been talking harshly for a long time, but the other party didn't seem to care at all. This made him feel that he was looked down upon, especially in Konoha's territory, being ignored in front of so many people. The Cloud Ninja Jonin had a vague posture of wanting to take action, and his momentum was constantly rising. But Sarutobi Hirozen coughed slightly, interrupting the Cloud Ninja who was ready to attack. It was also an indirect reminder to everyone present that this is Konoha after all. Shikato also turned around and looked back at Sarutobi Hirozen, then looked at Hyuga Hayashi, and finally chuckled and said, "Tisk tisk, I almost forgot that Lord Hokage hadn't spoken. This is Konoha, Hokage, the Hyuga clan. It's really eye-opening. Although I know that Konoha has always been cowardly, I didn't expect it to be so cowardly. He's just a Cloud Ninja leader. What's so great about him? Forget it, I'll take the blame for you. Let's be war. My Atagakure village will carry it for you. However, Hokage, Hyuga clan leaders, you must remember, in the future, when you see us Atagakure ninjas, behave yourself and sit at the table with the kids when you eat." Sarutobi Hirozen was stunned, a puff of cigarette choked directly in his throat, and looked at the arrogant Shikato with a gloomy face. Hyuga Hayashi's face was full of gloom, and several elders of the Hyuga clan stood up suddenly. At this time, Shikato had already picked up the teacup on the table in front of him. Just as he was about to drink it up and say goodbye, he turned to look at the teacups on other people's tables. Finally, he snorted, "Fuck, what grade? Use the same teacup as me." Shikato smashed a teacup in the corner with his hand, and then turned and left. "Nanako, go back to eat fish." Kushina blinked, although she didn't quite understand why she had to go back to eat fish. She still nodded without hesitation. An elder of the Hyuga clan couldn't help it. Stop. If Shikato's words to the Cloud Ninja were just a little arrogant and irrational, then these words to Konoha seemed too crazy. The Hyuga elder lectured with a dark face. "This is Konoha? Do you think you can come and go as you please?" Shikato tilted his head and smiled at the silent Hyuga Yui beside him. "MRS. Hyuga, the elders of your Hyuga clan are so scary." Hyuga Yui gritted her teeth and lowered her head, feeling deeply ashamed. She could no longer raise her head in front of Nanako. Seeing this, Kushina pulled Shikato's arm and said, "Stop talking." Shikato then let Hyuga Yui go and turned to look at the Hyuga elder. The chuckle on his face had gradually turned into a sneer. "It's no use talking nonsense. If you have the guts, just try it. See if I dare to let you try and die." The Hyuga elder's face turned red with anger. "You?" Sarutobi Hirozen suppressed his anger for a long time, and finally couldn't help it, and slammed the table. "Enough. Let the Sound Ninja leave." The Hyuga elder was immediately trembling with anger, and the other members of the Hyuga clan were also full of anger, and the clan leader Hyuga Hayashi's face was even darker. But Sarutobi Hirozen stopped talking. In the final analysis, Konoha did something wrong in this matter. In the final analysis, it was the Hyuga clan's ruthless blame-shifting behavior against the Sound Ninja. If he continued to be aggressive on this basis, even Sarutobi Hirozen would be ashamed. Of course, shame is shame, but the blame still needs to be shifted. I can only say sorry to the Sound Ninja. However, the Sound Ninja has an offensive and defensive alliance with the Hidden Mist Village. If this is true, then the Hidden Cloud Village will not be able to gain any advantage on the battlefield. In the end, the people of the Hidden Cloud Ninja in the meeting room could only watch Shikato and Kushina leave. In the afternoon, a drizzle began to fall from the sky. At Naruto's house, Shikato sat on the tatami under the eaves, leaning against a pillar to take a simple rest. Although because of the matter of the head of the Hidden Cloud Ninja, there were conflicts with Konoha and the Hidden Cloud Ninja. Especially the Hidden Cloud Village, there is a high probability that they will have a fight on the battlefield. As for Konoha, it can only be said that the relationship has become stiff, but because of Sarutobi Hirozen's several concessions, they failed to successfully turn their faces. So Shikato was not in a hurry to leave. After all, he had promised little Naruto to finish dinner together. Kushina took the little guy out to buy things, and Shikato chose to stay at home because it was troublesome. After having dinner together, the two will return to the Hidden Sound Village, which was agreed with Naruto before. Outside the yard, there was a sudden knock on the door in the drizzle. Before Shikato could say anything, the door was pushed open. Hyuga Yui, who was a little wet all over, stood there. The rain kept soaking Hyuga Yui's body, and her long dark blue hair stuck to her cheeks. Her stereotyped smile disappeared. Instead, she was replaced by a look of loss of soul. Her kimono was also soaked. She stood at the door, glanced at the yard, and finally looked at Shikato, with an indescribably complicated tone. "Where's Nanako?" Shikato just glanced at her and closed his eyes again, and said lightly, "I took Naruto out to buy things." "Is there something?" Hyuga Yui shook her head. No, since Nanako was not there, she had nothing to say. Turning around, she was ready to leave here first. However, she paused before turning around. "We were wrong in this matter." Shikato opened his eyes, glanced at her wet back, raised his eyebrows and said, "If apologies are useful, what is the use of the police force?" Hinata Yui gritted her teeth and lowered her head and said, "I will definitely repay you for what you did for Hinata, even if it means giving up everything I have, including my life." Shikato was a little disdainful of this. "That sounds nice, but your husband may not think so." Hinata Yui turned around and said coldly, "He is him, and I am me. I mean what I say. Don't compare me with you stinky men." Shikato was amused by her arrogant look. "How good are you? You have had ill intentions towards Nanako from the beginning. Even though we are both women, do you think you are noble like this?" Hinata Yui gritted her teeth and stared at him. Shikato was a little unhappy with her unconvinced look. He sat up straight and said directly, "Hey, Mrs. Hinata, didn't you say you could give everything you have, including your life, right?" "Yes, Hinata's kindness is worth everything I give." "Then, close the door and come here." "What, didn't you say you wanted to repay us?" Hinata Yui's expression changed, but she finally closed the door and walked towards Shikato in the drizzle. "Shikato, kneel down." "You, kneel down?" Plop. Hinata Yui hesitated for a moment, but still knelt on her knees. Her expression was not good, especially when she noticed Shikato unbuckling his belt. Her expression changed drastically. "You?" Shikato stopped. "If you can't do it, get out of here." Hinata Yui trembled all over, but finally lowered her head silently. This made Shikato frown a little. Although he was very unhappy, he was not prepared to do it to the end. It was more of a scare to make her give up her evil intentions towards Kushina. But, this woman seemed to grit her teeth and do it. This made Shikato's face change slightly, but soon calmed down again. When Kushina brought Naruto back, they happened to run into Hinata Yui, who pushed the door and ran out. Hinata Yui was wet all over, her face was pale, and she covered her mouth with one hand, staggering out. Kushina held an umbrella. "Yui." Hinata Yui's staggering steps suddenly stopped, and then turned her head to look at Kushina, and the nauseous feeling of retching surged in her mouth again. Not daring to look at Kushina's pure eyes again, she turned around and disappeared in the rain. Kushina was a little stunned. What happened to Yui? Because of Naruto, she couldn't chase her and ask, so she could only go back home first. Noticing Shikato lying on the floor under the eaves, she asked, "Makoto, Yui has been here? What happened to her?" Shikato's anger had been vented. Although he felt a little sorry for Hinata Yui, this emotion was not strong. "She came to apologize to you. The Hyuga clan pushed us out to take the blame, and that woman probably doesn't like it, but after all, it's her clan, even her family, so, she probably feels very sorry for you." Kushina shook her head. "That's unnecessary. Yui is a very good woman, I know that very well." Shikato rolled her eyes at her. "What's so good about her?" Kushina smiled. "You don't understand, it's a woman's intuition, that's why I can't refuse Yui's invitations again and again." Shikato glanced at Kushina, then recalled some previous scenes in his mind, and muttered softly, "Well, some aspects are indeed not bad." Kushina didn't hear clearly. "What did you say, Shikato?" It's okay, I'm just thinking about the friction with the Hidden Cloud Village, Kushina heard. Yes, it's going to start a war again. I thought the Hidden Cloud Village would take the Hidden Mist Village into consideration and choose to take a step back like Konoha, Shikato. The Hidden Cloud Village is different from Konoha. Those guys who are all about muscle won't back down easily. Besides, it's been a few years. The Hidden Cloud Village probably thinks they can do it again. Haha, this is a good opportunity for the ninja world to officially get to know the Hidden Sound Village. Hyuga clan Hyuga Yui returned to the mansion dripping wet. As soon as she got home, she threw herself into the trash can and vomited. It was as if there was still a fishy smell in her mouth, and her steps were a little weak. Her mind was full of some very shocking images from the past. She thought that she would probably be loyal to one family in this life. At most, she would occasionally have an uncontrollable special feeling for the women she admired. But she has always suppressed it well, and she doesn't have much interest in men. Originally, Hyuga Hayashi was just a marriage partner she chose according to the arrangement of the family elders. She was not very interested in men, and she only half tolerated Hyuga Hayashi. But now, she feels that her husband has become more disgusting than ever before. Even in that aspect, it seemed that there was a big gap. Hinata Yui came back somewhat lost. She wanted to apologize to Nanako, but this happened. Her mind was completely in a mess, and it was only after the rain that she gradually regained some sanity. "You're back." Hyuga Hayashi's voice was still flat and old-fashioned. He glanced at his wife's wet state, frowned and said, "Where have you been?" Hyuga Yui raised her eyebrows and looked at him, coldly and directly. "Hayashi, let's get divorced." Hyuga Hayashi was stunned for a moment, and then her face gradually turned into incredible shock. "What did you say?" Hyuga Yui was not afraid at all, but said lightly, "Hyuga Hayashi, let's get divorced." Hyuga Hayashi said in disbelief, "Do you realize what you are saying?" "Hyuga Yui, I know very well what I said. From the moment you chose to put the blame on the person who saved Hinata, I realized that you made me more and more disgusted." Hyuga Hayashi said angrily, "In that situation, what's wrong with me doing that? Am I not telling the truth? In that situation, can my Hyuga clan withstand the pressure? Do you want me to die?" Hinata Yui. Hyuga Yui raised her head. Although there was still the taste of that bastard in her mouth, at this moment she looked directly at Hyuga Hayashi. "Are you so afraid of death? Some things are more terrifying than death. Hayashi, you scare me like this." Hinata Hayashi's face turned pale and his teeth were grating, just because of an outsider from the Atagakure village. Hinata Yui said calmly, "Outsider? What nonsense are you talking about? Although that guy makes me disgusted like you, he is also a disgusting guy who saved Hinata." At this point, Hinata Yui's mind kept showing the previous scenes again, and her heart trembled. "I don't owe you anything now, Ito Makoto." Chapter 169 Visiting the Hidden Cloud Village. The Hidden Sound Village, an underground base somewhere. Orochimaru leaned against the wall beside him, and the impure world body Senju Tabirama sat in a corner of the room. Orochimaru seemed to be a little tired. He stayed in the laboratory for no reason, never leaving the house, and the result was a disaster. His voice was still very hoarse, staring at Shikato and Kushina, and said, "So, you two just went to Konoha, and when you came back, you directly provoked this war against the Hidden Cloud Village. Are you serious?" After all, the Hidden Sound Village was a newly established small village with not many ninjas. Even if Orochimaru used various means to help the ninjas in the village grow, it still took some time, giving them the most basic time to grow up. Relatively speaking, Senju Tabirama was more concerned about another aspect. Did the little monkey really make such a decision? Senju Tabirama was now more and more disappointed with his disciple. Was it really because of his old age? Sarutobi Hirozen has lost all his will and has become cautious in his actions. He was afraid to resist a small threat from the Hidden Cloud Village, which was the most painful thing for him. Compared with a long time ago, Sarutobi Hirozen has changed a lot. The little monkey now is cowardly to the outside world and tyrannical to the inside. Facing a strong village like the Hidden Cloud Village, Sarutobi Hirozen chose to keep avoiding it. He called it peace. But facing the Hyuga clan on the other side, Sarutobi Hirozen could put pressure on the Hyuga clan without any psychological pressure. The Hyuga clan couldn't bear the pressure and chose to put the blame on the ninjas of the newly established small ninja village. Even though the two sides have become allies, this operation is simply a benchmark for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Senju Tabirama felt more and more disappointed. This was no longer the Konoha he was familiar with. It felt that there was no point for him to continue to protect such a Konoha. Kushina did not refute Orochimaru, but directly said, "Now we have to consider what to do next. Are we going to completely defeat the Hidden Cloud Village from the front battlefield?" Including Kushina, no one thought that the Hidden Sound Village would lose to the Hidden Cloud Village. Because even if the Hidden Mist Village is not counted, the high-end combat power currently gathered in the Hidden Sound Village can almost crush the Hidden Cloud Village. The key to the problem is that including Orochimaru, Kushina, Senju Tobirama, and even Shikato, it is not appropriate to reveal their identities now. But except for these top combat forces, the other people in the Hidden Sound Village can't hold up the facade at all. Orochimaru finally smiled grimly. "I don't care what I do, Shikato-kun, it's still you who decides." Senju Tobirama also looked at him. In fact, as long as Shikato chooses to take action, they are just a bonus. Kushina hesitated and said, "Do you want to use some of the power of the Hidden Mist Village?" She knew that the little vixen in the Hidden Mist Village was her man's mistress. As long as Shikato is willing, he will have the final say in the Hidden Mist Village. Shikato shook his head. "No need to go through so much trouble, I'll just go to the Hidden Cloud Village." Senju Tobirama raised his head. "Oh, are you going to take action?" Shikato nodded. "Although doing so is a bit contrary to the agreement with the Third Hokage, there is no other way. The Hidden Cloud Village provoked me first, Senju Tobirama. This will expose your identity in advance. If Shikato wants to settle this conflict by himself, he obviously cannot do it without showing some of his true strength." But Shikato shook his head and said, "It doesn't matter. I have several aliases anyway, and maybe it won't be exposed." Senju Tobirama, "Oh," Shikato chuckled, "if possible, I'm going to make the Hidden Cloud Village shut up." Shut up in the physical sense," Orochimaru said with a tut-tut. "If this happens, the Hidden Cloud Village will be in trouble." Senju Tobirama narrowed his eyes. "You don't want to massacre the entire Hidden Cloud Village?" Shikato rolled his eyes at him. "I'm not a murderer. The Hidden Cloud Village is located in the mountains. Its geographical location is high, filled with clouds and mist, and thunder echoes in the valley all year round. Since the third-generation Hokage, both father and son have belonged to the radical fighting faction of this ninja village. The ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village are best at a kind of ninjutsu created by combining ninjutsu. Most ninjas carry swords and are good at using lightning escape and ninjutsu. There is only one way to make the Hidden Cloud Village give up the idea of war, and that is to defeat them. Dearman came here for this purpose. This time, Dearman only wore a fox mask and traveled light. With the secret technique of shadow, it was almost no difficulty for Dearman to sneak into the enemy camp. Because there are countless large and small peaks in the village, the plain area is not large, and the land is not very suitable for living. Most of the buildings in the village are built on the mountains, high up and surrounded by clouds. The iconic building is the office building of the Hokage, which is built on the highest peak. A section of the top of the mountain was cut off, and a spherical tower was built, and the two peaks on the left and right were connected by iron rope railings. Dearman first escaped into the shadow and came to a mountaintop building platform. This seems to be a training ground for ninjutsu. Because of the large building area, there are a large number of cloud ninjas practicing here. Dearman even saw a familiar face. Blonde short hair, green eyes, 16 or 17 years old, but the figure is a bit too good to be true. Samu was rubbing her shoulders and guiding a little guy who was only 6 or 7 years old. This was her younger brother Etsuai, who also had blonde hair and blue eyes, and was a little naughty. Although he saw an acquaintance, the dear man did not intend to greet Samu. Instead, he observed for a while and locked his eyes on the highest mountain in the distance. The Hokage of the Hidden Cloud Village is there. After the deer man found his target, he walked out of a shadow. At the same time, Samu immediately noticed the strange feeling and turned his head to look over. She felt a familiar smell from this person who suddenly appeared. But Samu did not wait for her to think clearly, and she did not even have time to step forward to question his identity. The deer man had already bent his knees deeply, and a group of black shadows behind him suddenly condensed into black wings, and finally turned into huge black wings, which spread out in an instant. He jumped up, and with the help of the spread black wings, the whole person instantly flew into the towering and invisible clouds. The strong impact created a hurricane that made it hard for people to open their eyes. Samu trembled all over. She had followed Dearman for a while and was very familiar with some of his shadow secrets. Just now, that was Lord Dearman. Samu looked up in astonishment, looking up at the black shadow that soared into the sky. At the same time, the alarm of enemy attack suddenly sounded inside the hidden cloud village. Atsui grabbed the corner of her sister's clothes and raised her head after a long time from the strong impact. Sister, what was that just now? Is it an enemy? Samu stared at the sky in a daze. What is the Lord going to do? In the tower where the Raikage works, the fourth Raikage AI is discussing with the elders of the fighting faction in the village about sending troops to the hidden cloud village. AI, in this war against the hidden mist village, should we also consider the attitude of the hidden mist village? Why consider so much? At worst, we can fight the hidden mist village together. The hidden mist village is still quite powerful and is not easy to deal with. The hidden mist village, are all looking back and forth. Damn, the noisy voices all fell silent after the Raikage AI smashed the conference table in front of him with a palm. AI suddenly stood up straight. Whether it is the hidden mist village or the hidden mist village, my hidden cloud village has always adhered to blood for blood and tooth for tooth. Since you dare to kill my people from the hidden cloud village, what else can I say? Beat the hidden mist village into submission, huh? AI's irritable words were not finished, because at this moment, he suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. Lightning arcs exploded all over his body. Lightning release chakra mode. The strongest lightning release armor. In an instant, AI's aura exploded completely, his hair stood on end, the Ajna chakra around his body surged, the faint arc of lightning wrapped around his body, and the lightning kept jumping. Boom. The wall of the tower exploded, and AI jumped out forcefully. At the same time, he suddenly looked up and looked at the sky. Above the clouds, a black spot was rapidly enlarging. AI stared at the sky with his eyes fixed. The surging air pressure was getting heavier and heavier, and the black spot had gradually become clearer. The first thing that came into view was a pair of black wings. Then came the human figure, spreading its wings and swooping down. The fox-faced mask did not have any signs of the ninja village. The high-altitude alarm in the village had already sounded. AI could see clearly that the invader had already raised his fist high when he flew lower and lower. AI's face darkened. Although he had not figured out what was going on, his irritable temper could no longer be suppressed at this moment. Arrogant, how dare you run to my hidden cloud village tracked wild? No matter who you are, you're dead. In the blink of an eye, AI was about to rush up and tear this inexplicable guy to pieces. But just as this thought of running away arose, the black lightning arc that exploded in the sky made him suddenly stunned. What is that? AI looked at the black lightning wrapped around the dear man's fist in astonishment, as if tearing through the clouds. That was the ultimate attack skill of the Overlord Color, Tyrant. Diving down from a high altitude, the dear man's eyes were full of calmness. It's our first meeting. Please give me your advice, all the cloud ninjas of the hidden cloud village. The last punch fell from the air. The tyrant, which was enough to tear everything apart, directly crushed everything below. The Raikage building tower, which was the first to bear the brunt, began to explode. Several fighting cloud ninja elders inside it didn't even have time to escape, and their whole bodies were also beaten to powder with the explosion of the tower. Following closely behind was the towering and tall mountain below the tower. Just like a loud roar, the entire mountain had been blown into countless rubble powder. Even this was not the end. The solid bluestone ground at the bottom was completely cracked on all sides. After such a punch, the entire cloud-hidden village almost fell into a brief stagnation. Then in the next second, countless cloud ninjas, either angry, or running away, or emotional, all surrounded the direction of the dear man who landed. Dare to invade the cloud-hidden village alone, it is really too brave. More and more cloud ninjas rushed to this area. The ground was full of rolling dust, rubble everywhere, and the surface was even covered with huge cracks. As captives, Samu and Mabu, who returned to the cloud-hidden village, also arrived one after another. The two have not been taken seriously in the past few years. Because of the experience of being captured, they have not yet gotten rid of the suspicion of their identities. If their respective families were not very powerful, the situation would be even more embarrassing. After Samu arranged for his brother, he rushed over here and met Mabuai on the way. Mabuai, Samu, what's going on? Is it the enemy? Samu was silent for a while, then stared at the dark shadow looming in the dust, took a deep breath. Mabuai, the master may not be dead. Mabuai was startled. She was very smart and reacted immediately, staring directly at the figure in the dust. Boom. With a bang, AI, who was wrapped in a blue lightning arc, fell heavily to the ground. The surrounding cloud ninjas cheered immediately. AI wiped off the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. At the last moment, he gave up rushing forward and chose to dodge. Facts have proved that his decision was correct. Because just a touch of the edge, AI felt like he was hit hard, his bones creaked, and blood rushed back. So that he suffered a little injury. The dust dissipated. The deer man wearing a fox mask appeared in front of the dark mass of cloud ninjas, and the black wings on his back had disappeared. The deer man glanced at everyone present, and finally stopped at AI, and couldn't help but sigh. I missed it. AI's face darkened, and his teeth creaked. In the office Raikage Tower, under the deer man's punch, except for AI who relied on his keen perception and speed advantage, no one escaped alive. Even this can be modestly called a miss, which means that even he should die under this punch to be considered a success. AI frowned deeply. He felt a high sense of danger from this man. So he never chose to start the fight first, but as if he was looking at the target of hunting, he spoke first. Who are you? The deer man kicked the gravel under his feet, then looked up and said, I take money from people and help them get rid of disasters. Someone hired me to teach the increasingly rebellious Cloud Village a bloody lesson, and it would be best if I could beat them into half-crippled state. AI seemed to have heard some extremely funny joke. You want to beat my Cloud Village into half-crippled state? Haha, I'm not mocking you, but you alone. What's the difference between this and committing suicide? The deer man raised his eyebrows slightly. You laughed a little too early. He patted the dust off his body. At the same time, the surrounding cloud ninjas could no longer hold back and threw out a flood of hidden weapons. Among them, there were a large number of detonating tags. There were attack angles everywhere in all directions. Boom 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 boom. The deafening explosion sound stirred up the dust again. But in the next second, the deer man gently waved his arms, instantly shattering the floating dust. The whole person stood on a pile of weapons, and his whole body was still safe and sound. AI's face looked a little ugly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 Crushing. The overwhelming shurikens, Tsunade, and Senbon piled up under the feet of Shikato. The remaining smoke from the detonating tags was still spreading. Shikato twisted his neck and looked at the 3 layers of Kumo ninjas who had surrounded him. Finally, he set his sights on the livid Raikage AI. Lord Raikage, my employer asked me to tell you something. A reckless man is a reckless man. There are some things that you muscle brains can't covet. Upon hearing this, AI immediately ran away, and the lightning arcs on his body exploded more and more. Who are you looking down on? He shouted with a dark face. I'll retreat. This guy is not at the level you can deal with. Shikato's previous punch directly turned the entire huge tower, including the towering and majestic huge mountain, into ruins. This move alone can tell. The level of danger at this level is even beyond the scope of the tailed beast. If we rashly let the Kumo ninjas intervene, it would most likely cause heavy casualties on our side. In all previous tailed beast rebellions in Kumagakure, the current Raikage personally suppressed them. AI thought the same about this foreign invasion. Shikato stood there, not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he bent over and picked up a shuriken on the ground. He held it in his palm, and then squeezed his 5 fingers together. The shuriken made a creaking, twisted, crisp sound, and its sharp corners began to deform. In just a few strokes, Shikato directly squeezed the diamond-shaped, sharp shuriken into a solid metal ball. He stuck it between his fingers, bent his fingers and flicked it lightly towards AI. Bang! A muffled sound exploded in the air. The solid ball was as fast as thunder. It brought up a faintly visible arc of lightning, drew a straight arc from the air, and quickly hit the Raikage AI. Lord Raikage, be careful. A Jonin from the Raikage guard was quite powerful. He flashed and stood up, swinging his sword in the air. Ninjutsu, Thunder Slash. A short blade was unsheathed, and the blade was wrapped with a trace of lightning. The blade light slashed down quickly. It collided with a solid ball. Ka. Without any surprise, the short blade shattered instantly. Then the ball did not slow down at all, and went straight through the shoulder bone of the Cloud Ninja Jonin, and a stream of blood splashed from the back. In a flash, it rushed to AI. In the distance, a pencil shot over. A ray of arc light wrapped around the short pencil, and from a slightly higher angle on the east side, It passed through like lightning, like a sharp knife, and nailed directly to the solid ball. However, the pencil also exploded right after it. After the solid ball crushed the pencil, it finally hit the body of the gloomy Hokage who did not dodge or evade. A trace of black air floated between AI's eyebrows, and he took a breath of cool air to relieve the pain after being hit by the solid ball. At this moment, his eyes looking at the dear man have become more and more solemn. This guy can do so much with just a casual attack. In the southeast direction, Kirabi's figure flashed repeatedly and arrived here at the fastest speed. The power of the dear man's punch was a bit too amazing. Even Kirabi, who was practicing in Yunli Gorge at a distance, was directly shocked. Including the two Teak people in a valley, they also realized this intense sense of crisis. However, Kirabi arrived faster. Brother, Kirabi stood beside AI, with dark skin, light-colored big back hair, wearing a Cloud Ninja Ford protector, and a pair of small sunglasses on his face that were particularly conspicuous. But what was more conspicuous was that there was a large and extremely hideous scar on his exposed right shoulder, and a mechanical prosthesis extending from his right shoulder. Behind Kirabi were several short knives with crimson handles. As soon as he arrived, he locked onto the dear man in the ruins. "Where did you come from, you idiot, you bastard?" The dear man did not rush to answer, but tilted his head slightly. Because on the other side, a black shadow had already flashed. A sharp claw flashed in the air and tore down. "Invaders, go to hell to repent," a harsh rebuke reached his ears. The dear man's eyes followed the claws in the air, and his pupils slightly turned. Then he made a move as fast as lightning. He stretched out his hand and directly reversed it. He ignored the claws that were sharp enough to easily cut the rocks, and reversed his hand to grab the wrist of the attacking person. The sharp and long claws slashed down fiercely. The tip flashed with cold light and directly cut the arm of the dear man who reversed it. But the reality was not as the two Teak people expected, and the opponent's arm was easily torn apart. The opponent was unharmed, but her wrist was firmly grasped by him. While the person was in midair, Shikato grabbed his wrist and pulled forward. Yuzuki's face changed, and the two-tailed Matatabi in his body frantically warned, "Yuzuki, be careful, this guy is not right." Yuzuki's body surface instantly showed the blue flame chakra of the tailed beast. But before she could react, Shikato kicked her abdomen straight. The kick was like a nail gun. Yuzuki spurted out a mouthful of blood in the air, and the person flew backwards instantly. The Hokage standing opposite caught it, and felt the impact brought by Yuzuki. AI's expression became more and more ugly. Who is this guy? Although Yuzuki didn't control the tailed beast perfectly like B, he had a deep level of practice and cooperated with the tailed beast very well. As a result, he was kicked away by someone as soon as he appeared. This is a Jinchuriki, not a child playing a ninja game. When did the Jinchuriki become so weak? When Shikato fought back against Yuzuki too, Killer B tried to throw several short knives. However, the sharp blades hit several key parts of Shikato's body, but they didn't go in at all, and instead bounced out. These consecutive scenes gave AI and Killer B an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This strange and terrifying defense, and that terrifying fist. Just like the Konoha ninja who almost beat his two brothers to death on the spot a few years ago. What was his name? Oh, it was Konoha's S-level rebel ninja, Nara Shikato. I heard that he seemed to have died in the ruins of the Land of Waves. Although AI couldn't be completely sure that the other party was Nara Shikato, the terrifying suppression power exposed by the simple fight was very impressive. The probability is almost certain. Considering Nara Shikato's origin and Shikato's previous warning, it's hard not to connect him with Konoha. Konoha, rebel ninja, Hyuga, resurrection from the dead. AI's face darkened. Konoha was really hiding something. It would be unreasonable not to ask Konoha for a reason. AI glanced at Yuzuki. "Yuzuki, how are you?" The two Yuzuki wiped the blood from their mouths. Still holding on, but the contact just now, Yada told me that this guy is an extremely dangerous element. Lord Hokage, be careful. Killer B also nodded solemnly. The eight-tailed Jayuki said the same thing. There is a strong sense of disobedience about this guy. Although you can't feel how huge his chakra is, he has a very permeating sense of crisis. I'm afraid this guy's strength is more than that. However, since Yuzuki is here, there is no reason why we can't beat him 3 against 1. The surrounding Cloud Ninja troops have dispersed on a large scale. However, they did not retreat completely. but instead set up a diamond-shaped barrier in the distance to limit the destructive power of this battle to a certain range as much as possible. Otherwise, if the two Jinchuriki and Hokage act recklessly, even if they don't care about the invaders, it will cause great damage to the Land of Lightning. Therefore, the Cloud Ninja Force has drawn a large number of personnel to support the barrier defense. At the same time, they are ready to support a battle inside at any time. Medical troops, sealing troops, barrier teams, intelligence teams, and various Cloud Ninja troops are all available, as the logistical support for this battle, ready at any time. A mere one-man invader, no matter how strong he is, in the eyes of the Cloud Ninjas, even if he is worn out, he should be worn out to death. Killer Bee, Uzuki Man, and Hokage are separated into 3 triangles. They surrounded the standing Deer Man in the middle. Hokage maintained the strongest chakra armor state, while Uzuki Man and Killer Bee entered the half-tailed beast transformation respectively. Uzuki Man's braids were loose, his light yellow hair flew up, and the chakra of light blue flame patterns around his body surged out. Relatively speaking, Killer Bee is more obvious, and is very similar to the half-tailed beast of the Nine Tails, except that it lacks a tail. The suppression power is stronger than the 2 half-tailed beasts of the Uzuki people, but also to a limited extent. The 3 people in full state did not satisfy Shikato. After looking around, he smiled. Are there only 3 of you? Do you have any other trump cards? If you have, you should come together. Anyway, we have been waiting for a while, so this little effort is not a big deal. The half-tailed beast transformed Killer Bee crawled on the ground, wrapped in a scarlet-tailed beast coat. This is enough to deal with you, you idiot, you bastard. Shikato grinned. Really? That's fine. On his cheeks, the facial makeup of the sage's art appeared in an instant, and then he raised his hands to both sides and gently hooked the 3 people with his index fingers, indicating that it was time to start swish. In an instant, from 3 directions and 3 angles, 3 black shadows flashed in at a very fast speed. The 3 launched the attack at the same time. The ultra-high-speed special skill of the brothers Hokage and Killer Bee, the Absolute Thunder Blade. This move of the 2 brothers was once known in the ninja world during the last ninja war, and it is also well known. The 2 raised their arms in the best posture, one in front and one behind, and rushed towards the Deer Man at a high speed. The 2 Uzuki people jumped up and stabbed out sharp claws from their palms again. The claws flashing with cold light were also wrapped with the unique blue high-temperature flames of the trip. The joint attack of the 3 people at this moment can indeed be called sharp. If it were other shadow-level ninjas, except for Uchiha who can drive Gundam, and Nagato who can carry rice, most people would be basically helpless in the face of such a sharp siege. Because of the angle, plus the speed of the 3 people can be called extremely fast. Even the Deer Man would have some blind spots in his vision when the 3 launched the attack. However, it is not a big problem. Including the sharp cat claws of the 2 Uzuki people, as well as AI and Killer Bee's thunder blades. In an instant, all were blocked by the Deer Man's arm. In fact, the Deer Man stood still throughout the whole process. He just tilted his head slightly. In the shadow on the ground, 3 shadow arms suddenly stabbed out. They grabbed the left arm muscles of Killer Bee, the right arm muscles of AI, and the cat claws of the Uzuki people. AI saw it clearly this time. It was indeed a shadow. This guy was the guy from the Nara clan who almost killed him and Killer Bee on the battlefield last time. From the looks of it, the ruins of the Wave Country were just faked. Moreover, it is possible that this is a conspiracy deliberately arranged by Konoha. AI's forward veins bulged, but he couldn't get rid of the arm formed by the shadow. He simply raised his other arm and directly formed his hand into a knife, and a dazzling lightning exploded on the hand knife. Lightning abuse level Chiomai. Killer Bee and Uzuki Man condensed the tailed beast ball at close range. However, the shadow of Deer Man was obviously faster. At the moment of grabbing the 3 people, the shadow formed an arm, and the black shadow surged like water. The shadow broke through the wall and threw another straight punch from the shadow arm. This punch was very powerful, and it was already covered with Tyrant. 3 punches were thrown at the same time, and AI's thunder level only cut off half of it, and the man flew backwards. The physique that had been tempered into steel fell deeply one after another, and more than 3 ribs in the body were broken on the spot, and the internal organs were also damaged to a certain extent. With just 1 punch, the 4th generation Hokage was half kneeling on the ground. His physique that was once unparalleled was like paper in front of Deer Man. Killer Bee and Uzuki Man were also not much behind. The tailed beast ball that had just begun to condense in his mouth was directly extinguished by a punch. He fell on the uneven stones of the ruins, shattered a piece, and each of them kept vomiting blood. This invader from the hidden cloud village is ridiculously strong. He is invincible in attack, defense, and speed. One strike is enough to make people despair. The Ushio and Killer Bee's body reacted. Trouble, B, this bastard is definitely the Konoha ninja from last time. He's still alive, and the good news is that this time he is alone, and we have the entire hidden cloud village on our side, which has an absolute advantage in numbers. But the bad news is that this time he is alone, but the entire hidden cloud village, plus the cat with two tails, we seem to be unable to beat him together. This guy is simply a monster of the level of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Killer Bee gritted his teeth and climbed up. Facing the deer man is undoubtedly very despairing. Because no matter how many times he is hit, he is like the one who is not being hit, and is often unscathed. On the other hand, if he is hit once, the three of them will basically kneel for half a day. This contrast is the most unbearable. The last time they fought, the opponent's speed was still a big disadvantage. But this time, Deerman didn't even move his feet from beginning to end, and the three of them were almost beaten down. This is too outrageous. Killer Bee was no longer in the mood to rap and complain. Ushi-oni. Completely transform into a tailed beast and try again. Since you were able to injure him last time, you can do it this time as well. Besides, there's Yuzuki, although he had already prepared for the worst. But this is the hidden cloud village after all. Unlike the last time, this time they have no way to retreat. As long as they retreat, the hidden cloud village will face a catastrophe. Chapter 171 Chakra Cannon. Killer Bee chose to enter the full form of tailed beast, and Yuzuki followed closely. Although the injuries of both were not light, because they had a deep understanding of tailed beast, the pressure they endured after the full form of tailed beast was much less than when they were in the original form or half-tailed beast form. Reikajai also took this opportunity to temporarily retreat outside the barrier. With the help of the Cloud Ninja medical team, they were quickly treated first. Killer Bee's full form is the 8-tailed Ushiki, and Yuzuki is the 2-tailed Matarabi. Both of them appeared at full status. The two big-tailed beasts, their bodies are like two mountains, entrenched on the ground. The brown bull-headed octopus and the 2-tailed cat in the blue flame state, one on the left and one on the right, both stared at Shikato. The 2-tailed Mataru bared its teeth with a fierce look on its face, and suddenly exerted force with its front claws, crushing the blue stone on the ground into pieces. Hey, octopus, I'll entangle him, the rest is up to you. The 8-tailed cow ghost snorted unhappily. My name is Cow Ghost. If you can't remember, don't call me that. I'm not happy now, be careful or I'll hit you too. Mataru ignored it and locked onto the deer man in front of him. He opened his mouth and spit out. A ball of azure blue flame gushed out, and in the center of the huge flame, there was a faint black rat-shaped shadow. Fire Rat Jade. After the rat-shaped flame gushed out, it quickly split into dozens or hundreds of high-temperature fireballs, and as if it had locked onto the deer man, it turned a corner and attacked him. The shadow under the deer man's feet surged like a tide, and he slightly lowered his eyelids. It seems that I overestimated you. You are all really incompetent. He took a step forward on his own initiative. The step was not big, but he easily collapsed the ground with 1 foot. The next moment, the whole person rushed straight up to the sky full of blue flames. As soon as the fireballs in the sky approached the deer man, they were all pierced by the black spears that rose from the ground. The rat-shaped flame started to explode in the second stage. The roar was endless. The 2-tailed Matatabi had been mentally prepared, and he did not stop in his actions. He blew a huge fireball at the deer man who rushed up. The flames were red like gold, and the temperature was much higher than that of ordinary fire escape techniques. The heat burned the air a little. However, the deer man did not even blink, and plunged directly into the raging flames. Then he broke through the high-temperature fireball in an instant and appeared in front of the 2-tailed Matatabi, who was full of astonishment. At this time, the 8-tailed Ushiki shouted loudly, "Cat, get out of the way!" The 2-tailed Matatabi jumped up in an instant and left the battle circle. At the same time, the tailed beast ball that the Ushiki had compressed for a long time finally took shape. It was continuous tailed beast ball. Considering the opponent's terrifying defense strength, it directly burst out high-intensity continuous tailed beast balls when it first used the tailed beast balls to attack. 12 consecutive black and purple tailed beast balls were sprayed out instantly. Shikato glanced at it from the corner of his eye, snorted, and stopped his footsteps temporarily. He raised one hand and extended his index finger, facing the 12 consecutive tailed beast balls. The extraordinary level of armed color domineering had already wrapped around his whole body. The tailed beast balls swarmed in, directly blasting the area where Shikato stood into ruins, and the ashes flew up to the sky. But almost at the same time as the ashes flew up, a black shadow wrapped with domineering aura pierced straight out. Secret technique Shadow Spear. The long black shadow was directly pulled into a long spear of heaven that pierced back and forth, breaking through the air in the dust. It pierced through the chest of the defenseless eight-tailed Gyuki, and then broke through the huge and hard body. The shadow spear was nailed heavily into the outermost forbidden barrier, and a large area of cracks appeared on one corner of the solid barrier that was supported by more than 100 cloud ninjas. This scene was quite shocking. Looking over, there was a black shadow about hundreds of meters long, piercing out from the flying dust, passing through the huge body of the eight-tailed Ushiki, and finally breaking the barrier. After the dust dispersed a little, the initial end of the shadow spear became clear, and it was the index finger of the deer man who was unharmed. Wait, unharmed. The eight-tailed Ushiki, who was pierced through, widened his eyes for a moment. 12 consecutive tailed beast balls. After all of them hit the target, they didn't even blast a corner of the opponent's clothes? This is absolutely unreasonable. The Ushiki wailed in pain, obviously unable to accept this result. At the same time, the shadow spear that pierced through the body also made it somewhat immobile. The wound was not big, but the destructive power was terrifying. The Ushiki felt as if his body was about to be crushed. Fortunately, the deer man had withdrawn his shadow gun in an instant, but at the same time, he also flashed in front of the cow ghost. He raised his right arm and punched the cow ghost's huge head. Before the fist fell, the deer man's pupils had already glanced at the flaming cat that flashed quickly beside him. The huge claws were wrapped with hot flames, and he slapped the deer man's head. 1 for 1. The two-tailed Maru was a little ruthless and wanted to exchange one move with the deer man. Only the cat ghost's face was a little dark. If this punch was hit, he would be dead or skinned. Fortunately, at the last moment, the deer man changed his fist into a claw and grabbed the corner of the cat claw of the two-tailed Maru that was wrapped with huge flames. When he was in the air, his body had already exerted force and twisted directly like a twist. With a strong balance ability, he exerted force on his waist and abdomen at the same time, grabbed Maru's claws, and threw him up in an instant. Maru flew up unexpectedly and finally hit the cat ghost who couldn't dodge in time. The two huge monsters collided at a perfect angle, and one of the sharp horns directly pierced into Yalu's butt. Yalu let out a miserable cat cry. This scene has not yet ended, and a flash of lightning has suddenly appeared in the distance. The Hokage, who has recovered from his injuries quickly, rejoined the battlefield. His figure was as fast as thunder, and he jumped high, raised his right arm high, and made his hands into swords. Strong arcs of lightning gathered on the hand knife. When he jumped right above the deer man, the hand knife chopped down. Lightning release. Lightning abuse level Chiomai. This move is already the strongest attack of Hokage. He has used this move to successfully cut off a solid horn of the eight-tailed Gyuki before. This time is no exception. AI is in an extremely perfect state under anger. He believes that if he strikes down with this knife, he can cut it in two even if it is a tailed beast. Nara deer man. Die, boom. The high-speed impact of the fall, coupled with a hand knife that can cut everything. It chopped on the forehead of the deer man, and the residual power directly cut off the ground below. A huge crack appeared on the bluestone surface, and it spread back dozens of meters. Shikato raised his eyelids and looked at the rough hand that fell on his forehead. If this scene happened to Kushina and the others, it would look cuter. But now, Shikato stared at his tall, muscular brother. Brother, what did you just say? Hokage felt his hands were numb from splitting. The strongest attack in good condition didn't break the defense. AI's mentality exploded. After all, he was the Hokage of the Hidden Cloud Village, one of the strongest 5 Kages of the 5 great countries. How could this be? Since he almost died at Shikato's hands last time, AI has increased the intensity of his training several times, day and night, without interruption. As a result, he was instantly subdued by the people of the Hidden Mist Village at the 5 Kage talks before, but now Rebel Ninja from Konoha also hangs him up and hammers him. A full-strength attack, and the result is this. AI obviously couldn't accept it. Raising his right arm high, His hand knife was like thunder. Thunder abuse level. Bang. Thunder abuse level. Bang. Thunder abuse level. Bang. After 3 consecutive hits, AI's right palm was cracked, blood flowed down his palm, and finally splashed on the forehead of the deer man. The deer man stared at him intently. Are you done, AI? AI has a bad temper, and at this moment he wants to swear. Although he is the Hokage of the Hidden Cloud Village, his education level is not high, and he can only travel the world with a grass character. But the grass character was only half exposed, and he was slapped in the face by the deer man. Even in the state of the strongest chakra armor, the Hokage AI was hit sideways in an instant. His body fell straight to the ground, and his whole mind was stunned. At this moment, his mind was blank. When he reacted, he was about to get up, and was hit by the deer man again, stepping on his head. His head hit the ground heavily, and the Hokage AI's head was buzzing, and his ears were ringing. This scene always made him feel a little familiar. The huge Ushiki was still lying on the ground, and Yachiru was sitting on its horns and howling. After Karabi noticed his elder brother's situation, he immediately whipped the deer man on the waist and back with the Ushiki's huge tail. Bang! The sound of the whip was huge, and dust was everywhere. But the deer man did not move his lower body as before. Instead, he stabbed with his backhand, and directly pierced the tail of the 8-tailed Ushiki with a sharp hand knife. The hand knife passed, and a huge cut was made on the tail of the Ushiki. The Ushiki was still being pressed by Yachiru's head, but his mouth suddenly opened, and he quickly condensed the tailed beast Jade, and directly gave the deer man a close-range serial tailed beast Jade baptism. The deer man stepped on AI's side face with one foot, and with this as the axis, he suddenly twisted his body and exerted force on his waist and abdomen. With the other foot, he fiercely kicked the end of the horn of the Ushiki that pierced Yachiru's butt. Boom! The 2 huge-tailed beasts flew backwards at the same time. After sliding on the ground for more than 100 meters, it hit the outer barrier fiercely. The huge force impact caused more injuries, and the meowing was even more painful. The tip of the horn of the Ushiki was directly shattered, and at the last moment, it finally couldn't withstand the strong force of this kick, and it broke completely with a snap. Outside the barrier, the waiting Cloud Ninja troops were stunned. The guardian god of the Land of Lightning, Lord Hokage, and the 2 most powerful Jinchuriki in the village. These 3 people joined forces, and they actually ushered in such a horrifying ending? This is a scene that no one dared to think about. Samu and Mabu also opened their mouths wide. Although they expected Lord Shikato's strength to be astonishing. But they definitely didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. One of the most powerful figures in the entire ninja world, under Lord Shikato's hands, had no power to resist at all. It's like a dream. No, I don't even dare to think so in my dreams. Outside the barrier, the Kumo ninja troops swallowed their saliva and looked at the tragic situation inside in silence. Finally, they stared at the deer man who was not stained with dust from head to toe, and even the corners of whose clothes were not torn. It must be admitted that the intruders performed with ease throughout the whole process. It can even be said that the entire Kumo village did not put the slightest pressure on the other party. It was so strong that it made people despair. Suddenly, the deer man in the barrier was shocked and suddenly looked at a mountain in the southwest corner, where a ray of light was flickering slightly. What is that? The deer man was stunned for a moment. It was incredible that he could feel a sense of crisis. I thought that with his current strength, the only ones who could threaten him were the level of the 6th Sage or the sages of the 3 Holy Lands. I didn't expect that the Kumo village seemed to have a secret weapon. In the moment when the deer man was stunned, the 8-tailed Ushiki and the 2-tailed Matatabaki who fell on the edge of the barrier disappeared without a trace. The deer man looked at it in silence, and then retracted his gaze. Because the Hokage AI, who had been stepped on by him, was dragged away by Killer Bee and Yuzuki in the form of a half-tailed beast the moment he looked away and was distracted. The 2 Jinchuriki were seriously injured, but they still fought with their last breath, dragging the Hokage AI away quickly. At this moment, on the mountain in the southwest corner, originally only a faint light was suddenly magnified several times. The light suddenly appeared and was a little dazzling. Deer man raised his eyebrows, and his observation haki swept across. The sense of crisis became stronger and stronger, and he could feel that the direction of the danger came from the dazzling light. The 2 Jinchuriki and the Hokage AI who quickly escaped from the barrier finally breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, and looked back at the deer man who was looking up. Yuzuki gritted his teeth, his face pale. This time, we can finally get rid of this guy, Killer Bee, Yo-Yo. This bastard, this idiot, finally fell into the trap. Take his life at once. Yeah, relatively speaking, the face of Hokage was much gloomier. This kind of use of external force to solve the opponent really made him quite dissatisfied. But the strength of Dear Man really made people helpless. Hokage just gritted his teeth and stared at the figure in the barrier, who was still calm. My heart suddenly jumped. I can't stand it like this. On the top of the mountain in the southwest corner, the chakra cannon that had been accumulated for a long time was finally charged. A beam of light that was so intense that people could hardly look directly at it suddenly blasted out from the muzzle. Chakra cannon, this is the last trump card of the Hidden Cloud Village. As long as the charging time is long enough and the accumulated chakra is large enough, it can even blast the entire moon into pieces with one shot. No one can survive this shot. The chakra cannon tore the indestructible barrier into pieces in an instant, and then directly submerged the figure of the Dear Man in the light column. At that moment, all the sounds in the world seemed to be still, and the earth was completely turned into powder. The terrifying aftermath of the explosion instantly formed a hurricane that swept through. The outer cloud ninja troops were blown away on a large scale. Even Hokage saw the true power of the chakra cannon for the first time, and the amazing degree shocked him. Even the level of the tailed beast, under such a cannon, is as weak as a doll. No one can survive this cannon. Hokage breathed a sigh of relief. The invader has finally been dealt with. Killer Bee and Yuzuki were also shocked, and even the tailed beasts in their bodies were trembling with fear. If this cannon is used on me, I will be reincarnated. However, before the aftermath has dissipated, when the ashes are flying everywhere, a voice suddenly came from behind the three people. How terrifying! Is this the ultimate weapon of the Hidden Cloud Village? Shikato sighed. Hokage and the two Jinchuriki were numb for a moment. Chakra cannon is something in the last movie of Naruto. I haven't seen Boruto, but I have seen some of the movie. Therefore, I don't plan to write about the things in Boruto, but I will touch on the things in the movie. Chapter 172 Flying Thunder God in Malice. As the voice behind him came, Hokage turned his head stiffly. Yes, it's this guy. How could it be? How did he suddenly appear behind us? No, that's not right. I seem to have seen this situation before. It's Flying Thunder God technique. Are you kidding? Konoha, you are simply bullying me too much? How could a Konoha rebel learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Sure enough, all this is Konoha's conspiracy. Hokage has noticed the Flying Thunder God mark on the side of Yuzuki's wrist, which has further confirmed his inner thoughts. Konoha Ninja Village is going to play a big game for the entire ninja world. At this moment, Shikato has put his hands together and raised his arms high behind him. Yuzuki is more rational and is the first to recover from the shock. In a hurry, she shouted, Lord Hokage, be careful. At the same time, she rushed towards Shikato. Shikato's domineering hand knife has penetrated straight from top to bottom. Just one strike. He pierced Yuzuki, who rushed forward to block the Hokage from behind, and his knife brought out a large piece of bright red. Yuzuki vomited blood in large mouthfuls, hugged Shikato's arms with both hands, and gritted his teeth. Ha, ha. You damned bastard, invader, you will not die well. Shikato chuckled, just stared at Yuzuki, who was dying in front of him, and said calmly, how boring self-sacrifice, ninja, isn't that what it's all about? Do you think the rise of the Hidden Cloud Village didn't climb up by stepping on the bones of the enemy? How stupid are you? Shikato said, and suddenly pulled back his knife, and Yuzuki's arms were useless. It just made Shikato's arms bring out large pieces of minced meat and bright red blood again, accompanied by Yuzuki's painful screams. Shikato completely ignored the angry cloud ninjas around him. He just continued in the calmest tone, the Hidden Cloud Village, which is known for its fighting faction, should be mentally prepared for this when it provokes conflicts between villages again and again. So-called ninjas are weapons of war, and they crave mercy? How funny. When he finished speaking, Hokage finally came back to his senses from a series of shocks. His face was completely livid. Damn it, bang. In a rage, the exploding lightning completely erupted from Ai's body, and the intense anger completely ignited his anger. Although the two Yuzuki people were not as close as Killer Bee and his brotherhood, they watched Yuzuki people block a blow for them and fell into a dying state. Ai's anger directly ignited all his reason. His clothes were torn, and the state of the strongest chakra armor was even higher. Just when he was about to risk his life to pounce on the Dear Man, Killer Bee had already transformed into a half-tailed beast, suddenly hugged Ai's waist, and quickly evacuated to the back. At the same time, Dearman's fist fell fiercely. Domineering black arcs kept jumping and blooming on his arms. This punch was destined to be fierce, but it missed at the last moment. It hit the ground from a distance. Boom! The earth was suddenly like a wave, and a large area of the surface was directly shattered and swelled. All the earth and stone fragments flew. Even the cloud ninjas who were closer to the surroundings were blown away by the aftermath of this punch. Killer Bee, who dragged away the wreckage in a thrilling way, turned around at this moment, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Fortunately, he just dragged away the eldest brother at the last moment. Otherwise, if the eldest brother rushed forward head-on, he would probably be even more dead than Yuzuki-man. What kind of monster is this guy? The last time I saw him, his offensive and defensive strength was far less exaggerated. Moreover, Dearman's speed was a major disadvantage that time. But now, after a few years, the strength shown by Dearman has completely no weaknesses. Especially in terms of speed, he even mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. This made Killer Bee, who is always carefree and optimistic, feel a deep sense of powerlessness for the first time. The eight-tailed Gyuki was also a little speechless. This guy may be more terrifying than the first-generation Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Hokage also regained some rationality under the power of this punch. Although anger has stimulated some of his potential, it is undoubtedly a death wish to confront head-on. What to do? AI's face was very gloomy, and he could not think of any effective way to deal with this scene. Is it going to rely on human lives? When AI gritted his teeth and thought, the surrounding cloud ninja troops had already rushed towards the deer man. The two Yuzuki people were on the verge of death, and Killer Bee and the wreckage were seriously injured. The cloud ninja troops could see clearly that no one could stop this invader at the moment. The hidden cloud village can only be protected by the cloud ninja. Dearman stood still, looking back at the Kumo ninjas around him who were either broken down or furious. He said as if praising them, "Your courage is commendable. Ninjas are born on the battlefield, so they must also die on the battlefield." Swoosh! Dearman's figure disappeared in a flash under the large number of kunai and shurikens thrown at him. He rushed into the vast Kumo ninja army like a tiger into a flock of sheep. His pupils looked left and right, and his hands were as sharp as knives or punches as fast as the wind. His fists and palms crossed, and his skills became more and more agile. Bang 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 bang. Every move was accompanied by the explosion of blood, flesh and bones. Dearman's figure was as fast as thunder. After rushing in, he kept leaving a trail of afterimages, flashing and attacking from the Kumo ninja army. Every blow he made could bring up a gorgeous blood flower. No matter if they were Junin, Chunin, or Jonin, they couldn't stand a single move in the hands of the deer man, and even a single touch would cause them to break their bones. It didn't take long before the strong smell of blood began to spread. The deer man's attack was indeed too violent. He didn't use weapons, but the injuries he caused were more cruel and bloody than those caused by weapons. The stimulation of flesh and blood gradually caused the Cloud Ninja Army, which was able to maintain its offensive with its anger and belief in protecting the village, to gradually waver. There were more and more broken limbs and arms. The blood gradually dyed the ground red, and the miserable wailing became more and more piercing. The number of Cloud Ninja Army was extremely exaggerated, but it couldn't withstand the tragic impact that was like suicide. The Cloud Ninja who rushed to the front had gradually begun to panic. At this time, as the killing became more and more thorough, the violence in the bones of the deer man gradually became more and more violent. The power of his fists and feet became stronger and stronger, and the black arc of domineering explosion spread wantonly. The destructive power of each move is even more terrifying. Often with one punch, more than a dozen ninjas in front of him were directly beaten into the bloody mist. This is no longer a simple fight, but a thorough one-sided massacre. The basis of numbers is just a matter of time in front of Dearman. The more the Cloud Ninja troops fought, the more panic they became. Just like the Rock Ninja troops that had been slaughtered by Dearman before, they were directly beaten and collapsed. Hokage and Killer Bee's eyes were red. The medical ninjas were constantly treating the injuries of the two, and AI and Killer Bee could only watch this scene for a while. Konoha, AI almost bit his teeth to pieces. Damn Konoha. On the battlefield, Dearman had already jumped into the air, his face was splashed with bright red blood spots, and his clothes were dyed blood red, but his eyes were still full of indifference. Such one-sided slaughter is not the way Dearman likes to fight, but as mentioned before, the hidden cloud village has always been domineering, and what it likes to do most is to forcibly conquer other countries with force. At the moment, it is just a matter of swapping the positions of both parties. Those who like to conquer with force are often flattened by force. The deer man accumulated a punch in the air, and under the cover of a strong domineering aura, the dark arc of light seemed to tear the void and spread wantonly over a huge range of more than 100 meters. This scene is really horrifying. After seeing it with horror, the Thunder Shadow AI suddenly shouted, "Get out of the way!" At this moment, the deer man has raised his fist to the highest point, and the whole person is bent into line. The cloud ninjas below fled in panic, but with too many broken limbs and too many cloud ninjas blocking each other, most people have already despaired. Many scarred cloud ninjas either kneeled or fell, with pale faces and blankly looking up at the fist of divine punishment in the sky. In the end, the punch that had been accumulated for a long time fell down mercilessly. The strong and terrifying air pressure seemed to weigh tens of thousands of pounds, and in an instant, everything below was crushed down. The standing ninja was first crushed to the ground, and then the ground began to collapse and fall, shattered and destroyed. This punch fell, and the sky collapsed and the ground sank. Under the power of such a punch, the cloud ninja was as weak as an ant, and a large area of blood and flesh exploded. Along with the collapse of a large area of the ground, the blood flowed like a small river. The tragic and unimaginable bloody scene directly caused the remaining cloud ninjas to begin to collapse emotionally on a large scale. The shrill howling sound was endless. The deer man turned over and landed on the collapsed ground, and the place where he landed was full of blood. His eyes were a little obscure, but he did not regret it. In the distance, under the continuous treatment of the medical team, the Hokage AI, who had barely recovered a little, had red eyes. Nara dear man, AI's angry roar that was almost insane came. Shikato looked back calmly. AI trembled all over. "You bastard, how dare you be so cruel?" The number of cloud ninjas who were just beaten into pulp by Shikato's punch was definitely no less than 1,000, including those with mental breakdowns and broken limbs. In just a short while, the number of cloud ninjas destroyed by Shikato was more than 2,000. If he continued to fight, the entire cloud village would definitely be slaughtered by Shikato alone. His killing speed was too fast. At this time, Shikato said calmly, "Hokage, you are the one who stirs up trouble, always wanting to oppress with force, and you are also the one who provokes war. Ninjas cannot and should not be so shameless. When you want something, you are destined to pay a price for it, so you choose it." Hokage, AI glared at him with red eyes, and his teeth creaked. In the past, the Cloud Village could easily suppress other countries with its powerful military force, and it was almost unstoppable over the years. He only suffered a loss in the last Ninja World War, and then he suffered another loss in the 5-Cage Summit. Apart from that, he has never been weak to anyone. This time, the Hokage coveted the Byakugan bloodline Genkei of the Konoha Ninja Village, but he didn't expect that it would turn out like this in the end. This is something the Hokage never expected. Killer Bee was also furious, but compared to his elder brother, Killer Bee's obsession with the village was slightly weaker. At the same time, Killer Bee was comforted by the 8-tailed Jayuki, and he seemed a little calmer. "Nara Shikato, aren't you afraid of attracting the whole ninja world to target you by doing this? One person slaughtered a village. This kind of thing is really too exaggerated. The 5 major countries would never allow such a thing to happen, even if the other party had Konoha behind them. You know, there is also a monster-level guy in the Hidden Mist village." Killer Bee didn't know that the monsters he knew were all one person. But in his opinion, if Shikato went too far, the whole ninja world would join hands to retaliate against him. Even when Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama jointly founded Konoha, wasn't it still just one of the 5 great nations? No one could fight the entire ninja world on their own. Shikato laughed, looked at him and said, "What, you can't get on the battlefield? Don't even think about it in words." He glanced around again, and then said lightly, "Konoha will eventually dominate the world. The ninja world is too fragmented. It's time to unite the fragments and establish a brand new world. Submit, Kumagakure." Hokage gritted his teeth and said word by word, "You're dreaming. The Kumagakure will only die standing up, never live on their knees." Shikato narrowed his eyes. "Okay, I'll fulfill your wish, then all of you stand." Shikato stopped talking abruptly, because he sensed a hint of targeted malice in his observation haki, which seemed to come from something unknown. Shikato looked around, but did not notice the malice sensed in his observation haki. Dearman gradually frowned. The malice that could make him alert was definitely not ordinary. Was it from the six-path sage hiding behind the world? Was it because he had the idea of slaughtering the entire Hidden Cloud village? For the first time, Dearman noticed that targeted malice. Although he could not tell the source of that malice, at this stage, he did not have the strength to officially compete with a six-path sage. Dearman simply chose to stop. This was also good. He could transfer the hatred value to Konoha and watch a dog-eat-dog fight. It happened that at this time, Samu and Mabu rushed over and pounced directly on Dearman, with a trembling tone and a grief. "My lord, please let the Hidden Cloud village go this time." Dearman glanced at the two, and then at the red-faced and glaring Hokage. Finally, he grabbed Yuzuki, who was still dying in the ruins in the distance. His injuries were extremely serious, but the two-tailed Matatabi in his body had some healing ability, and he tried his best to maintain Yuzuki's vitality. This is just right. After all, if Yuzuki died, Nibi Matatabi would also die, and it would take a long time for Nibi to be resurrected. And the location after resurrection cannot be completely locked. Now, it is just right to take the person away, and it will be much more convenient to find a way to unlock the seal or transfer the seal later. Chapter 173 Dearman, Madam Mikado, do you want to meet the filial son? Shikarin took the dying Yuzuki-kun away. He did not choose to kill all the people in the Hidden Cloud village. When he unilaterally slaughtered the Kumagakure, he was indeed unable to control his restlessness under the stimulation of the large amount of blood and broken limbs. But the warning brought by the malicious intent made Shikarin calm down from the bloody and brutal restlessness in an instant. He frowned slightly. Over the years, with the continuous growth of his own strength, his full strength burst has become more and more exaggerated. Even the Jinchuriki, even the top ninjas at the level of the 5 Kage, are just so under Shikarin's hands, and can't hold on for a few moves at all. With the continuous expansion of the power system, one of the direct effects brought about is that he has become more and more indifferent to life. Although Shikarin never thinks that the fight between ninjas is divided into good and evil, right and wrong. But the idea of slaughtering the entire village is still a bit too much. Shikarin is somewhat aware that this is a kind of superior mentality that comes with a continuous expansion of power. It's like a god looking down upon a tiny creature. This is the psychological gap that is bound to form after the power crosses the level. Because, in Shikato's eyes, the strength of ordinary ninjas is no different from that of ants. This is also the reason why Shikato has gradually indulged himself in women over the years. Desire is a shackle, and it is also a basic principle to maintain his humanity. However, it is still a long way for Shikato to transcend the ninja world. The changes that come with power have just shown a little bit of signs. The village of Sound hidden when Shikato came back, he also brought back the seriously injured Yuzuki. Under the treatment of the two-tailed Matatabi, Yuzuki has been pulled back from the brink of death. Senju Tobirama was a little stunned. It would be fine if he went to the Hidden Cloud village alone and came back safe and sound, but he could even bring back a Jinchuriki. The Hidden Cloud village must have gone crazy now, right? Senju Tobirama could predict the situation of the Hidden Cloud village without thinking. Just like the Hidden Rock village that lost to Five Tails King Yu. But the Hidden Cloud village might be even worse off. Because the two Yuzuki people were taken away by Shikato openly, the Hidden Cloud village couldn't stop them. Senju Tobirama looked at the Yuzuki people on the ground, looked up and said, "What are you going to do with the Jinchuriki, Shikato? Transfer the seal of the two-tailed Matatabi to someone else. I'm not very good at this, so I need to trouble you." Senju Tobirama, "That's fine by me, but who are you going to transfer it to? It's not easy to find a suitable candidate for the position of Jinchuriki. Do you have a target?" Shikato smiled. "What about the child?" Senju Tobirama, "Who?" Shikato, "Uchiha Sasuke." Senju Tobirama, "To be honest, Senju Tobirama has an almost instinctive resistance to the Uchiha family's bloodline. Uchiha Sasuke, he has seen him. He is currently in the Hidden Mist village. His mother is the gentle and virtuous Lady Mikado. And his father is Uchiha Fugaku, the current patriarch of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. These two factors lead to the child's special status. However, Senju Tobirama has seen the child more than once. And he has to admit that the child is quite amazing in terms of talent. If it is him, he should be qualified as a Jinchuriki. But Senju Tobirama looked at Shikato. "Is it okay? That lady may not agree. The wife of the Uchiha clan leader, although gentle and virtuous in appearance, has a strong maternal desire to protect her child. Asking her to train her child as a Jinchuriki of war weapons. Will she agree?" Shikato is not sure, but he has a lot of ways to make Mrs. Mikado agree. Mrs. Mikado hasn't seen her stupid eldest son for a long time. Itachi-chan, you must miss your mother very much? Shikato tilted his head, and some other thoughts emerged in his mind. Senju to Burma. Water country, mist village. Shikato has been away for a long time and returned to this sea country shrouded in fog. The first time he returned to the guest courtyard, the kitten came uninvited. Maid Arumi could not leave the hidden mist village because of her status. So when Shikato was busy with the affairs of the hidden sound village, she had been patient for a while. After finally catching Shikato, who suddenly returned, Maid Arumi dropped the work at hand and went straight back. Shikato didn't even have time to mention the matter of the Jinchuriki to Mrs. Mikado, and Maid Arumi pulled him into the house impatiently. In the courtyard, Mrs. Mikado, who was teaching her son Sasuke, blushed slightly. Because the sound insulation effect of the room has always been not very good. Of course, the key point is that no one has ever wanted to improve this aspect over the years. Mrs. Mikado covered little Sasuke's ears, looked at the middle room helplessly, and finally could only take Sasuke out to buy groceries on the pretext of buying groceries. After a long time, Mrs. Mikado came back with Sasuke, and the noise in the inner room had gradually subsided. Sasuke was still young and didn't understand these things, but his soft and cute little face was full of unhappiness. Mother, why did father go to the house with that hateful woman as soon as he came back? Shouldn't father be with mother? Sasuke's tender eyes were full of admiration for Shikato. He hadn't seen father for a while. He actually missed him very much and had a lot to say. Mrs. Mikado gently rubbed Sasuke's black hair. Sasuke, he is not your father. Your father is in the Konoha ninja village in the land of fire. Sasuke was very unhappy and said, no, I have the same black hair, black pupils and black eyes as father. No matter how you look at me, I am father's child. Mother, don't lie to me, child. Lie to you? Mrs. Mikado's cheeks felt a little hot. Sasuke, who told you these words? Sasuke said as a matter of course. Of course it was that slug-nosed rhino dog. The six-tailed rhino dog who was dozing in the courtyard immediately widened his eyes. Little Sasuke, where's your integrity, your credibility? We agreed that you must not reveal the words I taught you. Also, I've said it several times, I am the six-tailed rhino dog, one of the nine-tailed beasts. Uchiha Madara, one of the ancestors of your Uchiha clan, calls me dad. How can you be rude? Your dear man father will not like you if you do this. Mrs. Mikado was speechless with this guy and could only choose to ignore the six-tailed rhino dog and patiently explained to Sasuke. Sasuke, your father is Uchiha Fugaku. You also have a brother named Uchiha Itachi. Itachi is 5 years older than you. Sasuke pouted. Mother, don't lie to me. The rhino dog told me a long time ago. Mrs. Mikado was stunned. What else did it say? Sasuke, he said that I only have one father, and that is Dearman. As for that guy named Fugaku, the rhino dog said that he is a black-haired loser and a licker of your mother. Mrs. Mikado turned her head and looked at the rhino dog in the corner. The rhino dog suddenly jumped up. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. But before he could explain, the door of the inner room was finally opened. Dearman, who easily killed the little cat and made it lose its armor, walked out lazily. The rhino dog immediately rushed up. My lord, I miss you so much. Dearman glanced at it and said lightly, you want me to die? The rhino dog shuddered when he looked at him. How could it be, my lord? My admiration for you is like the surging river, endless, and like the flooding of the Yellow River, it is unstoppable. Dearman pinched his eyebrows. Shut up, this funny guy. Sasuke, who had just returned, shook off his mother's hand and ran towards Shikato. Father, Mrs. Mikado's face became redder. Sasuke hugged Shikato's thigh. Father, I missed you. Shikato smiled and rubbed the boy's hair, without explaining the title. Then he sent him away. Sasuke, go play with the rhino for a while. I have something to talk to your mother about. Sasuke raised his chin. Oh, I know what father wants to talk to mother about. Shikato, Sasuke pointed to the inner room and said proudly, it's the same as that woman. Father, you have to do the same thing with mother. The rhino has taught me, so I know. Rhino, Sasuke, no, brother Sasuke, please shut up. Shikato narrowed his eyes and said with his mouth, Rhinoceros, you are a good teacher. Shikato's hair stood up. Oh my god, Sasuke betrayed me. I will never play with you again. When Mrs. Mikado heard her son say this, she turned her head away from Shikato, her face slightly red, as if she had drunk a little wine. Shikato ignored Shikato's matter for the time being. and invited Mrs. Mikado to the inner room to discuss something. When Mrs. Mikado heard that she was going to the inner room, she looked at him in surprise, and her face kept changing. Finally, she sighed deeply, lowered her head and bit her lips, and seemed to have made a great determination, and then she slowly moved her steps and followed in. After the two entered one of the empty inner rooms, she closed the door and inserted the bolt from the inner room. Shikato heard the sound, looked back, and was slightly surprised. Why is the door bolted? But considering that this time it was about the issue of Jinchuriki, he didn't say much. Mrs. Mikado, Shikato spoke softly, but before he could finish the rest of the sentence, Mrs. Mikado had already bit her lips, took a deep breath, and said directly, "But, if you can, please don't tell Sasuke." Shikato was stunned for a moment. If he didn't tell him about this kind of thing, would he not know? After all, he was going to grow up as a Jinchuriki. Even if the seal was perfect, it was impossible for him to not know anything. The light in the room was a little dim. Mrs. Mikado seemed to have gathered up her courage and gritted her teeth to take off her outermost coat. "Shikato, oh, is it hot?" Mrs. Mikado blushed. I haven't," Shikato finally reacted, but he was already a little speechless. Mrs. Mikado, what are you thinking about? "I want to discuss something about Sasuke with you." Mrs. Mikado was stunned, and then her face turned red in an instant, and her white feet almost dug out 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms on the ground. Because of what the rhino dog said before, and Shikato was pulled into the house by Midorumi as soon as he came back, it was dark all day. This was the main reason why Lady Mikado misunderstood all this. Thinking of this, she wanted to dive into the ground. What did I just say as a married woman? It was so unfaithful to a woman. Nara Shikato, would he think that I was? I'm not. While Lady Mikado was thinking about it, Shikato finally spoke again. "If possible, Lady Mikado, I want Sasuke to become a Jinchuriki." Lady Mikado looked up in astonishment. What? Letting an Uchiha become a Jinchuriki was something that she had never dared to dream of in the past. The Uchiha clan has been passed down to this day, and the bloodline of this clan has never been linked to Jinchuriki. But more importantly, Lady Mikado knows very well what Jinchuriki means. While there are opportunities, there are also greater dangers. When it comes to the issue of her son Sasuke, Mrs. Mikado has almost no hesitation and directly refused in a short time. "No, Sasuke is my only hope now. Please don't take him away from me. Shikato, as long as you agree, I can accompany you back to Konoha. Don't you miss the filial son Itachi?" After saying this, Mrs. Mikado was stunned. "What did you say?" Shikato walked a little closer and tempted her. "As long as you let go of Sasuke and agree to the question of Jinchuriki, I will promise you that you can go back to see the person you miss the most." Mrs. Mikado bit her lip, with an embarrassed look on her face. Over the years, she has been suppressing her deep longing for her eldest son. As for Mr. Fugaku, although Mrs. Mikado also misses him a little, it has faded too much. The relationship between the two is more like a formulaic couple, and the feelings are far less deep. There is more time to spend together and the love placed on the child. Shikato further advised, "You should also know that even if Sasuke becomes a Jinchuriki, as long as I am here, there is no need to worry about the tailed beast in his body. On the contrary, as long as he becomes a Jinchuriki, Sasuke's upper limit will be much higher." Mrs. Mikado was still a little hesitant, and finally looked up at Shikato. "Do you really agree to let me meet Itachi? Aren't you afraid that I will take the opportunity to escape back? After all, there is no restriction on her body. If she lets her meet Itachi, will he be so confident that she will not betray him at that time?" Shikato chuckled. "I believe you." Mrs. Mikado looked at him in astonishment. But more of it was trance. Can she really see Itachi again, and maybe even see Mr. Fugaku again? Mrs. Mikado was a little excited. As for taking the opportunity to escape from Shikato's restrictions, Mrs. Mikado had never thought about it. It's not that she is fascinated by Shikato, but Sasuke is still here. She has just reacted. As long as she holds her child, she is destined to be inseparable from Nara Shikato. Maybe she will be inseparable from him for the rest of her life. After all, this man is too powerful. Chapter 174 Dearman, Kotoko, say hello to Itachi. Konoha Ninja Village. Shikato and Mrs. Mikado attached new human skin masks to their faces, and set foot on this land again as a regular business couple. Konoha is not in a good situation at the moment. What happened in the Hidden Cloud village has gradually begun to spread. Although it is very embarrassing that the entire village was suppressed and beaten by one person, and was beaten badly. The Hidden Cloud Village is not prepared to hide anything. Not only because of the heavy casualties of the ninja troops, but also because the two-tailed Jinchuriki Uzuki was taken away. Just like the Hidden Rock Village last time, the Hidden Cloud Village is also ready to borrow power from several other major countries in the entire ninja world. Especially the Hidden Mist Village of Water, which has the monster-level existence that took away the tailed beast of the Hidden Rock Village last time. The Land of Water can almost be said to be a super country hanging over the heads of other countries. As long as the Hidden Mist Village is willing to come forward, Konoha should be able to suppress it even if there is Shikato Nara. After all, except for the monsters on each side of the Hidden Mist Village in Konoha, Konoha definitely does not have the national strength to fight against the four major countries at the same time in other power levels. Right now, the Hidden Cloud Village thinks this way. So the Hidden Cloud Village deliberately magnified the suspicion that Dearman had shown before, and involved Dearman and Konoha from many angles. The most important point is that Konoha's traitorous ninja can master the legendary Flying Thunder God technique. Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. All this must be a conspiracy of Konoha. In particular, the whole incident is full of outrageous coincidences. Just before the Hidden Cloud Village in Konoha had some conflicts, the other side suddenly attacked the Hidden Cloud Village. This approach, no matter how you look at it, seems to be venting for Konoha. If you say that there is nothing dirty between the two sides, no one will believe it. Even Konoha itself didn't believe it. For example, at this moment, Danzo Shimura was in the Hokage's office, arguing loudly with the third Hokage Sarutobi Hirozen. Sarutobi, what's going on with Nara Shikato? Isn't he dead? Sarutobi Hirozen was also a little confused. How should I know? You come here to question me, Danzo Shimura, huh? You're pretending very well, Sarutobi. How could you not know? You're hiding it really well. Are you cooperating with him? Where is he? How dare you provoke such a dangerous guy so easily? Danzo anxiously asked 3 questions in a row, leaving Sarutobi Hirozen speechless. Finally, Sarutobi Hirozen took a deep breath. Danzo, I want to ask you what's going on with this matter. The Flying Thunder God technique is a top secret in the village. You are not doing something again without telling me, are you? Danzo's face darkened. Isn't it you, Sarutobi Hirozen? Huh? Isn't it you? Then what's going on with the Flying Thunder God technique? The information about the Flying Thunder God technique should be only mastered by you and me, and that move is not very easy to learn. Danzo, no, there are other people who know the Flying Thunder God technique. Sarutobi Hirozen, you mean, the Genma team of the Flying Thunder God technique. However, due to their talents, the Genma team only mastered the incomplete Flying Thunder God technique. Danzo, but the incomplete techniques of the 3 people combined together are the Flying Thunder God technique. Sarutobi Hirozen, no, the Genma team is very determined to fire. They wouldn't have spread it out. Danzo, if it's not them, could it be you and me? Sarutobi Hirozen shook his head. No, we must have missed some key information. Danzo suddenly looked up and said, is it possible that Tobirama taught it personally? Sarutobi Hirozen, what are you talking about? Tobirama is dead. He suddenly paused in the middle of his speech. Then he said in a serious tone, are you saying that it was Tobirama who was recalled by Nara Shikato through the impure world reincarnation? Danzo nodded and looked up. Sarutobi Hirozen suddenly became more serious. In that case, it means that Nara Shikato also mastered the impure world reincarnation. Then how did the impure world reincarnation spread? No, that's not right. Even if the impure world reincarnation Tobirama was controlled, he would not teach the Flying Thunder God Jutsu to a rebellious ninja. Danzo, that's not necessarily true. The last time we met, you also said that Tobirama had obviously escaped the control of the impure world reincarnation, but he was hiding something from us. Sarutobi Hirozen and Danzo were still discussing and arguing heatedly. But their troubles could not stop the Hidden Cloud Village from contacting other countries and preparing to jointly launch a sanction against Konoha. Of course, the main contact object is the Hidden Mist Village. As long as the Hidden Mist Village agrees to take the lead, the Hidden Cloud Village can be at ease. The Hidden Cloud Village is preparing to convene a 5-shadow meeting again to jointly judge Konoha's evil deeds, and it is bound to take advantage of the situation to force Konoha to spit blood. Dare to do such a crazy thing. The Hidden Cloud Village can't stand it. Konoha, the Uchiha clan's clan. As the largest wealthy family in Konoha, the Uchiha clan occupies a considerable piece of land resources. Especially in the Nine Tails Rebellion, it was not caught by Danzo. Now the Uchiha clan is in the core area of Konoha, the population is getting more prosperous, and the streets are more prosperous. The commercial district contracted by the Uchiha clan is one of the most prosperous districts in Konoha, with people coming and going. In a dessert shop, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisu are sitting together. Itachi, who is 8 or 9 years old, had already shown enough talent and precocity, and was even noticed by the third Hokage. Because he had witnessed the cruelty of war too early, and under the somewhat paranoid teaching of Uchiha Shisu, Uchiha Itachi's character showed some precocity early on. However, this precocity was not mature, but rather had a twisted taste of reflection. At a young age, Uchiha Itachi liked to constantly ask himself, why do I have the last name Uchiha? Why are the Uchiha clan hated by many people in the village? Why do the uncles and aunts in the clan not have much respect for the Hokage? Why does brother Shisu always teach me to unite the Uchiha and protect the village? Finally, he came to a conclusion, no one is wrong, it's not these whys that are wrong, it's the Uchiha that is wrong. Uchiha Itachi's sensitive mind has long noticed the conflict between the village and the family. Although it is not big at present, this phenomenon is very bad. However, although he is still young, he always reflects on what he or his family has done wrong. But Uchiha Itachi is far from being as extreme in thought as he will be in the future. The situation was not that bad, so Itachi was just feeling sad now. However, this pessimistic mood would often dissipate temporarily when he was in a sweet shop and around brother Shisu. When the sky fell, there was a tall man to hold it up. Brother Shisu was a good elder brother that he trusted and admired. In particular, brother Shisu liked to treat him to 3-color meatballs. This was Itachi's favorite snack. Today, as usual, Itachi had eaten several skewers happily. Soft, sticky, fragrant and sweet, but Uchiha Itachi put down the skewers, turned his head and looked at brother Shisu who was grinning and distracted, and asked in confusion, Shisu, you seem very happy today, did something happen? Uchiha Shisu came back to his senses and smiled, nothing, I just heard a piece of news. Uchiha Itachi blinked, what news was there that made brother Shisu, who had always been frowning in the past few years, laugh so happily? Could it be that brother Shisu had a girlfriend? When he thought of this, Uchiha Itachi felt a little pain in his heart, he didn't know why. He asked in a low voice, is it because of a girl? Uchiha Shisu was stunned, what girl? He rubbed Uchiha Itachi's little head speechlessly, Itachi, what are you thinking about? I don't have the mind to think about those things. Ever since Senior Shikato left, I made up my mind to protect my family and Konoha wholeheartedly and devote my entire life to this land. Uchiha Itachi, then Shisu, why are you always laughing today? Uchiha Shisu, is it so often? Uchiha Itachi nodded vigorously. Uchiha Shisu, well, that may be the case, but this news is indeed worth being happy about. Uchiha Itachi, what news? Can you tell me? Uchiha Shisu, it's okay, it's not some confidential news, it's just been spread not long ago. Itachi, did you know that Senior Shikato is still alive? Uchiha Itachi opened his mouth in surprise. Didn't they say that Senior died in the ruins of Wave Country? Besides, it's not a good thing that Senior is alive. He betrayed Konoha? Uchiha Shisu, no, I always believe that there is a misunderstanding, or there are other reasons. Today I heard the news that Senior Shikato, in order to help Konoha, severely taught a lesson to the hidden Cloud Village who had previously wanted to take advantage of the situation and wanted to snatch the Byakugan from the Hyuga clan. Senior, he really loves Konoha? Uchiha Itachi's tone was a little uncertain. Yes, is that so? Uchiha Shisu said categorically, it must be like this. Senior is now hiding in the shadow of Konoha, protecting Konoha in his own way. Itachi, do you remember the Nine Tails Rebellion? Uchiha Itachi nodded, I remember. Uchiha Shisu, now that I think about it, I realize that the mysterious man who transferred the Nine Tails Beast Ball was probably Senior. Uchiha Itachi, but didn't the transfer of the Tailed Beast Ball deal a heavy blow to Konoha? Uchiha Shisu's eyes sparkled, no, it wasn't Konoha that was hit, but the family forces of several elders headed by the Sarutobi clan. It was those pest families climbing on the towering tree of Konoha, if Senior hadn't transferred the Tailed Beast Ball. From that angle at the time, it's almost unimaginable how many civilians and ninjas would have been sacrificed. Senior must have been protecting Konoha in his own unique way and eliminating the pests on Konoha. Uchiha Itachi was a little confused. Yes, is that so? In front of the store Shikato and Mrs. Mikado were standing by the side at this moment, and Shikato was also a little confused. Mrs. Mikado, with a pair of gentle and beautiful eyes, stared closely at the small back in the room. Her heart was a little complicated and choked. Itachi, you have grown taller and a lot older. Mom almost doesn't recognize you. Shikato turned his head and took a look, then raised his hand to pinch her chin, and then forced her eyes to turn left and move to the other side. At the same time, he whispered a reminder, Madam, where are you looking? The one on the right is Shisu, Uchiha Shisu, the little carrot head on the left is your big melon, Mrs. Mikado. Is that so? Mrs. Mikado's cheeks were slightly red. She hadn't seen him for more than 3 years, and she didn't recognize him for a while just looking at his back. I actually made a mistake, I'm so sorry. Itachi, I'm so sorry that Mom didn't recognize you at the first time. Shikato glanced at Mrs. Mikado, who was accumulating tears again, and coughed lightly. Mrs. Mikado's sadness was interrupted, and she looked up. What's wrong? Shikato gave her a look. Mrs. Mikado was a little embarrassed. No, it's not good. Itachi is here. Like Shikato and Kushina before, the two came to Konoha pretending to be a couple. The difference is that last time they came as distant relatives of the Uzumaki clan, from the Hidden Sound village. This time they came to Konoha as a pure business couple, preparing to purchase a property in Konoha and doing a business investigation. Shikato's eyes asked her to act more like a couple, instead of like strangers like now, which would easily arouse suspicion. But Mrs. Mikado was a little entangled, and couldn't help looking at him pitifully. Shikato didn't answer, but just looked back calmly. Mrs. Mikado finally couldn't bear his pressure, so she had to slowly hold his arm and get closer to him. Her heart was beating fast. If it was in the Hidden Mist village, after years of thinking about it, Mrs. Mikado wouldn't have such a big reaction. But now, her son was sitting inside, and the mother was hugging another man's arm. Although she had a human skin mask on her face, Mrs. Mikado was still very nervous. Itachi, don't blame your mother, it's Mr. Shikato who is too strong. Mrs. Mikado took Shikato's arm and walked into the dessert shop with him. Her steps became slower and slower, and her eyes were always fixed on Uchiha Itachi. After a long separation, seeing her son in such a posture, Mrs. Mikado felt so conflicted. She always felt that coming to Konoha this time might not be a good idea. Because Mr. Shikato seemed to be planning to take her to visit the Uchiha clan, and even to visit Fugaku in person. When she thought of Mr. Shikato's deeds in the past few years, Mrs. Mikado felt a little uneasy. She had heard about Kushina in the Hidden Sound village from Madarumi, and her best friend seemed to have fallen. And in the Hidden Mist village, there was another wife who was abducted more than 3 years ago, the deceased wife of the 4th Kazekage. Moreover, Mrs. Karara seemed to have given up on herself after hearing that the 4th Kazekage had married another elite female ninja from the Rock Ninja. She felt that something was going to happen sooner or later. From what Shikato had done in recent years, Mrs. Mikado felt that meeting Fugaku might stimulate the special XP in Mr. Shikato's bones. Especially when things got closer, Mrs. Mikado felt more and more unsure, because she knew very well that she could not resist. Chapter 175 Mrs. Mikado, I'm sorry, Fugaku. Mrs. Mikado took Dearman's arm and walked into the sweet shop together. Itachi and Shisu, who were happily eating 3 colored meatballs, subconsciously glanced over. But at the same time, both of them paused. These two, why do they look familiar? No, I should have never seen them before, right? Especially Itachi, staring at Mrs. Mikado who was holding Dearman's arm in a daze. I always feel that she has a motherly temperament. Itachi shook his head vigorously. Is it because my mother has been missing for too long? Am I sick because of missing my mother? Mrs. Mikado couldn't help but lower her head. Feeling her son's eager gaze, her cheeks became hot. Itachi, don't look at your mother. Mr. Shikato, let's go. Shikato certainly wouldn't allow it. He lowered his head to Mrs. Mikado's ear and blew gently. Madam, your son is watching us. He is very smart. Please hold us tighter and don't let him notice, otherwise it will cause us some trouble. Mrs. Mikado bit her lip lightly, feeling goosebumps all over her body. Her mind was blank, and she just subconsciously hugged Shikato's arm tighter. Half of her body was pressed against him, with her head slightly lowered, and she didn't dare to say a word. Shikato couldn't help but tease, "Shy madam is really a bit cute." Mrs. Mikado shuddered, and her long hair fell down naturally, covering some of her red face. Uchiha Itachi looked up and down, frowning as he stared at the couple who had just come in, and a very strange feeling had already emerged in his heart. Shikato took Mrs. Mikado and walked straight to the position of Shisu and Itachi. Shikato said, "Excuse me, are you Uchiha Shisu?" Shisu was a little surprised. "You know me, Shikato? I didn't expect to meet the famous Shisu who can teleport." "I'm so lucky, Shisu. What's the matter?" Shikato introduced himself. "My husband and I are business travelers from other places. We want to rent a commercial store on this street. I heard that all the stores on this commercial street are assets of the Uchiha clan. Even Konoha can't deal with this issue without the Uchiha clan. If you want to rent a store here, you can only negotiate directly with the Uchiha clan. My husband and I are new here. We happened to meet you while strolling here, so I would like to ask Lord Shisu to help introduce us to the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Is it okay?" Shisu looked at the two of them and didn't see any flaws. He nodded and said, "No problem, it's just a small matter. Please wait a moment." Then he looked at Uchiha Itachi. "Itachi, have you finished your meal? If you don't eat well, let's pack some to take away." Itachi nodded a little embarrassedly. "Thank you, brother Shisu." Shisu smiled, put his index finger and middle finger together, gently tapped Itachi's forehead, and said with a smile, "You are too polite, Itachi." Itachi covered his forehead and whispered, "It hurts." Shisu's smile became more and more brilliant. Mrs. Mikado was also very happy to see this scene. Itachi also made a very good friend. After Shisu and Itachi paid the money, they took Shikato and Mrs. Mikado to the central mansion of the Uchiha clan. Before taking the two in, Shisu said first, "Wait a moment, I will inform the clan leader first. Do you have a business certificate for business travel?" Shikato handed all the identity documents prepared in advance and some documents verified by Konoha to Shisu. Shisu took a look and nodded. Then asked Itachi to entertain the two first, and then flashed into the large Uchiha mansion. Itachi stood with Shikato and Mrs. Mikado. After Shisu went in, Itachi's smiling little face immediately returned to indifference, and he said nothing. Mrs. Mikado couldn't help but said, "Your name is Uchiha Itachi, right?" Itachi raised his eyelids. Although he had an inexplicable affection for this woman in his heart, his tone seemed very calm. "Yes." Mrs. Mikado's heart trembled. "You have become a ninja at such a young age? You are really amazing, Itachi." "I'm still far from it. Brother Shisu is the real genius." Mrs. Mikado stretched out her hand and wanted to touch Itachi's cheek, but soon realized that this action was a bit rude, and said with a stiff mouth, "Sorry, I also have a child about your age at home. Seeing you is like seeing my child." Uchiha Itachi, "Oh, is it your child?" "No, it's not." Mrs. Mikado almost subconsciously denied such things, especially in front of her son. Uchiha Itachi raised his head in surprise. "Not your child." Shikato also turned his head. Mrs. Mikado immediately realized that she had said the wrong thing, and immediately stuttered, "Yes, it's the child born to me and my ex-husband, Uchiha Itachi." From an angle that Itachi couldn't see, Dear Man gently pinched Mrs. Mikado's back with one hand, and reminded her in a very low voice, "Madam, you'd better make up for this sentence perfectly, otherwise, I can only help you make up for it with my actions." Mrs. Mikado trembled, her cheeks flushed, and she felt a little aggrieved. She could only say, "After we divorced, he took my child away. I haven't seen him for several years. The child is about the same age as you and looks like you, so I can't help myself. I'm sorry for scaring you." Uchiha Itachi was stunned, and at the same time, he felt an inexplicable sympathy for this lady in his heart. She must be very painful not being able to see her own child. At this time, Uchiha Shisu, who had been inside for a long time, came back and said, "Come with me. Master Fugaku is already waiting for you inside." In fact, the economy of the Uchiha clan has not been very good in the past few years. Although the overall economic benefits of the several commercial streets they control have become better and better with the suspension of the war. But the family is not good at operating commercial streets. Most of the talents of the Uchiha clan are in combat. Although there are some business talents among the clan, they are very rare. And they are okay for small fights, but they can't handle slightly bigger business problems. Therefore, the biggest role of the Uchiha clan in these commercial streets with good prospects is to rent them out to the outside world and earn a little bit of land money. However, due to the contradictions between the Uchiha clan and Konoha, as well as the arrogant character of the clan members, the family is not very popular in the whole Konoha. The operation of the commercial street is significantly different from that of other blocks. In addition, the Uchiha clan is a large clan with a large population. The dividends that can be generated by sharing the many industrial chains within the clan bit by bit are not very objective. For these many reasons, the Uchiha clan gradually relaxed some of the leasing conditions for the commercial streets controlled by the family. Before this, the commercial streets of the Uchiha clan were not open to the public at all. They were all run by members of the clan, but they were always a little tepid, so they had to relax some restrictions. Shikato was the first to arrive, and naturally he was warmly received by the Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Fugaku. Fugaku also wanted to open a representative opening here with Shikato, so that if it spread out, the value of the commercial streets controlled by the Uchiha clan could double. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku can only be said to be barely qualified. Although he does not have as much energy and strength as the previous ones, he can barely keep the Uchiha clan from declining rapidly. In addition to Uchiha Fugaku, who is the patriarch of the clan, the huge Fugaku mansion also has Uchiha Itachi and 4 female servants. Since his wife Uchiha Mikoto disappeared, Uchiha Fugaku has been really sad for a while. But as the head of the clan, his status determined that he could not always complain and feel sorry for himself. It didn't take long for him to come back from that sadness. First, he recruited 3 female servants to take care of the family. One took care of the young Itachi, and the other 3 took care of him. In front of outsiders, Uchiha Fugaku always indulged in the state of missing his wife and unborn children, and he has always been the image of a good husband. It was only when it was late at night that he would savor the taste of his wife on the 3 female servants. In the past few years, Uchiha Fugaku felt that he missed his wife. He missed her so much that he lost some weight and his face became more and more sallow. Hey Mikoto, Uchiha Fugaku was still reflecting on what he had done in the past few years, but when he looked up and saw the 2 business couples coming in, he was stunned. He always felt a sense of familiarity from that skilled and quiet woman. Fugaku had to speak up. Madam, excuse me, have we met before? Uchiha Itachi was already much more mature, frowned and coughed, reminding his father to pay attention to his image. Fugaku came back to his senses from his trance and apologized immediately. Mrs. Mikoto took Shikato's hand and lowered her head even lower. Fugaku, I'm sorry. Then, Shikato discussed the leasing of shops in the commercial street with Uchiha Fugaku. Especially when he heard that Shikato was going to rent a shop for 10 years, and not just one shop, he was very generous. All these conditions combined made Uchiha Fugaku feel his heart skip a beat. This is a big customer who came from afar. He must be won over. Therefore, Uchiha Fugaku immediately ordered the servants to arrange a sumptuous dinner to entertain the guests from afar. The problem of the commercial street can be discussed while drinking. The Uchiha clan is in great need of money now. There are many resources, but too little cash. Shikato still has a lot of gold sand in his hands, and the 2 sides complement each other. So, under the residence of the Uchiha clan leader, Shikato and Mrs. Mikoto, who were warmly entertained, had to stay here for one more night. At the wine table, Uchiha Fugaku and Shikato had a great time talking and immediately began to toast each other. After drinking a glass of wine, Uchiha Fugaku became happier and happier, because the number of stores that Shikato agreed to rent had been upgraded from the original 1 to 7. And all of them were long-term lease contracts. This large amount of rent could give the increasingly short-lived Uchiha clan a break. As the night deepened, Uchiha Fugaku got a little drunk, and his consciousness was still sober, but his temper was much more relaxed. He put his arm around Shikato's shoulders and said, "Brother, I'm not saying this to you as your brother. If you have money, just rent more stores. These commercial streets of our Uchiha clan are all in the best locations in Konoha. Brother will never say anything to you, and the price is guaranteed to be favorable." Shikato was still very calm at this moment, and he didn't believe a word of what Uchiha Fugaku said. If I wasn't generous and straightforward enough, and didn't care about this little money, would Uchiha Fugaku be so enthusiastic? This guy is completely taking me for granted. The Uchiha clan's commercial street is indeed in a good location, but the clan's popularity is not good, so there is a large flow of people on the commercial street, but the consumption is not strong. The price given by Shikato is a bit high, but he doesn't care about this little money. Mrs. Mikoto sat beside him, but she was sitting next to Shikato. She originally felt a little guilty about Fugaku, but after seeing the 4 new servants in the house, Mrs. Mikoto felt that her guilt was unnecessary. That night Shikato and Mrs. Mikoto were arranged in the guest room on the far left, and the room on the other side was Uchiha Fugaku's bedroom. At night, Mr. Fugaku drank a little too much and felt uncomfortable all over. He couldn't sleep for a while, and he missed his wife who had been missing for a long time again, so he had to summon the 3 female servants in the house. It was to comfort Mr. Fugaku's wounded heart, and to warm his cold heart with her fiery body. In the room, Shikato and Mrs. Mikado, who were sleeping relatively soundly, were both awakened by the sound from next door. There seemed to be no special soundproofing design here. Although the sound was not too loud, some sounds were still quite obvious because they were separated by only a partition. Mrs. Mikado's face became more and more lost. She bit her lips gently, and she felt more and more uncomfortable listening to the sound from next door. For several years, she had been keeping her chastity from Mr. Fugaku, and her body was in the enemy camp, but her heart was with the enemy. As a result, her husband Fugaku surrendered in advance. Shikato had to open his eyes because he felt a warm body squeezed into the quilt. In the dark night, Shikato turned his head and glanced at Mrs. Mikado, who did not dare to look up beside him. He was more or less surprised. He couldn't help but chuckled. "I didn't expect you to be so bold, madam." Mrs. Mikado buried her head in the quilt. Next door, Mr. Fugaku's process of missing his wife soon ended. "I was so happy today, and this is already an above-average performance. Just when I was about to go to sleep, I heard another sound from next door." The night was long, and Uchiha Fugaku smiled and shook his head. That business couple really refused to admit defeat. However, he always had a strange feeling in his heart, and he always felt that the voice coming from his ear was somewhat familiar. Mrs. Mikado deliberately controlled her voice, but when she was deeply moved, she still couldn't help but shouted, "I'm sorry." Fugaku didn't hear the rest clearly, but his face looked a little weird. "I'm sorry?" But he quickly realized that when he was drinking before, he seemed to have heard that the couple was remarried, so was the lady apologizing to her ex-husband? Not really. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.